A scorched wasteland that stretches to the horizon, where it is bounded by the thousand-faced mountains. This place is more reminiscent of purgatory than a habitable world. And demons live here. Hundreds of brave men who dared to cross this wasteland met their death here. They disappeared without anyone's mourning, as if they had never existed. But each one desperately fought for his life until the very end. Another poor fellow plunged his sharp blade into the guts of a desert worm, overcoming the urge to vomit, which caused foul breath to come out of the latter's mouth. Breathing heavily, the adventurer wiped his face, wet with sweat and the monster's sticky bodily fluids. It was just an ordinary, lesser monster, one of the beasts that roamed here, but it had become this man's first victim. All he could do was remain in the rear of the main forces, fighting on the front lines of the conquest of the New World. They fought in the light of a crimson sky, and their strength would conquer even hell, so the adventurers believed. An ordinary person who hadn't awakened his powers could only scavenge countless corpses and the various useful items found among them, earning the angry shouts of the senior members of the squad as a reward, for whom he was nothing more than a burden. He himself hired himself out to go as a servant loader into this hell. After all, no army in the world could manage without servants and sutlers. Lacking the strength to fight on the front lines, he was despised by all others who considered themselves warriors. The world changed after the opening of the abyss, the confluence connecting Earth with other dimensions, inhabited by monsters that could only be imagined in books and legends. But this also awakened dormant powers in people, endowing them with the ability to destroy monsters and conquer the abyss. Efforts and personal qualities meant nothing, only strength and military valor. As if the world had suddenly returned to chiefdom, the strong received money and glory. They became the new aristocrats. But without abilities, he could only dream of a better life. He was a simple porter, or, as they called him in the detachment, a mule. Even at 35, he still hadn't awakened, so life seemed quite bleak to him. And yet this seeker still hoped to get his chance. As a reward for his patience, having finished collecting the monster cores, he reported this to the others. But no one made a sound in response, and only now did the seeker realize that he had not heard the sounds of battle for a long time. And when he looked in their direction, he discovered that the entire squad of seekers was already dead. They lay side by side, in a senseless heap of bodies, exactly where they had fallen, struck down by an unknown force, faster than they could even comprehend anything. Never before had the mule been so scared as now, and he turned to stone. Then he heard an ominous voice, and turning around, he saw before him the face of death, a body woven of darkness, taller than some houses, a giant wearing piles of bones and skulls instead of clothing. This was the appearance of Asmodeus, a demon of the triple highest rank, the king of kings, the one whose name inspired terror in any adventurer. There was an endless gap in rank and strength between them, like between an ant and an elephant. And the seeker must have been overcome with an unaccountable fear, and he simply screamed and rushed at the enemy, fully aware that death awaited him. The demon twitched the fingers of one of his many limbs, and the pitiful porter's arm was severed from his body below the elbow. Asmodeus could have swatted him like a fly, turning him to dust, but apparently he himself found it amusing that such weaklings existed. Death stepped towards him. Countless empty skulls of his victims rained down, and then Asmodeus touched his forehead with his boundless power. It was like watching the finger of God descend to slowly crush you, just for fun. The seeker reminisced about his entire life, losing his parents quite early in a car accident, being bullied at school, and spending the rest of his miserable life as a despised mule porter. He was cursing his fate, his life, and his never-to-be awakening, when a flash of light illuminated his mind, and a voice from above told him that all the conditions for awakening had been met. In the midst of the bright light, the seeker saw golden steps leading to the sky, and there, at the top of everything, was he, perhaps a god, or perhaps a devil. The seeker was confused, because he had just been dying in agony, and now everything seemed to have frozen. Turning around, he saw himself at the feet of Asmodeus. A light-faced figure walked down the steps straight towards the seeker, who was still stunned that something could stop Asmodeus and stand above him. "Who is he?" asked the pathetic seeker from the deity that radiated omnipotence. The king, or lord, was prompted by the deity, but it did not matter, for he had come to give him power. The seeker did not answer. He understood each word separately, but could not piece together their meaning. The deity chuckled. "There's no need to be so distrustful," the fair-faced one said. The seeker was recognized by him because of his tenacity, nothing more. However, it would be great if he no longer hoped for such a miracle. "It was the first and last of its kind," said the light-faced one. He didn't answer any more questions. In time, all the answers would become clear. At that very moment, the seeker saw above him something even more terrible than Asmodeus. This must be what Fenrir's grinning maw looked like, he thought, and then he was swallowed by the abyss. It's hard to say how long he was unconscious, but he woke up feeling refreshed, his cheeks were burning, his ribs were aching with pain, and someone continued to shake him persistently. A loud ringing sound came from a resounding slap in the face, and a wave of prickly heat passed over the face again. "Finally woke up!" the ugly school bully who'd been holding him by the collar said in a sarcastic voice. Beck Hex, a long-forgotten name stirred in the depths of his memory. Taehyung didn't understand how this slippery bully, who always groveled before the strongest and humiliated those who were weaker, ended up here. Just a moment ago, Kim Taehyung was in the abyss. Then, remembering the conversation with the fair-faced one, he checked his status. The boy received a couple more light slaps, but he no longer paid them any attention. He had just realized he'd returned to his 16th year, straight from hell, and this realization washed over him like a wave of hysterical, insane laughter, straight from the depths of his desperate soul. He laughed so wildly, so freely and uncontrollably, that even Beck Hexu let go of him and stepped back, deciding that the weakling had gone mad. For a moment, he thought the pathetic worm was just playing a joke on him and cursed foully, and then was surprised to find Taehyung's fist flying out to greet him. The greeting was excellent. Although Taehyung was inferior in strength, he was helped by the accumulated experience and anger of many years of humiliation, so the bully recoiled from the blow. He flew past his friends, who clearly did not expect such resistance from a weakling. Kim Taehyung himself was overjoyed, because he had just become awakened for the first time in his 35 years. Tears of happiness rolled down his broken and swollen cheeks. But that was nothing. When Beck Hex's lackeys realized what had happened, they pounced on the weakling who had dared to fight back, not hesitating to use their awakened abilities. Even though these were only basic skills, they could cause serious burns or injuries, but Taehyung simply dodged the first strike, after which he rewarded the overconfident opponent with a powerful uppercut. In fact, the hooligans did not know how to fight, and even ordinary skills were enough to deal with them. The second one, who jumped up to Taehyung after him with an icy hand, became acquainted with the leg of the seeker who had been to hell. By the age of 35, Taehyung had tried everything possible to awaken his skill, starting with the most grueling physical training, without forgetting to study all available information about the inhabitants of the abyss and their skills. Taehyung even practiced different types of martial arts in hopes of finding the key to awakening. Could he really lose to some bullies who had only fought a couple of times in their lives? And even then, against those who were weaker and fewer in number? They were children to him, and he beat them like children, anticipating their actions even before they were committed. Of course, the reincarnation had thrown away all his hard training. He no longer had a steely, resilient body, and this part would have to be started from scratch. Beck Hesu came to his senses after the single blow and rose to his feet, cursing loudly from the pain and humiliation. Having covered himself with stone, he looked like an evil troll. The bully's eyes were bloodshot like a bull's, and it was clear that he was no longer in control of himself. A school fight could at any moment turn into a brutal massacre. He possessed the ability of stone skin, which acted as armor. It was impossible to even think about penetrating it with a bare fist, and a direct punch to the face would make more than one dentist rich. Fortunately, Taehyung's combat reflexes remained intact, and he dodged the first blow. As with the second one, despite the fact that the enemy looked heavy and bulky, he did not lose speed. The armor allowed him to attack without having to worry about defense. So Beck Hexu took a running start and jumped on top of him. The force put into this blow sharply distinguished the awakened one from ordinary people, because a hail of fragments rained down from it in all directions. The roof was covered with a thick layer of fine dust, and under its veil, Taehyung, who was not injured, quickly went behind the enemy. He delivered a brilliant counterattack when Baek Heksu tried to meet his unexpected approach. But instead of heavy damage, Taehyung himself received damage. His opponent's face was also covered in stone, so he may have just broken a couple of his bones on it. The bully simply waved his hand, but the force was so great that Taehyung simply flew back. After all, a mere man could not compete with an awakened one. In an instant, the tide of the battle turned against Taehyung, and he lay on the ground completely broken. Baek. Hex liked this look much more. "There is a limit to jokes," he said angrily, approaching him to properly take revenge for the humiliation received. "A non-entity without awakening," said the bully, and smiled crookedly, confident in his superiority. Taehyung remained lying there, pondering. All awakened beings received a basic skill, which was assigned a rank, from lowest to highest. Rank 6 was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary human, while the highest rank was awarded to those worthy of being called monsters, their strength growing disproportionately with each level. But what did Taehyung get? He received an unknown ability, and a low-ranking one at that, while his opponent had a third-ranking one. However, for some reason, the adventurer didn't feel like he would lose. The power continued to come, filling him from within, and Taehyung was able to rise, surrounded by an ominous crimson aura like blood. Baek Hex couldn't believe his eyes and froze in place. The weakling he had always bullied had now truly awakened. Everything was new for Taehyung. He felt like he could now control magic with his skill. Feeling threatened, the bully rushed forward with a powerful attack. He knew that if the caster was eliminated, his magic would be interrupted. But then it was as if he had run into an impenetrable wall and froze in midair, caught up by a predator. Taehyung clenched his fist, and invisible fangs sank into the bully's stone armor, and it suddenly disappeared. At this time, there were not many students left in the school. Due to evening assignments, no one looked at the roof where the fateful battle took place. For just a moment, the sky turned crimson, as if it had been swallowed up by the abyss itself, and the rays of the sunset disappeared behind a red curtain. Having lost his strength, the hooligan fell face down at the hero's feet. The fight was over. The absorption was complete. The rank had risen to 5th. A new skill had been discovered. The system announced in a dispassionate voice, and stone growths appeared on Taehyung's skin. Her agate black eyes widened when someone knocked on the infirmary door, and then barged in without waiting for an answer. Even if Taehyung hadn't gotten into trouble, he would have injured himself just to peer into this heavenly oasis and admire the graceful figure of the young nurse with such a kind and innocent face that he could fall in love with her instantly. But now he brazenly barged into her chambers, dragging on himself everyone who had simply fallen down the stairs, and now he couldn't walk on his own. The very sight of a beaten and bloodied teenager, who looked like he had crawled out from under a truck, also left much to be desired. The beautiful Huri of this school corner could only let out a surprised cry, having recorded what was happening. Later, Taehyung helped his sister put the beaten children to bed. Fortunately, there were enough beds. Since the awakened children appeared, the healthcare system had undergone its own reforms. Instead of the usual bandages and treatment of abrasions, nurses saved school children from the effects of turbulent hormones in the blood, using their healing skills. Of course, Taehyung insisted on the most logical and plausible version of what happened. They all collided on the stairs and rolled down unsuccessfully. Maybe the steps were slippery after cleaning. Once he'd fully recovered, he left the beautiful oasis and leisurely strolled home, enjoying the walk. Not only had he just woken up, but he'd also gotten even with the bully who'd been bothering him all his school years. Though it was a petty victory, it warmed his soul. The only problem was the predator. Even by the standards of the Abyss, this ability was something insane. A rank that many couldn't improve in a lifetime rose after just one battle. It may have been a low-ranking skill, but the ability to steal abilities and grow from them made it the ultimate. There were many questions in his head. Why did the light-faced god endow him with this power? Why did he return him to the past? But in the end, Taehyung had no choice but to use this power and live on. And so he found himself in front of the doors of his home, where there should have been no one for an eternity, and he still did not dare to enter, fearing that he would disappear like a fleeting vision, and everything that was happening would turn out to be a dream. His relatives took in the young man when he lost his family, and so they began to live together. Now they had to be at work. Uncle came home late. Taehyung touched the door and was glad to feel the familiar smell, and that the house had not disappeared. He wanted to learn more about the skill and went up to the computer room, but suddenly discovered the house wasn't so empty. His cousin was hunched over a savings box, surrounded by some very strange characters. The brother clearly didn't expect to see Taehyung so early, and was very embarrassed by such confusion, realizing how difficult it would be to explain what was happening. Hwang Jae-young should have been at school right now, as far as the seeker remembered, so he was also quite surprised. Long-forgotten memories stirred in my head about how Hwang took all the money from the house to enlist the support of some bandits. Realizing that the quiet affair was no longer so, the bandits stood up. Their obvious leader frowned at Taehyung and, after asking Hwang, who was serving him, found out that it was his cousin in front of them. Taehyung waited. He still didn't know what kind of people these were and what they were capable of. The bandit who invaded their house behaved insolently, as if he was the owner. He said that his cousin should leave, forgetting everything he saw there, and approached with a threatening look. He was taller than Taehyung and broader in the shoulders, and on top of that he knew that the guy was not awake, so he felt very at ease. However, soon he too had to get to know the fist of the just hero better. Taehyung still wanted to test his abilities. The blow was so sudden that even the tall cabinet in front of him wobbled and fell with the clink of coins scattering all around. Taehyung reached out to the villain's face and summoned his predator skill faster than anyone could react. But the predator function turned out to be unavailable, the system reported indifferently. For a moment, all the participants in this scene that had begun so violently looked at each other in amazement. All the confidence of the veteran porter with many years of experience instantly evaporated from his face. Since there was no continuation, the bandit took the initiative and kicked Taehyung in the face. At the same time, the rest of the bandits began to act. When the seeker found himself on the floor, chains flew out of the hands of one of them, a binding skill of the 3rd rank. The second one used the poison breath skill, also 3rd rank. It became clear that this was not a simple gang of school children. Their leader had the ability to bleed, apparently of plant origin, because thorny vines appeared from his hands. This would be more than enough to defeat a strong awakened one, let alone an ordinary defenseless person. There was a crash and a roar that shook the entire house, and half the neighborhood must have heard it. Because of the smokescreen, Taehyung disappeared from sight, and the extortion gang had to wait for the smoke to clear. Their leader chuckled, amused by the audacity of the unawakened one who dared to pretend to be awakened. Suddenly, an ominous feeling came over them all. The use of a skill had been detected, the system calmly informed Taehyung. Chain, poison, and bleeding skills are confirmed, and resistance is gained through mystical power. Taehyung stood in the center of a raging crimson curtain that saved him from fatal damage. He had absolutely no idea how the predator worked, because at first he was silent, and now he had neutralized all the skills directed at him. The next moment, the seeker jumped as fast as he could and put the extortionist leader to sleep with a stone fist. The fair hero's eyes flashed with rage. He was clearly enjoying his power. Soon all the troublemakers were lying quietly and already dreaming their 10th dream on the floor of their house. Taehyung learned 2 things. Awakened beings see a status window accessible only to them, but the window itself doesn't display all the information. There was no mana shortage, but the predator still wouldn't activate, meaning it required special conditions. In addition, the predator's passive skill was not indicated in the description. It was capable of neutralizing all negative effects such as poison and bleeding. Thus, Taehyung gradually learned the peculiarities of his mysterious power, but then he was distracted by Hwang, who touched his forehead to the floor and bowed deeply, as if he were at a reception with the emperor. After which, he delivered a passionate speech in which he acknowledged the strength of his elder brother and repented of his sins, begging for forgiveness so loudly that his ears became blocked. For forgiveness, he was willing to serve him faithfully and do anything, even shine his shoes. Taehyung was amazed by such a deflection, even though he knew his brother was a real fox. Hwang even began to obediently bark, imitating a dog. But the problem was not in him at all, Taehyung thought, looking with disdain at all these humiliations. The trouble was that soon a danger was about to happen. A danger that no one knew about yet was looming over the city. The seeker was already tired of listening to human barking, and he agreed to forgive his brother, which immediately made him wag his tail. However, in exchange, he had to go with him. The seeker said mysteriously and grinned. He had already come up with a plan. Far beyond the city limits, in a long-abandoned industrial zone, it was quiet. Evening was falling and the sun was setting, its rays streaming through the windows of an empty factory. 3 searchers, who had been called straight from the office and without any equipment, entered this closed area. And all in order to witness such a rare and dangerous phenomenon as a gate breakthrough. Monsters from the other side of the abyss continued to arrive through the portal, still held back by the tight, transparent dome. If nothing is done about this phenomenon, it could turn into a real catastrophe. It's been 10 years since the last one. That time, it all started exactly the same way. A gate suddenly appeared and monsters began to crawl around. What was happening caused a lot of concern among the girls who came here. They kept their distance and suggested first evacuating the population. However, the seeker with them confidently declared that this wouldn't be necessary, as he had a second-tier skill, Barrier. It was this skill that was currently holding back the first wave of invaders. While he was bragging about his strength, saying that even if a breakthrough were to occur, only weak monsters would emerge from a low-ranking gate. They successfully broke through his transparent dome, and like a river breaking through a blockage, they gushed out. Then the leader of the interception group showed that his words and self-confidence were not built out of nothing, and in one fell swoop he cut off the head of the first monster that approached. They were all second-rank seekers, so they could hold back the breakthrough of a horde of lower monsters. Meanwhile, Huang and Taehyung ran through the city's night streets, and along the way, the returnee quickly brought his first henchman up to speed. The brother realized that the managing person was already at the gate breakthrough site, which meant everything would be fine. Although in conversation he constantly added "sir," completely out of place. The original mana of this gate was Tier 3, which is why personnel of a higher rank arrived there to deal with the problem, Taehyung explained. And everything should go smoothly, but only if this truly is a 3rd-tier gate. The entire floor of the abandoned factory was covered with a thick carpet of the bodies of monsters that had perished in the insane carnage. The leader of the interceptors was surprised by their tenacity, and the fact that they had even managed to break through his second-rank barrier. Suddenly, he felt mana appear inside the gate that was superior in rank to his own. Monsters began to crawl out from there again, but something more was hidden inside. So much so that as soon as this giant emerged from the portal, the fragile dome was breached again, and a second wave of freaks poured out. The first-rank giant ogre didn't waste time on trifles and breathed fire so loudly that the flames filled the entire covered space inside the building. Huang couldn't believe that something like this could happen. They lived in a peaceful city full of seekers, and such incidents hadn't happened for a long time. And how could his brother have known everything in advance? Intuition, Taehyung answered him. He couldn't admit that he had already experienced all of this firsthand. When they turned onto the main street, the need for any kind of explanation disappeared by itself. A crowd of passers-by ran towards them at full speed, driven by a horde of terrible creatures. Huang was dumbfounded with horror and almost fainted. Then Taehyung told him to carry out the plan he had outlined earlier. To his credit, Huang first asked what his brother would do. The seeker covered himself in stone skin and stepped into the chaos to deal with all the filth that had come out. That was his answer. The situation in the city quickly escalated. The free seekers were all busy clearing the abyss, or dungeons. And suddenly it became clear that there were simply no reserves to stop a first-rank breakthrough. The only thing that could save the city in such a situation was the help of a first-rank player, who would definitely come as a hero. And they had one. So the seeker enthusiastically asked the hero to help them save the city from disaster. He was called the Blade of Madness An Hyun-soo, a first-rank awakened who cried because he was so touched by the city's misfortunes or simply suffered from 8th grade syndrome. Meanwhile, Taehyung was busy leveling up on boars, simple monsters that he could easily defeat with the help of stone skin. He tried to activate the predator skill again, and a red tornado immediately appeared around him. However, due to fatigue above 70%, the skill did not work. Most skills consumed mana, but it was not the only thing that was under observation. Because there was also a fatigue indicator, just like in games, which accumulated as you moved and used skills, for which the awakened one was penalized, and he lost skill power and movement speed. On the other hand, the predator skill absorbed monsters' bodies, restoring mana completely free of charge, so his cheat had another nice bonus. What's even better is that due to such a rapid leveling up, the Predator's main skill has already increased to rank 4. The more Taehyung used it, the stronger he became. With such a growth rate, it wasn't that difficult to reach the highest rank or even the second highest. Before he completely lost his head from his incredible success, he decided to return to Hwangjae and see how he was doing. At the same time, the main battle of the evening broke out between worthy opponents, the Crying Swordsman and the first-rank Ogre. Hensu wielded his lightsaber with great skill, and with a furious charge, he knocked the Ogre to the ground, destroying a couple of buildings in the process. At the same time, he shouted out all sorts of pompous phrases, the sound of which made Taehyung feel ashamed every now and then. A warrior of justice judges the enemy and so on. But no matter how stupid it looked, the main thing was that it worked. With a hail of blows, and Hyunsu confidently defeated the larger enemy. The glow of the ultimate blow flared up in the middle of the streets, so it could be seen in other areas as well. It was a heated battle, and Taehyung preferred to stay out of it, just to avoid getting caught in the shockwave. Seeing the power of the awakened Taehyung, he realized that in front of him must be the same first-rank seeker who came to clear the gate as in his past life, the Blade of Madness. And Hensu, as only the Crying Swordsman himself called himself, was truly strong, and just as stupid, because he never stopped showing off over an already defeated enemy in front of who knows who. However, Taehyung still wondered why this swordsman was here. Before his regression, he should have been fighting in another part of the city. The weeping swordsman folded his hands in a prayerful gesture for all the fallen, which was also part of some internal script. The skill is being used, the system reported indifferently, and at that very moment a sharp blade pierced the swordsman's back and exited his chest. Had he been an ordinary human, this wound would have killed him instantly. A mosaic ripple passed over the villain who had attacked the Crying Swordsman from invisibility, and he chuckled. Meanwhile, Hwang stood over the beautiful nurse, who was unconscious and lying on a soft sofa. The guy even carefully covered her legs with a blanket, although inwardly he dreamed of doing something completely opposite, and now he was fighting temptation. Now Hwang watched as her chest rose and fell rhythmically. The girl was sleeping peacefully. Many people will die today, including their school nurse, Choi Nayeon, Taehyung told him before they went their separate ways. It was as if he knew the future, in which the girl would help others evacuate and ultimately die. Hwang possessed the sleep skill and could put a normal, awakened person to sleep, and the hero instructed him to do the same to Nayeon and then evacuate her to safety. But from the outside, it all looked like a kidnapping, so it's not surprising that Hwang was hesitant. He was also amazed at how it happened that his older brother found out about everything in advance. Then a completely absurd but plausible guess struck him. Taehyung had acquired the skill of foresight and immediately appeared before him in the guise of a fortune teller. This thought immediately turned Hwang's head, and there was no stopping him, especially since it could go wrong with such an ability. Literally everything went wrong from the very beginning. A first-rank seeker was wounded by an unknown assassin. Pressing his hand to the wound, the Crying Swordsman asked the scoundrel who he was, a vile coward. The bald villain's camouflage skill faded, and he chuckled contentedly. The swordsman was alive even with a punctured lung. One could feel the difference from ordinary awakened ones. It was even more fun this way, declared the shaved madman, whose eyes darted around like a chameleon. Han Sando was a second-tier villain, skilled in stealth. Villains were the awakened who, believing themselves to be gods of the new world, committed crimes. Han Sando was one of them, who massacred ordinary people and awakened alike during the gate breach, taking advantage of the general chaos. However, in Taehyung's past life, there was no such thing as Han meeting a Crying Swordsman. The future somehow changed because of him. Despite his serious wound, and Hyunsu was still able to fight and still had strength left. After delivering a fiery speech, he summoned his Jedi sword and advanced towards the enemy. But the earthquake prevented him from finishing him off, the Crying Swordsman first thought, and then remembered that they had been standing on the monster's carcass all this time. The ogre had recovered from his injuries and was rushing back into battle with his former fury, so when he stood up he threw off the annoying little people, and Hensu fell straight into the villain's arms, and a ferocious first-rank monster towered over him. The giant ogre did not distinguish between his own and others, and simply attacked them all at once. One blow of his split the ground beneath his feet. The villain decided not to participate in this alteration and leave Enhensu to the ogre, although not without regrets. In any case, he had already noticed a much more accessible victim for himself, who had been watching the duel for a long time without interfering. Han grinned devilishly and rushed at Taehyung with knives, sticking out his tongue like a wild hyena. Everything happened very quickly, but Taehyung managed to see the strange ring with skulls on the villain's hand. Taehyung saw the attack and didn't even flinch. The blade hit his stone skin with a ringing sound and bounced off without leaving a trace. Since the villain did not expect such resistance, he immediately received a counterattack with a kick to the jaw. Only now did Khan realize that the innocent victim was not so defenseless after all, and that before him was another awakened one. Taehyung named the criminal's name and rank and asked him if it was him, in order to finally dispel all doubts and impress the killer. "It's good that it was he who met him," said the just hero, and beckoned the villain with his hand. There was no need to wait long. At that very moment, the killer again tried to find a gap in the thick stone skin with the help of his blades. A fight ensued, with Taehyung protecting his exposed body parts and attempting to land a blow with his stone glove, which could be likened to brass knuckles. However, the killer had the advantage of blade reach, and was himself quite agile and skilled, so it was difficult to quickly defeat him. The opponents again broke distance to catch their breath and reassess the situation. The killer already realized that he had a difficult opponent. At the same time, An Hyun-soo was fighting the ogre in his epic battle, which was not attended by spectators because such fights had long since become commonplace. The Khan chuckled again and chatted for a long time, obviously waiting for the invisibility to wear off, since a direct attack would not be enough to take the victim, and it was necessary to attack from an ambush. At that very moment, he disappeared under the optical camouflage, as if he had never been there. Taehyung was confident that he had read the enemy's attack pattern well and struck the air at the right time. However, he missed, and he realized this when he heard the ominous voice of the killer behind him. Although Taehyung had put up a defense, it didn't work this time. The strong stone skin was cut by Han's blade. Seeing blood gushing from the cut, Taehyung was quite surprised. The tide of the fight turned, and he no longer felt so confident. The next moment, blows rained down on him from all sides. The killer could not hold back, knowing that he was invulnerable to counterattacks. Each blow left a deep but not fatal cut. The killer did not seek to immediately end all the pleasure, but played with the victim. Who could have imagined that stone skin could be cut? Khan knew about it, and now used the victim's weakness for greater psychological effect. The stone skin did not block damage completely. The unbearable shock broke the durable coating and replaced it with a less durable one. The invisible bastard had been trying to achieve exactly this from the very beginning, and gradually he destroyed all of Taehyung's armor and was able to appear. However, not only was the guy not scared, he was also grinning, because now he was confident that he would definitely be able to withstand the battle against the second rank. He lowered his guard and looked relaxed again. The testing time was over. The killer, enraged that all his efforts had been wasted, shouted at the boy that he was just bluffing and lunged at him again. Before the villain flew towards him, Taehyung stated that he wanted their meeting to take place, and all because he has the desired skill, which the guy knew for sure. Having said this, he grinned again and activated the predator. An ominous aura enveloped everything around, and the killer froze in indecision, realizing that all this time his opponent had been hiding a strange trump card up his sleeve. However, he still considered himself the master of the situation, even though he did not know what skill his opponent possessed. Anyone else would have simply run away just in case because life is one. But Khan began to dance around his victim, confident that they would simply not hit him. All skills have their weaknesses. Stone skin doesn't offer absolute protection and can become thinner. Taehyung noticed one peculiarity of the predator while consuming monster corpses. Some of them were out of his sight, yet they were still absorbed, the invisibility hiding the killer from his eyes, but not from the sight of this skill. "Wherever you run, the predator will get you." Taehyung waved his hand, and the killer ceased to exist as a whole organism. The battle lasted all night, and soon the glow of dawn appeared over the city. And Hyun-soo had fought valiantly, like the heroes he had always imagined, but now he lay on the ground, exhausted. If it weren't for the fatal wound in his lung, he would have been able to defeat the ogre. But now he realized that even the great and invincible heroes, to which he also considered himself, cannot overcome death itself. The ogre's heavy steps hit the ground with a loud thud, and Hensu heard his doom approaching him. The merciless monster swung his huge fist and hit the ground with all his might like a hammer. However, when the dust settled, he did not see the coveted wet spot where his opponent had been. Taehyung tried out his new invisibility skill. It worked perfectly, and he pulled out the wounded swordsman. The predator's chthonic tentacles entangled his body at the sight of a new snack. Their battle did not last long. When they returned home, the uncle and aunt were very excited and were very happy to see their son unharmed. Of course, they were no less worried about Taehyung than responsible adults. The boy was glad to see these nice people after so much time. With tears in their eyes, they dragged them into the house, because they thought that the children had been grabbed by terrible monsters, especially since the house was upside down after Taehyung dealt with the bandits, and there was no time to clean up. Somehow they managed to calm the adults down, and then Taehyung went to rest. News of the incident soon broke, becoming a hot topic. Even though the threat of a breakthrough had been eliminated, schools were still closed for a week, just in case, and to give parents peace of mind. Even the 3 awakened ones who had so bitterly mistaken the gate's rank remained unharmed and were now undergoing treatment in the hospital. The beautiful Nyan gave testimony about her mysterious movement, but she could not say more, since nothing happened to her. All her things and valuables were in place, and no one touched the girl herself. And Hyun-soo got his moment of glory. Even though he claimed that the city was saved by a completely different hero, everyone dismissed this as a personality quirk, which the crying swordsman was widely known for. On the other hand, a lot of controversy and unrest was caused by the fact that the body of the ogre and the unknown villain had disappeared somewhere, and therefore the usual security measures no longer seemed so reliable to the citizens. One thing Taehyung could be sure of was that no one had reported his interference the entire time, and now he could breathe freely as he walked along the old train tracks. He did not choose this path by chance. The narrow track led him to a dark, abandoned tunnel. Here you can see the main character's status, for those who are interested in reading all these useless stats, from which only one thing is clear. The hero will level up and become stronger. Taehyung now had 3 skills: Stealth, Stone Skin, and the meta-skill Predator, which allowed him to absorb other skills. However, using all 3 skills at his current level would be very difficult due to his low mana. At any moment, one could collapse from exhaustion of mana and stamina, and to compensate for this major drawback, one had to acquire the obligatory attribute of all awakened adventurers, potions. However, the colossal demand coupled with the limited supply led to an increase in prices, and purchasing them required considerable funds. They could be obtained by entering a dungeon and hunting monsters, but even simply using the skills by unregistered awakened was illegal, so Taehyung had no choice but to crawl into a deep crevice where a previously unexplored dungeon was hidden and clear it out. Inside, he was greeted by hideous spiders. They challenged Taehyung's aesthetic sensibilities and therefore had to be destroyed. The women weren't exactly thrilled that their hideout had been discovered either, and offered the lost traveler a snack. They were quite sophisticated, even capable of speech. The Spider Sisters were, at a guess, rank 2, and were quite dangerous opponents, especially in such numbers. But the hero was still dissatisfied, as he would have to kill 100 of them to raise his predator rank. Hearing such impudent words from the man, the ladies rushed at him all at once. The guy just stood there and watched as a spit of purple slime flew into his face. Seeing that he wasn't even trying to dodge, the Spider Sisters were very happy and were already anticipating a hearty lunch. However, they were quickly disappointed. Taehyung remained unharmed, having absorbed all the damage with the help of the predator. The boy chuckled, appreciating their skills, and the sisters recoiled in horror, realizing that things were not going in their favor. Soon, the new paralysis skill was registered. The system reported indifferently. In the middle of the city stood the new building of the Korean Awakened Association. The Seekers had long since become the new elite, so it was no surprise that their organization was flourishing. Inside, at the entrance to the office, which was fenced with real oak gates, with rich carved decorations, there was even a guard. Inside, a silent meeting was taking place. The cute, short-haired Seeker looked expectantly at her more mature interlocutor. These two were the association's top prospectors, and the deputy manager of personnel policy, Go Tae-wook, who stood between them, was quite nervous. Awakened beings who are allowed to enter the abyss, use skills to explore it, and clear dungeons are called Seekers. There are 5 major organizations across the country that unite these players and are not very different from each other. 4 major guilds: Indivisible Fighters, Master Alchemists, Mages Wizards, and Night Wanderer Informants. And above all of them stands the organization that manages the Seekers. Yuan, who was sitting in the chair, headed the Guild of Night Wanderers. This stern woman radiated strength and authority because she had the highest rank. Her interlocutor, Ji Jinhui, who had an eye patch on one eye, held the position of the chairman of the New Seekers Association, and he radiated no less power since he also held the highest rank. The subject of their meeting, to which Yuan was invited by the chairman himself, was the Guild of Villains, which was founded by the most abnormal renegade seekers, all of whom wore rings with 3 skulls. Ayan managed to track their movements and even compiled a list of the criminals' potential targets. But she was certain that the reason for this meeting was not a simple formality in the form of the transfer of intelligence. Chairman Jinhui chuckled, his voice sounding low, as if the person sitting in the chair was a bear rather than a man, and his manner was more reminiscent of an old soldier, just as straightforward and energetic. The chairman then asked when Yuan had passed the seeker qualification test, and received a casual answer, at 19, which was the minimum required age. Could a high school student fight a monster? The chairman asked mysteriously and chuckled again, puzzling even the experienced scout. Taehyung sat on a mountain of corpses. Here lay the remains of the entire brood of freaks that lived in this hidden cave. His backpack was pleasantly weighed down by the weight of the materials he had collected, which he hoped to sell to the Alchemists Guild. Instead of payment, the guy wanted to get valuable potions from them, especially since he took all the loot from the dungeon for himself. The unplanned week-long vacation quickly ended, and it was time to return to school. Even a 35-year-old hero with experienced cheating skills had to go there again. Taehyung spent these 7 days building up his endurance. Fortunately, simple exercises were enough for this so far. It was also good to level up on different monsters in those dungeons that we managed to discover before the official authorities. The guy took everything he got to the Alchemists Guild, because they were a monopoly in their business. Fortunately, these people were not at all concerned about the origin of the materials. State oversight was extremely limited among the searchers. Taehyung also developed his skills, which were supplemented by another skill of paralysis. Anyone interested can read about it. Although the Predator had already reached the 3rd rank, there was still a very long way to go. Taehyung wanted to gain omnipotence as quickly as possible, and was now looking thoughtfully out the window. His classmates had avoided him before, but now that word had spread that the guy had single-handedly destroyed Beck Hex's group, they were even more afraid to approach him. No one understood how the unawakened one managed to do this, but everyone sympathized with him, because the problems only increased with this victory. Because Lee Jong-jae won't let this go, and indeed, the next in the hierarchy of school bullies has appeared in front of Taehyung, and not just anyone, but the biggest scoundrel with a saccharine face. Besides this, he was the son of rich parents, and as if that were not enough, he already possessed the ability of the highest rank in his school years, so he felt very at ease. The leader of the gang at school, and a 3rd-generation chaebol heir to the Daesang group, which sponsored its own school where they all studied. It was he who was behind the construction of a system of pain and humiliation at school, because no one could do anything to him. This bastard stood behind every bully who ever beat up Taehyung and made his life miserable, and he clearly enjoyed it. And all because Taehyung still hadn't received the incentive. That was enough to start bullying. When the hero heard Lee John address him so brazenly, even calling him a friend, he laughed evilly in response. He was not going to tolerate such treatment in this life, so he suggested that Lee John take off his rotten saddle and roll like a sausage. The rich son's hangers-on immediately went wild to possess the hero, for which the owner rewarded the dog with a juicy fist right in the nose, just so that he knew his place. With this, Lee Jong showed what he really thinks about those who try to hang around him. However, Lee Jong wasn't about to accept the loss of his authority, even though he understood why Taehyung was so inspired after defeating Beck Hexu. His voice didn't waver, but the powerful aura of flame looming menacingly over the hero made it clear he'd been wrong to taunt the tiger to his face. Taehyung chuckled. He felt the pressure of the awakened upper class's magical power on himself, which exceeded all expectations. Despite this, he was eagerly awaiting the moment when his opponent would start a fight himself, in order to introduce him to the Predator. However, a fight did not take place. A third party intervened, freezing Lee John's hangers-on in place, and the girl demanded that the showdown be held elsewhere. A cold beauty with blue eyes to match her strength, Lim Aeong ordered them to stop, and the same applied to Taehyung. Snow Queen, class president, #1 beauty, daughter of a wealthy family, half-sister of Yu A-yeon herself, model student and top-ranked awakened. The list of her impressive qualities as the daughter of her mother's friend could go on and on. If it weren't for Lee John's nasty character, they would have looked great together. But now the girl resolutely approached him and made it clear with her whole appearance that she would not back down. Even Lee Jong had to reckon with someone who was his equal in every way, so he immediately stated that they were just having a fun chat with friends and that they had no quarrel. In the mind of a well-bred girl, it could hardly be called friendship when one beats the other. Lee John acknowledged her strength, but still ordered her not to cross the line, measuring the girl with a furious look. However, it was like trying to melt a glacier. Lim En didn't even bat an eyelid and repeated her demand to leave everything and go away. At this point, Taehyung also thought that it would be better for them to really leave everything behind, since not only the class, but perhaps the entire school was in danger of being destroyed if one of them did not decide to retreat. Lee John was the first to decide to leave. A fight with the school's strongest student was not in his plans. It would not add to his pleasure or authority, so he turned towards the exit. But these words were just a pretense. The scoundrel turned around abruptly and, giving in to his unbridled nature, raised a wave of scorching flame. Lim Aeong's hair was already covered in frost, but perhaps the most terrifying fight in the history of school fights never happened, interrupted by the sound of the public address system. The Seekers Association will be giving a special lecture in the main hall today, which is why all the students needed to gather there. It was a very unusual meeting, too important to cause a ruckus right in front of it, so Lee John cooled his ardor. This time Lee John actually left, and his dogs hurried after their master, still undeserving of the frostbite and broken nose. When they left, slamming the door, Lim Aeong turned around to see if Taehyung was okay. She must have been expecting gratitude and was already preparing to nobly refuse it, but the rescued one simply disappeared. The guy was already standing in the doorway and told the excellent student to hurry up so as not to be late for the main hall. Such a striking change in behavior caused a lot of bewilderment on Lim Aeon's face, but she remained silent. The hall was full of people from the senior classes, all excited by the attention of the Seekers Association and connecting it with the recent breach of the gate. Today, the deputy head of human resources, Go Tae-wook, spoke to them. He came out on stage and introduced himself. There were two reasons for this meeting. The first was the lack of response to the gate breach, and the second was safety training from the Seekers Association. However, the main purpose of the meeting concerned those responsible for the future of their new country. Because starting this year, the conditions for passing the exams for the qualification of a Seeker were changing. However, at the moment, the best awakened ones didn't care about this at all. Instead, they were more concerned with Kim Taehyung. The culprit of the commotion himself listened to the entire speech with a bored look. He already knew how events would unfold over the next 2 decades. Many students did not understand what the Seeker's exam had to do with them, since it was usually only allowed to be taken by those aged 19 or older. This was the case before, but due to the recent breach of the gates, many dungeons filled with monsters have appeared. The association openly admitted that it was experiencing a severe shortage of personnel, and therefore, starting this year, they plan to approve the recommendation of even high school students. According to Go Tae-wook, the association was going to select people based on their abilities and behavior after a thorough check, but Taehyung knew it was all a lie. The exam could indeed be taken by high school students, but the real selection was already taking place at that moment. It was all because of Go Tae-wook's skill called the Observer's Gaze that his hidden eye was already scanning everyone gathered in the hall. This skill allowed one to quantify the contradictory and unbalanced abilities of the awakened, and even open their status window if one concentrated. So, Go Tae-wook saw a certain amount above each student. In his estimation, the average score of the school was definitely higher than others. But even among the excellent awakened, there were gems that inspired Go Tae-wook's admiration. While his skill couldn't grasp all the complex nuances and balance of skills, it did a good job of demonstrating the division into ranks. While most people would consider a level of 500 points to be good, Lee John could boast of having almost 2,000. And Lim Aeon was truly astounding, with her impressive level of 2,300 points. It's so cool to measure strength by a single indicator and then express it in meaningless numbers. Sister Lim Aeong herself provided Go Tae-wook with a list of potential seekers, but even so, he was surprised by the strength of the students, and he was already preparing to write letters of recommendation. However, here, Lee Jong raised his hand high and asked the deputy if there were any who were not at all suitable for the recommendation for the seeker's exam. After all, one way or another, the exam tests the abilities of awakened players and determines their right to become a seeker. So, there was no need for the unawakened to listen to this speech and be present in the hall, he said, and immediately looked at Kim Tae-hyung. Such was Lee Jong's vindictive nature, who even in small ways sought to humiliate those he did not like. A seeker is not only his personal strength, of course, the rank of an awakened one, the ability to cope with different situations, extensive knowledge of the abyss were also strength. All complex abilities required testing and skill in their use before the awakened one would be eligible to become a seeker. But for the unawakened, even this information could be dangerous and instill unnecessary expectations, Lee Jong declared. Thus, he skillfully wove concern for others into his words, although his intentions were completely opposite. Taehyung immediately realized that Lee Jong had another goal in mind with this speech, namely to check whether he had woken up. The hero had a choice: either admit that he was awakened or leave in disgrace, and the arrogant rich man waited to see how it would end, setting a trap. Lim Ayong also realized that the nasty bully was playing some kind of game again and pulled him back. But then she remembered Kim Tae-hoon's character and realized that she would not receive any gratitude for her intercession, so her ardor immediately faded. Under the puzzled glances of others, the girl, who was only trying to appear cold and reasonable, turned away, deciding that she should let everyone sort out their own problems. Go! Tae-wook took the floor again, and laughter was heard in the hall, but he still continued with an unperturbed voice, stating that listening to the lecture was everyone's personal business. Lee Jong definitely wasn't going to stop there, so he continued to press, asking the hero if he wasn't ashamed to stand there, since he wouldn't be able to get a recommendation anyway. Or maybe he doesn't care about things like the seeker's exam at all, Lee Jong asked sarcastically. Taehyung chuckled. He knew that if he didn't prove his awakening, he wouldn't be allowed to take the exam. But he also knew that a personal interview would not be necessary, because the eye of all-seeing was already looking at him at this very moment. For Go Tae-wook, strong people stood out, as if they shone brighter than the rest. Lee Jong had the highest rank, but his character left much to be desired, the deputy thought regretfully. There was another boy who, according to his classmates, was not awakened at all, and the deputy even felt sorry for him. But when he tried to look into his status, the system failed. This surprised Go Tae-wook so much that he even recoiled. This had never happened before. When Taehyung realized that the bait had been taken, he suddenly agreed with Lee Jong. What benefit would it have been to him to listen to this information? It would only have hurt the pride of the main school bully, the hero stated. And Lee Jong was surprised. Taehyung gave him the middle finger and wished him well and continued listening to the very useful lecture. Now the hero looked like a winner, because the boring lecture had no particular value, even for the awakened, and all this spoiled Lee Jong's feeling of victory. Meanwhile, Go Tae-wook was extremely disconcerted by the system failure, a message he had never seen even when he had checked on the association leader or Yu Aeong. Under the gaze of many eyes, Kim Tae-hyung walked away proudly. He achieved his goal. The conflict definitely attracted the attention of the association's deputy. He tried to check the awakened one's status several more times, but with the same result. And then Taehyung finally showed what he was capable of. A number flashed above his head that was twice the sum of Lim N's abilities, who was the strongest among the students. The hero spent the rest of the day quietly in the library, where it was always pleasant to sit, enjoying the solitude. He himself hoped to hide here until the evening, in search of information about the king who gave him strength and returned him to the past. But the Long Shadow said that this would not happen. There was no useful information in the books anyway. His case was too unique, Taehyung said when he saw Lee Jong's dogs in front of him. There were 3 of them, and they said that the leader was looking for him, so the hero was supposed to follow them. When Taehyung asked the service dogs with a smile what would happen if he refused, they bared their teeth sarcastically and reminded him of his aunt's restaurant. Taehyung worked there part-time, and in any case, he didn't like the fact that third parties, dear to him, appeared in their conversation. Since he doesn't have parents, his relatives already have a hard time caring for someone else's child. There's no point in adding to their difficulties. Since they were also laughing maliciously, the last drop of Taehyung's patience snapped, and he spoke in the language that such people understand best. The impact of the awakening was comparable to the explosion of a grenade. There was a cracking sound, the rumble of breaking furniture, and the ringing of broken glass. The hero grabbed one of the dogs by the throat and easily lifted him up with his outstretched arm, after which he agreed to meet with Lee John and clarified his location. Lee John chose the gym as a place for a date, where no one was currently, but he didn't come there alone. Next to him was another shaved-headed man in a suit, apparently a servant. Sol Hundo was young Master Lee's bodyguard, a first-rank seeker, and he had already tried several times to lower Taehyung's status, but he never succeeded. With this level of resistance, it meant that they were at least a first-rank awakened being. Hearing this, Lee John chuckled and offered to talk as friends, but he was not trusted. He admitted that he had been harsh, but it was all due to his curiosity, which had not yet died down. Lee Jong even shared his plans to create his own guild, which would be the successor to the Daesung group. But even a genius cannot act alone, he believed. Personnel decide everything, Lee John declared, raising his finger meaningfully to the sky, as if he were uttering some kind of universal wisdom. He didn't need losers like Backhex, but real talents like him. He added snakes and brazenly pointed a finger at the hero. Like a mad school bully, he spread his arms theatrically and proposed ruling the galaxy together. Or at least that's the importance he was trying to convey. Only then could Taehyung achieve fame and fortune, pulling his family out of the gutter, Lee Jong believed. But for the hero, all this was the barking of a mangy dog who thought he was something special. No words of persuasion could convince him anymore once his family's argument was brought up. Family is everything. Taehyung hardened his skin, letting the scoundrel know he'd crossed the line. Lee John reacted to this with feigned indifference. In his own eyes, he saw himself as the arbiter of fate. A fireball of such power appeared in his hands that Taehyung felt it on his own face. Since he had failed to recruit a supporter, he had to be destroyed as a dangerous element. At that moment, Lee John's bodyguard helpfully set up a barrier, a magical skill that separated the inner space from the outer space and thus could not be sensed. The arena for the duel was ready. So, in his opinion, no one should know about the brawl right within the school walls, although the plan was crazy from the very beginning. Before the hall had time to be covered with a barrier, both opponents entered into a fierce fight, inflicting numerous blows on each other. Lee John pressed forward furiously, covering his fists in flames. He was strong as a magician and as a warrior, so he moved very confidently, radiating power. Taehyung's stone skin cracked, unable to withstand the highest rank abilities. And Lee John continued his attack, performing a spin in the air, and decided to finish off his opponent with a wide kick. There was an explosion, which only grew stronger due to the compressed space, and the hero disappeared completely into a cloud of flame. Lee John reveled in his strength. Realizing that he was winning, he laughed, after which he continued to shower the enemy with scorching blows, each of which was like a shot from a cannon. Sol Hundo even felt sorry for the guy whose beating he was forced to take part in. Most likely, his master's opponent was a first-rank awakened being, with good body-strengthening skills. With his level of combat instinct and will, it was even hard to believe that he was a simple schoolboy. He might not even have been able to find a worthy opponent. But today's battle would be the last for this guy. The bodyguard understood. Taehyung was still holding on, parrying Lee John's hard, burning blows. But in the face of a higher rank, all his efforts were in vain. It was like a wolf challenging an elephant. They were simply in different weight classes. Sol Hundu wished the guy to quickly realize his limits and give up before he got even more injured. But then he suddenly stopped short. All this time, Lee John was doing whatever he wanted and simply beating his opponent. But at some point, they began to push him back. And with such force that in the end, the young gentleman received a stone fist in the face, after which he flew off to lie down and rest. The bodyguard could not believe his eyes and froze in indecision, not knowing what to do, whether to intervene in the fight or not. Lee John smashed the wooden floor with his body and groaned. The landing was not pleasant, and besides, he was not used to feeling pain in general. It turned out that he couldn't get up not only because of the pain, which meant that the guy had another skill in addition to his armor, the astonished bodyguard realized. Taehyung chuckled. Despite his broken face, he was glad that he finally managed to use that skill. The Predator had given him 3 skills in the last week since his return: Stone Skin, Invisibility, and paralysis. However, the guy was in no hurry to use the skills from the very beginning. The third rank paralysis could not overcome the resistance of the awakened highest rank, and the invisibility would be quickly removed by fire attacks with a wide range of action, while the predator was the last resort of kings, and therefore it should not be used thoughtlessly. Therefore, his tactic became the gradual accumulation of paralysis effects with each contact with the opponent. If he applied it several times, then even the highest rank resistance could be overcome. And so Taehyung fought until the natural defense of the untrained Lee Jon cracked. And so he lay on the floor, completely immobilized and completely helpless before the one he despised so much. The bodyguard was deeply impressed. It was the first time he had seen someone give the young master such a strong rebuff in a direct fight. But despite this, he still did not interfere in the fight. Lee Jong finally admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by such trash. His hand reached into his pocket from which he pulled out a bright crystal. Despite being paralyzed, Lee Jon managed to crush it with his finger, and a wave of force hit the hero's face, even stronger than before. And then he saw before him a flaming giant, as tall as the roof, entirely woven from dense flame. "We will fight fairly and honorably," the school bully declared sarcastically, and the fight ceased to be an ordinary brawl between the awakened. In such a situation, Taehyung had no choice but to run. The giant chased after him to grab him. No blows were required. It was the equivalent of ending up in a steel furnace. The hero fluttered like a butterfly, just to avoid being burned alive. There was no doubt that the enraged Lee Jon, who did not know how to lose, did not care about his life. In desperation, Taehyung turned around sharply and jumped straight at the giant, but another fireball was already flying at him from above. An explosion occurred, destroying the remains of the stone armor on his body and throwing the guy far back. The fiery man inside of whom Lee Jon himself was hiding took a step towards the defeated enemy, and in an instant they changed places. This skill of young Master Lee was called the Fiery Heart, and it would be difficult for an ordinary human to unleash the full power of a top-tier skill. But before that, Lee Jon used the enhancement stone. He had no intention of having a sports fight. These stones were obtained by processing the heart of a monster, and they temporarily allowed one to increase magical power. At this moment, Lee Jong was able to unleash the full power of his top rank, making him incredibly dangerous. And then the bodyguard realized that the jokes had long since ended, that the young gentleman did not know when to stop. He shouted at him to stop, otherwise he would actually commit murder on school grounds in broad daylight. Moreover, his body was working at the limit of its capabilities, which is why the vessels could not withstand such a flow of mana and burst. Instead of answering, Lee Jon, who had gone crazy, threw a fireball at his own bodyguard. He told him to shut up, because a pathetic slave does not dare give orders to his master, the bully barked. How could he stop after some slug humiliated him? Lee Jon asked arrogantly. Taehyung stood up and also realized that he wouldn't be able to leave here so easily. Gathering all his blazing power, Lee Jon brought it down on the pathetic plebeian who dared to rebel against the masters. When the fire consumed him entirely, the madman burst out laughing, fully understanding that he had just committed the most terrible crime of all possible. The bodyguard didn't know how to stop his charge without getting into trouble himself. He jumped towards the hole in the floor where Kim Taehyung had just stood, still hoping that the guy had survived. He even extended a helping hand and asked to escape somehow, promising to detain the young gentleman. But at that very moment, the servant received a strong blow to the jaw, and despite his first-rank strength, he staggered far back. The hero emerged from under the clouds of smoke and, in a voice full of suppressed anger, said that he would not run because he had not started the fight first. The highest ranks were different from all the others. Kim Taehyung could clearly feel it now, but he hadn't come here empty-handed either. Glass vials from under restorative potions rolled across the floor. Now he, too, was ready to show his full potential, and an ominous crimson power appeared in his hands. At this time, following the results of the open reviews at the high school, Go Tae-wook met with the chairman. He was extremely impressed by the report of the two best students, whose characteristics indicated that they belonged to the highest rank. The deputy confirmed everything, but was much more reserved in his assessments. The results were truly impressive. Even without much training, Lee Jong and Lim Ayung possessed such strength, it was comparable to the level of a Japanese saint or a first-rank seeker. The comparison to a saint made Go Tae-wook wonder what they would say about that guy. The saint represented all of Japan. She first tested her level at the age of 19, and even then it exceeded 2,500 total points. That's right, even the one who, without exaggeration, was a monster, had only 2,500 points. What kind of madness was going on with that guy's stats? Maybe it was an illusion or a skill error, Gotowuk thought. He wanted to figure it out for himself, so he didn't make any big statements. Bodyguard Saul fell to his knees, amazed by the picture he saw before him. The fiery giant was firmly grasped by the crimson whips and completely immobilized. The magic of an unknown awakened being suppressed the ability of the highest rank. Li John was also confused. He tried his best, broke all the rules, and still couldn't do anything. Until the very end, his pride did not allow him to stop and admit defeat. He kept rushing towards Taehyung, shouting that the heir of the Taesong clan could not lose to a weakling of lower rank. But what did a hero care about rank and birth when sheer strength decided everything? True, wealth can be considered a cheat, but there were far more impressive things in the world that defied common sense. It was the power of the king, granted by the god himself, for whom even the greatest demon of the abyss, Asmodeus, was nothing more than a toy. When this force fell upon Li John, an explosion thundered that could not be hidden by any barrier. The front wall and roof of the gymnasium were blown into the air, and the debris was scattered far and wide. Flames whistled all around from numerous fires. Stone chips fell from the remains of the walls. It was a miracle that they weren't buried under the rubble of the building. Li John lay unconscious, barely breathing. It was a miracle that anything remained of him. Even his pretty face wasn't flattened. Taehyung stood over his finally defeated enemy, but his attention was focused on his bodyguard. He knelt down in front of him and covered the young gentleman with his body. It was increasingly reminiscent of some kind of medieval drama about knights and heroes. Bodyguard Saul managed to pull out Li John right at the moment when the predator skill was used on him, and this was quite unexpected. But it didn't matter, since the theft couldn't be stopped, and Li John's skill was successfully acquired. Even in their situation, the bodyguard warned the guy that it was stupid to attack the heir of a powerful clan, and now he would have to deal with the consequences. The hero didn't care about this. He wasn't the one who started the fight, and even with such power there was hardly any reason to fear problems. In any case, Taehyung didn't want to kill the school bully. His crimes weren't that serious, but he wasn't going to refuse the ransom. The heir to a wealthy clan could fetch no less than 1 billion in pleasant bonuses. That's the ransom amount set by the noble Sir Knight. Incidentally, this is precisely how knights earned their living, which is the source of their humane attitude toward members of their own class. Upon hearing the explosion, all students were quickly evacuated from the school building, under the supervision of teachers and the frightened nurse Nyon. The city had recently been attacked by a wave of monsters, so everyone was nervous and on edge. Lim An clearly felt the magic of the flame. Without a doubt, it was the power of Li John, who was fighting with someone, the girl thought. She had already imagined the terrible picture of a weak student being beaten by a bully, who was probably asking for help. And while Sweet Nyon was trying to convince everyone to stay put and not run away in panic, Lim Ayon rushed towards the incident. The blue-haired noble lady also secretly dreamed of adventure. A thirst for exploits was seething within her, and so she did not wait for them to find her. The girl considered herself guilty for what happened to Kim Taehyung, so she was in a hurry to prevent the worst, although it was not very clear what she was hoping for after such destruction. However, as soon as she ran into the hall, a completely different picture appeared before her. The exact opposite of her expectations. Kim Taehyung stood smugly in the middle of the hall, while Li Jong lay unconscious. Not knowing what to do or how to react, Lim An stood there in indecision, not uttering a sound. Taehyung, however, was glad to see a witness, or rather, an assistant in her person, because the main school bully needed to be taken to the first aid post, or better yet, straight to the hospital. Horrified, the girl ran up to the main victim and asked what had happened. According to Lee's character, John was already lying down when he arrived, perhaps having fallen down the stairs or something similar. He was lying even despite his own rather battered appearance. According to Taehyung, he still doesn't know what happened here, so he asked Lim Ayon not to tell anyone that she saw him. After this, he brazenly announced that he was leaving without really explaining anything. The guy disappeared faster than Lim Ayon could stop him, and she thought in anger that he had definitely found the lost ring somewhere. When the disguise fell away like a mosaic, the boy was already far from the scene, looking at the thin wisp of smoke rising above the school. In a way, he even enjoyed it, since he'd never enjoyed studying there. In his naivety, he thought that for now he could breathe freely, that he could rely on Lim Aong, that she would take care of Lee Jong, and that the Taesung group would not bother him for now. But there was something that surprised the hero when he looked at his status. There was a new feature called Charm, and it immediately received 5 points. If you're interested, you can take a look. The Monarch's Heart skill was also added, increasing the party's stats, though only at rank 3. Taehyung assumed Charm was only a matter of appearance, like celebrities, so he was puzzled by where these skills came from after absorbing the new power. Moreover, the acquired skill was not called a Flaming Heart, but a Monarch's Heart, and the already gifted scoundrel Lee John also possessed such a skill. The hero was indignant, but that was wonderful because you can never have too many skills, he thought and grinned greedily. Skills that affected the group were rare, regardless of their rank. Taehyung could already combine several different skills. And with the Monarch's Heart it was even cooler, he thought, and took a deep breath of the cool night air, because his head was spinning from the future prospects. Suddenly, the hero's path was blocked by several premium cars, and he was blinded by the bright headlights. A group of unfamiliar searchers emerged from them, but the guy still knew one. Go Tavuk came personally for him to ask a couple of questions, and a chill ran down the hero's spine. He realized that these people already knew about what had happened in the gym and his involvement in these events, and the deputy head of the association himself looked sternly at the schoolboy. But the tense situation was not only on the highway far outside the city, but also in one of the country mansions, which in appearance almost resembled a vampire castle. Inside the lavishly furnished house, the guard dogs were thrashing and thrashing, matching their master's enraged tone. Lee John's father had already learned of the incident and was furious, as not only had his son ended up in the hospital, but he'd also had to pay for it. He sat in his chair as if on a throne, trained dogs barked nearby, and his bodyguard Saul was kneeling in front of him, thinking that it would be better to die in battle. The bald-headed servant begged for forgiveness and agreed to carry out any order, if only this nightmare would end sooner. The head of the house ordered him to do whatever he thought was necessary. He was even amused by the audacity of the guy with whom his son had fought. However, he believed that their side of the conflict should also receive compensation, and made a gesture with his hand, which made the bodyguard turn even paler. Despite all the horror, the bodyguard remained a man until the very end. He even now begged the master to change his anger to mercy, because his son's opponent was a simple high school student. Just by looking at Lee John's father, one could understand from whom he had picked up such habits. The arrogant head of the clan considered himself the ruler of the world and the destinies of ordinary people. The highest-ranking seeker and owner of the Taesong group, Lee Jong-soo, grinned maliciously, anticipating a quick reprisal even though his enemy was an ordinary boy in status. The main association searchers surrounded this guy and asked him point-blank what he was doing in the gym, since he clearly wasn't kicking balls. However, Taesung was still unsure of what exactly he was talking about. Perhaps Go Taewook was referring to their conflict in the assembly hall. The chances that the deputy had personally attended the fire in the hall were slim, but what if he already knew everything and made his move? For a long time, the hero didn't know what to answer. Then he decided to check first what Go Taewook knew and asked about the explosion, but he was clearly surprised. Turning towards the city, over which a column of black smoke was rising, Go Taewook stated that he was not very concerned about this event, especially since other organizations would deal with it. So the guy realized that Go Taewook didn't know anything yet, and the deputy repeated his question. If so, then they don't know yet, the guy asked them directly and grinned. He held himself confidently, not at all like a school-age boy. Taehyung made it clear that he already understood why they came here, to give him an invitation to the Seeker's exam. Go? Taewook laughed nervously. He still doubted the guy, so he pretended not to understand what was being said, testing him. Then Taehyung grinned and showed the HR deputy his compelling reasons, and a crazy number of 5,214 units appeared above his head, which should be more than enough. Go Taewook couldn't believe his eyes. This boy had grown even stronger in the mere hours since their last meeting. Now he was certain the numbers weren't a mistake or an illusion. Who is Kim Taehyung? The stunned seeker wondered. Only then did he finally notice that the boy looked like he had crawled out of a sewer. Returning home, Taehyung continued his routine training, And Brother Juan, upon learning that he would be participating in the Seeker's exam, raised quite a fuss. Besides, it was supposed to happen in a month, so Huang stood there with his mouth open like a country bumpkin. However, he very quickly realized his prospects as the first servant and confidant of the future emperor of all Rus, so he fell on his face and began to bow his head. The hero didn't immediately realize when he'd acquired a jester in his entourage and returned to training. The Taesong group was supposed to deal with the gym. Suspicion of its destruction was averted, so the guy had a whole month to prepare. The hero thought there would be no problems, not knowing that his house was already being closely watched. Two disgusting-looking, suspicious individuals grabbed the association agent who was secretly keeping an eye on the guy. He must have been one of those who watched over the rising stars whose appearance was expected at the Seeker's exam. These two were assassins, known as the White and Black Demon Brothers, both first-ranked and specialized in stealth and body strengthening. White chuckled contemptuously. This was the first time they had been sent to eliminate some weakling. Even if he was a star, he still had to lack combat experience. The Black Brother agreed with him and smugly waved his hands in a theatrical gesture. Even if the guy was strong, without experience, it didn't matter. The Black Man was about to say that they would show the boy what it meant to be truly awakened, but turning around, he suddenly discovered that the White Man was somehow unwell. Realizing that they were under attack by an unknown enemy, the Black One drew his blade and rushed to help his brother. Then the hero released the killer, who was already unconscious anyway. And at that very moment, he jumped straight towards the Black Man, so that his knee ended up right at the level of the latter's face, securing the dentist a summer trip to the seaside. This is how the guy showed the killers who was the small fry with no experience and who was the real hero. A few hours before this event, standing in the burning hall, Taehyung laid out his ransom demands, although he understood perfectly well that the bodyguard would not be able to get anything out of the gentleman. And the hero himself was not such a terrible person as to hold his subordinates responsible for failure. He simply asked them to do everything possible to conclude a deal with the Taesong group. And so that the new servant would not betray him, the hero imposed his new power on him. They sealed the agreement with the Oath of the Awakened, a way to seal a deal, and if one of the parties broke it, a random but eternal penalty would be imposed on them. Lisik found himself between a rock and a hard place. On one side, he was pinned down by a not-so-young schoolboy, on the other by his own master. The bodyguard was supposed to receive $1 billion from Mr. Lee and do his best to hide Taehyung's involvement in the gym explosion incident. At the same time, it was Sol Hundo who warned the boy that assassins had been sent for his soul. The Oath of the Awakened One compelled him to do so he was obliged to report Chief Lee's response. The masked killer attacked with ferocity to hide his unaccountable fear. His young opponent dodged as deftly as if he had the skills of a veteran and seemed to have no fear of him at all. At some point, the guy managed to carry out a powerful attack, but the killer used fast movement. He found himself behind his target and counterattacked sharply, plunging his sharp blades deep into the concrete of the roof. Taehyung had heard of the White and Black Brothers, and that they specialized in stealth assassinations, but in the end there was nothing special about them. In the end, apparently all they are capable of is sneaky attacks when the target is unaware of their presence, the hero realized and grinned ominously. At the same time, a VIP car was driving along the highway of the night city. The best prospectors had long been accustomed to enjoying the privileges of the rich. Yu A-Yun leaned back tiredly in her soft chair, thinking about the fact that the selection of future participants in the Seeker exam had already been completed. It was held all over the country and was supposed to bring together the best of the best, so she became curious about who the chairman was waiting for. Among the newcomers, there was definitely supposed to be Shinbok from Busan, with the highest rank. The chairman, who was in contact with her, however, stated that this time she had guessed wrong. Of course he was waiting for her younger sister, the one-eyed chairman declared. However, Yu A-Yeon did not have the highest opinion of her half-sister. The chairman asked who the picky spy wanted to see then, and Yu Aeong smiled. She had already heard that in addition to the high-ranking guys, there was someone who was being looked after personally by Go Taewook, so Aeong wanted to know the level of this mysterious awakened one. And this level grew not by the day, but by the hour. Because the predator had something to profit from, the prey itself came into his hands. However, this time Taehyung's ability didn't work, and he discovered a new condition for its use, a lack of physical capabilities. Due to the overload, the use of the predator was impossible, so the hero had to call for help. The association seekers were extremely outraged that the white and black brothers, who had been bothering them a lot, were now taking on school children as well. Go Tawuk came again to personally check everything and take control. He asked the guy if he knew those who could send famous killers after him. Of course, the guy couldn't talk about his affairs with the Taesong group, so he shook his head. Fearing that the list of exam participants might be leaked, Go Taewuk requested reinforcements from the association. The hero, however, wanted to hush everything up as quickly as possible. He was not as concerned with the problems associated with the powerful conglomerate as he was with his own recently discovered limits to growth. Due to his lack of physical ability, he was unable to use his skills, making them completely useless, meaning he needed to work on improving his abilities. To increase the awakening level by using the predator on other awakened or monsters, the skill itself was needed. Taehyung realized that he had reached a dead end and thought deeply about how to find a way out. In the end, he was left with only one option, the hero thought gloomily. So the very next day, he headed to the gym, where a charming and fit girl immediately handed him a form. Her name was Yu Ra, and as the manager, she represented the association's top training center. A beauty with a toned body and a sweet smile, what could be better to see in the morning? Hwang was deeply shocked that they had come to such a place. Just to train here, one had to have considerable status and strength. The mask of goodwill almost cracked on the cutie Yura's face when she realized that her clients must be lost school children. However, she quickly changed her mind when she saw a card on one of the guys, which Taehyung received from the Alchemist Guild thanks to his generous donations of valuable materials at good prices. Only a relative of a high-ranking seeker, or even a guild owner, could receive such a thing. Yura hesitated. If she simply processed the payment, she could get into trouble later if something happened. Then, one of the inhabitants of this Hall of Power noticed Miss Yura's difficult dilemma and came to her aid. Like all the inhabitants of such establishments, this one was also distinguished by a certain eccentricity, from his appearance to his demeanor. "To enter this place, money alone is not enough," said Mr. Kang Chul, a former second-rank seeker. Even Hwang knew this clown with muscles instead of brains. And the hero looked at his posing and the play of muscles with complete indifference. What normal person would walk around without a shirt in broad daylight? Kang Chul was known as a rookie killer, so the noise he made had already attracted the attention of the other gym-goers. "Everyone should tremble when they hear his name," the naked brute boasted. And Taehyung couldn't stand it, so he called him a weakling and a chatterbox. Such a harsh statement frightened not only Hwang, but even the cutie Yu Ra, who knew Kang Chul's proud character well. The big man frowned and strained his muscles as hard as he could to make himself look bigger. Taehyung then suggested testing it out by making a bet in which the loser would pay a membership fee to the gym for a year. Hearing such conditions and already anticipating easy money, Kang Chul roared with joy. So they moved to a virtual arena, which was also part of the training equipment and simulated images of the abyss. They sat in comfortable chairs, where sensors read all the indicators. The show attracted a huge crowd of spectators. Everyone wanted to see how the overconfident newcomer would be crushed, and Hwang was worried about his brother. This virtual program was called a virtual porter, the charming Yura explained to him. A competitive training session in which the awakened one had to carry the maximum weight. Additionally, they had to defeat the maximum number of second-class virtual monsters and then reach the designated location in the shortest possible time. Although the conditions sounded somewhat contradictory, many disputes were often settled in this way in the hall, but Yura believed that the conditions were too unfair for Kanchol's opponent. The muscle man with a mohawk laughed maliciously and took his starting position. He wasn't going to play along. "How dare some brat compete with him, a seasoned retired veteran?" the brute asked, and immediately rushed into the thick of the monsters. Thanks to his muscle-strengthening skill, dealing with them was not a big problem for him. This skill gave him speed and maneuverability, making him perfect for the porter's test, especially since Kang Chul could lift much more weight. That's what he thought until he was suddenly passed by as quickly as if he were standing still. With a heavy load on his back, Taehyung broke through the ranks of monsters along a straight road. He ran like an arrow, practically without deviating from his course, and kicked away all the enemies. The toothy ones could only helplessly gaze upon the full splendor of the handsome hero. In the end, the guy got a crushing score, possibly the highest in this game. Kang Chul immediately became frustrated. He did not expect such a turn of events at all. All the viewers of this show were in the same confusion. And the hero, although he planned to train for only a month, decided that a year of exercise would not be superfluous. Then he looked triumphantly at his opponent. No one could run as fast with a heavy bag as a porter with 20 years of experience. "It's time to pay the bet and get lost," said the fair hero to the arrogant bull. The next 30 days passed quietly for the hero, and then came the day of the Seeker's exam, which was a big event and which gathered an entire stadium. Whether you would live as a trembling creature or rise above all as the King of Kings depended on the results of this exam, so all the candidates waited tensely for it to begin. From this year onwards, younger students were also expected to take part in the exam, which added to the excitement. Among the promising participants who came from all over the country was Han Jung-wook, a first-rank close combat master. Possessing a cold fighting sense that even the highest ranks could not defeat, Druid Lee Gilsan, first rank. The Thunderer of Busan, Shin Yunbok of the highest rank, also gained great fame beyond his city. They also didn't ignore the rising star of the saintly level, the Snow Queen Lim Aeong. The exam promised to be the most exciting event of the year in terms of passion. There were so many reporters and other media workers around that the unfortunate girl in glasses from a little-known channel couldn't get through. Her skills included typing, and it was unlikely to help her case. And yet, she desperately needed to land an important interview, or risk being fired from her job. But because of the crowd in front, it was impossible to even take a photo, let alone interview anyone. This is exactly how the hero found her, just passing by. But perhaps fate itself brought them together, because all real heroes needed their own bard or storyteller of their glorious deeds. The girl was almost crying loudly, and salt lakes had already gathered under her glasses. Here she heard Taehyung's indignation that the participants could not pass if there was such a crowd in front of the entrance, and she became somewhat inspired. "It was boring as hell," Taehyung grumbled, "that he came here as a third-rank participant, although he had somewhat improved his appearance during the month in the hall." As a result, the guy barely made it to the start of the exam, which was only a few minutes away. He still gave that strange girl his first interview because she begged him to. But it was worth taking care of the image in advance, the hero thought, and entered the hall, where a huge crowd of young awakened people from all over the country had already gathered. Each of them had a yellow number with a sequential number. Taehyung received 920, which indicated a large number of participants. Here, the guy met a familiar face. The Snow Queen looked at him with an amazed look, and it was not for nothing that Taehyung had grown a whole head in a month. Now the cold beauty looked like a child from his height, and Lim Ayon asked where he got such protein. "So what? A little training?" the hero muttered indifferently in response. But that hardly explained anything to the girl. The boy had changed so much in just a month since his awakening. She immediately decided to take advantage of the opportunity and clarify that incident in the gym. But she was interrupted by the sound of the loudspeaker. The exam had already begun. The screen lit up and multiple images of the speaker appeared on it, congratulating everyone on the start of the exam. In this room, the best hunters will be selected in the first round, and the host moved on to explain the rules. He drew their attention to the numbers that were given to each participant. In this exam, they had to collect 5 of these, including their own, which, if lost, would result in the participant being expelled from the exam. The competition for exam badges. "The limit is only 1 hour, the presenter warned. And at that very moment, the space inside the hall began to change. All the participants were instantly separated and mixed up. The top and bottom mixed up, like in an Escher painting, so for some time everyone was confused. "The first round of the exam has begun. Everything is allowed except murder," the presenter shouted at them. Their hall expanded, acquired islands. It was very difficult to calculate the movement, since the gravity vector was constantly changing, which made everyone's head spin. However, most of the awakened quickly got used to it. They already had prepared tactics to rush at the strongest and defeat him in order to increase their chances of survival. It was a real dogfight. Everyone was fighting each other without any order, and the spectators watched what was happening from the screens. Lim Aeong immediately established herself as a promising young woman, standing out for her strength even though this year's conscription had a higher average score than previous year's conscriptions. They were even more eagerly awaiting the Thunderer from Busan, who had already been nicknamed the Walking Transformer. Only 20 minutes had passed since Shin Yunbok's test began, and no one had been able to get close to him. It was a massacre of the innocents. and it was impossible to approach it without electrical skills and insulated equipment. While the others were wondering which of them would take first place and prove stronger, Go Taewok stood to the side. Of course he understood this excitement. If it weren't for that strange guy, he would have been keeping an eye on the high-ranking students himself. His level was much higher. This guy should have definitely passed the test easily and shown his strength. Switching the camera to Taehyung, the deputy caught him in hand-to-hand combat with another participant. Seeing them beating each other like madmen, he even recoiled from the screen. "What is this?" cried Deputy Go in amazement. Hong Jung-wook possessed the skill of steel skin and actively used it for defense and attack. Taehyung fought him on equal terms, covering himself in stone, so their battle quickly became a contest of endurance rather than skill. Deputy Go was extremely confused. Kim Taehyung caught all the blows on his face, which looked not cool at all, as if his abilities were misjudged. But then he noticed that perhaps all of this was part of a big and bold plan. In any case, Taehyung did not look like a loser. However, a powerful counterattack to his throw forced the hero to stagger back far, and he missed a heavy blow. His opponent immediately declared triumphantly that he should not have been challenged. Stone skin was a perfectly backwards compatible skill with his iron skin, Hong explained. It wasn't enough to fight him head-on, as he was deliberately using tricks. The hero chuckled and told him not to talk so much. The system had just informed him that his stamina had increased by 1 unit. Even after a month of training, the seal on the predator still hadn't been broken, meaning Taehyung's abilities were still insufficient. The point of any training was always to push oneself to the limit. The fine line of what the body can withstand before it breaks down. Because in fact the training was not yet over, at this moment both fighters hit each other again. The hero grinned. Han was the perfect training tool for him. "Monster!" the iron-skinned man said in a strangled voice, and passed out, having completely used up all his strength. Thus Kim Taehyung, awakened to the 3rd rank, took possession of his first badge. Deputy Go burst into a mad laugh when he saw the outcome of the boy's battle and understood his plan. Only a crazy schoolboy was capable of such a thing. Training right during the fierce battle for the position of Seeker was so brave that it even frightened Deputy Go, and he gave the guy credit for it. The problem was that by raising his stats, the guy used up all his stamina. It was easier to rip off the badges of the weakling so as not to be expelled from the exam, and this is what Deputy Go expected of him. But the hero was not going to live up to expectations, and all the observers suddenly turned their attention to the strange 3rd rank guy. He aimed straight at the lightning man who was already standing on the mountain of defeated students, having grabbed far more numbers than necessary. Even with all their mass, the weaklings were unable to defeat him. Shin chuckled as he saw someone who could barely stand on his feet so boldly approach him, the one who had already taken 147 numbers. Taehyung didn't show any awe in front of such power, and after asking how many numbers there were, he began to brazenly count them. "In any case, more than 5, the hero concluded and grinned, looking at Shin, who was standing upside down. Soon their fight began, or rather it was a real typhoon with a thunderstorm. Explosions and flashes rained down on the hero in an unceasing succession. Shin, who looked like the son of Zeus, threw one lightning bolt after another, and apparently knew no limits to his endurance. Using his agility, Taehyung, who had already become accustomed to the inverted space, quickly dodged attacks, but did not run far. Timing the moment between the lightning bolts, he suddenly approached Shin and kicked him, covering his foot with stone before doing so. But the lightning aura was so strong that it pulverized his thin insulation extremely quickly. In the end, he was unable to penetrate Shin's lightning protection. Another explosion followed, and Taehyung again broke his distance, after which he began to watch his opponent. Now the hero remembered the name of the Thunderer from Busan. He lived up to his nickname and was a very dangerous opponent. Even for him, fighting him was too difficult, while Shin himself did not experience any difficulties. A powerful elemental aura surrounded his entire body, creating an impenetrable barrier. Moreover, they could be used at a long distance for attack. Taehyung seriously thought about how to break through this if he couldn't use the Predator skill. Although he no longer attacked Shin, the latter apparently became interested in the guy who held out longer than the others and went on the attack himself. Taehyung dodged the sharp blow of the Thunder Fist, and the terrible crackling of the discharges immediately made his ears pop. Shin didn't stop and delivered another kick, destroying the space around him. Taehyung continued to simply dodge. He suffered some passive damage, but he still endured it, overcoming the pain. It seemed that his opponent was enjoying this game, and was not going to let go of his toy, and even brighter flashes of electricity illuminated the hall. The hero's body arched as the full force of the current passed through him. It was a good thing the laws of physics ignored the bodies of the awakened. Otherwise, the guy would have been boiled alive. Fueled by their confrontation, Shin was eager for a close-quarters fight, face-to-face with an equal opponent. Taehyung then responded desperately by turning his fist into a hammer, covering it with several layers of stone. But even this protection did not save him from the concentrated beam of lightning that Shin immediately directed at him. After this, the Thunderer sent the hero flying, and he himself jumped up to finish him off with a final epic blow in the air where it was impossible to dodge. A monstrous attack followed, far greater than any Taehyung had seen before. The Thunderer must have destroyed an entire section floating in the air. Shin was playing with his new opponent. This toy was offering him at least some resistance. Before this, everyone was busy simply running away from him in horror and could do nothing. Shin hoped that at least the Snow Queen Lim Aeong would entertain him during this exam, so he was overjoyed when someone else worthy of fighting appeared. But at the moment when he was most reveling in his superiority, a stone flew at his head. This must have been the first time Shin saw stars. It all happened so quickly that he didn't even understand what kind of attack had hit him. Taehyung didn't stop there. Finding his opponent's weak spot, he threw 3 more stones at him. These fast-moving boulders were somehow ignored by Shin's lightning defense, and he absorbed all the damage. Stone Skin was a Tier 3 skill, and it couldn't overcome the resistance of the highest tier. Ordinary materials would not have reached the Thunderer either. But the examination hall was not made of simple substances. It was originally built to withstand the effects of the awakened, and unlike Stone Skin, the material it was made from did not lose its properties if broken. So, the God of Thunder himself supplied his opponent with a weapon with which he could defeat him. Picking up a huge piece of debris in his hand, Taehyung threw it at Shin. Even though he had time to scream and be indignant that this was not normal, this was not fair, the stone block still landed on Shin's head. This duel ended with the defeat of one of the strongest candidates for the Seekers. Everyone watched in amazement as another block of the arena was destroyed. Many people read Kim Taehyung's name for the first time and now wondered who he was. Deputy Go was pleased. This was exactly what he wanted to see, and he was glad that he had not been mistaken about the guy. Meanwhile, Taehyung collected his missing badges to formally qualify for the second round of the exam. All that was left was to wait for it to end. After what he had seen, it was unlikely that any of the survivors would have decided to go to him, the hero thought. But an unexpected blow from the ice forced him to quickly dodge, and Shin was completely blown away by the shockwave. Only one person could possess such an impressive aura of ice, the guy realized as he watched the snow avalanche approaching him. Before the hero could even blink, he found himself inside an ice sphere. Lim Aeong was also inside, and was now walking towards him through the broken arena. The schoolgirl's eyes were full of cold determination to finish the conversation that had been interrupted at the beginning of the exam. Snow slowly fell onto the arena, covering it with a white blanket. Taehyung didn't know how long the head man had been watching his fight, and why she suddenly decided to attack. "With great power comes great responsibility," the girl said, quoting something she'd once heard in a movie. "Power without responsibility is simply violence," she continued. The Snow Queen didn't expect Kim Taehyung to be able to defeat Shin, but now she understood how he defeated Lee John. For some reason, all this so disturbed the exemplary student and class president that she decided to bring justice to the world. Taehyung attempted to hide using his invisibility, but the Snow Queen rained snow bombs down on him, causing all his disguise to immediately fall away. Before he could react, he received a spinning blow from a beauty who was fighting in her skirt, and to her credit, she did it very well. However, now she was in terrible anger, because she trusted Taehyung last time, although even a blind man would have understood everything immediately. Apparently, the realization of her own stupidity angered her even more, because Lim Aeon rained down a hail of ice cubes on him without any mercy. Her thoughts were hazy. It's unlikely that the girl herself understood what she was doing and why. Rather, she succumbed to an unconscious emotional impulse. Another glacier lifted the hero high up, almost piercing him through and through. This blow was very heavy. As soon as he took off, he was immediately pressed back into the arena, and the guy fell with a crash. Using unauthorized skills is a crime. Lee Jong and his accomplices were still hospitalized, the headmistress noted coldly. Technically, she was right in her claims, of course, but her view of the whole matter was too one-sided. Still, realizing that Li Zhang was no innocent lamb either, the Snow Queen declared that she would not file an official complaint. However, in her opinion, Taehyung should have refused to take the exam because he was unworthy of being a seeker. However, the boy wasn't about to give up, and with great effort, he managed to get back on his feet. Do scoundrels like Li Zhang have qualifications, strength, or responsibility? The hero asked her. All these words were nothing more than excuses, simply to defeat him, so he told her not to be a coward and admit it. Hearing these words, the Ice Queen realized that there was no question of leniency, and a huge ice hammer, one of her ultimate attacks, appeared in her hand. Her eyes, blue like icy lakes, filled with light. The girl was determined to end everything right here and now. The hero's stone skin had long since lost its strength, and after the battle with Shin, the boy assessed his capabilities. Even if he were to use invisibility now, an area attack inside the dome would definitely hit him, and he had already activated the monarch's heart, which increased his abilities. But this was not enough to turn the situation in his favor. The predator was still sealed, its stamina long gone to inflict paralysis like it had done in the battle with Li Zhang. It had only one option left, and that was its current abilities. Another explosion thundered, and an icy fog obscured everyone's visibility, so the observers eagerly pressed themselves to their screens to see how the battle between the strongest fighters ended. Even Deputy Go didn't know what to expect from the outcome, and nervously looked at the screen. When the fog cleared, everyone saw deep ruts in the arena's super strong surface. From a distance, it was difficult to understand what exactly was happening, but it was not that the Snow Queen was somehow resisting it. Maybe she couldn't, or maybe she was in too deep confusion. The moment they came close, Lim Ayong brought down a heavy hammer, the size of a glacier, on the hero. Only after demonstrating miracles of dexterity did Taehyung manage to dodge and attack the girl himself. He had only one tool left, one skill that could easily overcome resistance of the highest rank. It was not romantic desires that worried the hero. He also felt a certain moral guilt for kissing a girl half his age. The closer and deeper the contact, the higher the likelihood of successful paralysis. Mixing his blood with poison, he forced Lim Ayong to swallow it. It was all a crazy adventure, but since the girl did not expect this, it worked. The result spoke for itself. She was lying on a soft, cold blanket of snow, and she could do nothing. Despite this, the girl was still trying to say something. A scarlet blush blazed on her cheeks. Perhaps for the first time, the mask of ice cracked on her face. The paralysis is in effect. The target is shocked after receiving fatal damage. Charisma is increased by 3. The system minted the results of his prank. A few moments later, a signal sounded, marking the end of the exam. The wounded were promised assistance from medical personnel, while those who were still in the ranks were told to remain in place. After this, all the students began to be treated. Some might consider such a test excessive, but one should not forget that in the abyss, seekers will face deadly difficulties. Even though Lim Ayan failed the exam, was paralyzed, and lost her badge, she was still considered a success. Her strength was undeniable. The numbers were merely a formality. Everyone wanted to see the future searchers perform in a real-life setting. Kim Taehyung only collected 7 numbers, but his victory over the strongest competitors captivated everyone's attention. As the hero walked past, all the exam participants immediately began whispering behind his back, and many doubted his 3rd rank. And yet, the effects of the ordeal had taken their toll on the hero. He walked with difficulty and remained composed in public only through sheer willpower. It was worth considering stealing the healing skill for himself in the future. Before the guy had time to relax, he had to defend himself again. The Thunderer Shin, seeing him standing against the wall, suddenly attacked. He called the hero a vile coward, and Taehyung had to use stone skin again to block the lightning bolts. His tricks wouldn't work here, Shin declared, and he was right. There were no solid rocks nearby, and Taehyung hadn't thought to hide a couple of souvenirs in his pocket. Seeing the 2 top candidates clash, the other participants began to happily cheer for both of them, because the fewer competitors there are, the better for them. However, Shin wasn't particularly picky about who he destroyed, and he threw one of the lightning bolts at the weaklings so that they wouldn't talk too much. After which he suggested that Taehyung fight fairly, and the guy realized that in front of him was a madman obsessed with battles. Shin laughed and promised to teach him the craft and show him who was boss. But at that very moment, he buried his nose 2 inches into the floor. High-ranked Seeker Park Sungjin, who was briefing them on the exam, heard the noise and immediately pinned all the students down with a high-gravity skill. This was one of the strongest Seekers in the country, a future double top rank, and yet the hero brazenly resisted his power, remaining standing on his feet. Park Sungjin chuckled, amused by this stoic guy. Then he added more weight to him, as if he had increased his body weight several times. And then Taehyung realized that it was not in vain that he had been doing deadlifts and squats faithfully. Taehyung gritted his teeth and endured with all his might. He knew that the skills of the highest ranks were on a different level, but the current Seekers were completely beyond his imagination. Park Sungjin chuckled again. Now he was intrigued, because even experienced veterans couldn't withstand such a load. He wanted to add more and see at what point the guy would break. But then a stern voice called out to him. Doctors immediately ran up to him and ordered him to stop the treatment of the students, who had just received treatment and were still to participate in the second round of the exam, which might not even start. Park Sungjin tried to justify himself by saying that he was just rechecking his skills, but no one believed him, because this happened to him every year. Under the threat of informing the chairman of the organization, the doctors forced Pak Songduzin to retreat. Then the veteran looked at the stoic guy and asked his name. When the hero said his name, Sungjin thought, "It's not surprising that the strongest one turned out to be the one who defeated Shin Yunbok and Lim Aeong. Finally, someone interesting has appeared," thought Park Sungjun, and expressed hope that the guy was striving for the highest rank, nothing less. Having promised to wait for this moment, he left quickly before receiving a scolding from the doctors. Soon after all the participants had recovered, the second round of the exam began. Park Sungjun stood on the platform in front of the students, and portals were visible behind him. Everyone waited with excitement, not yet knowing what kind of test they would have to go through. Park Sungjun himself was also looking forward to the fun of watching the newcomers get crushed and run off to cry to their mothers, and announced the start of the second round of the exam. He himself had to pass through the area beyond the portal, which everyone had to enter. It was a 4th-tier dungeon, a real one with monsters inside, so many were terrified. Everyone was to split into teams of 5 and explore the area under the supervision of a senior explorer. During the course of the game, all their actions will be assessed, and the necessary consumables and potions will be provided to them by the association. Some of the guys immediately grabbed their swords. Before that, few of them could afford a real sword, not a training one. When everyone was ready, Seeker Pack told them all to come in. Under the supervision of an experienced adventurer, even newbies shouldn't have any problems with such a simple dungeon, Taehyung thought. Unless the dungeon turns out to be a double dungeon. It was the first of its kind in the past, when it was tragically discovered during an exam. Many seekers perished inside, and the consequences led to escapes into numerous undiscovered dungeons. It would have been good to prevent such a tragic event in advance, but no one would have believed a student's words on an exam, and even if the truth had come out, Taehyung would have been the first to fall under suspicion. So he thought. But unfortunately, he underestimated people's common sense in matters of life and death. Even though his decision doomed the first group, Taehyung simply hoped not to be in it and focus on his own survival. In any case, he did not consider himself responsible, even though he knew the future. Ironically, the goddess of fortune had other plans, and Taehyung quickly realized it. The mustachioed mentor and 4 other students were waiting for him inside, and it was clear that they were dissatisfied with his slowness. Their mentor was a first-rank seeker with the sorcerer class. Soon the first monsters of the dungeon appeared. Mud humanoids driven by something unknown attacked them, but they were so weak that the coordinated work of the newcomers with their undeveloped skills was enough to resist the monsters. Having distributed roles, the 4 of them broke through the horde of monsters, even without the help of an instructor. Since they had done well, he praised them all and even clapped his hands. Even though this was their first battle, it was clear that the students had a well-developed sense of direction. They did not lose their bearings, which confirmed their qualifications. The children modestly noted that all this was thanks to the wise instructions of their instructor. Taehyung didn't participate in this. He was much more angry that he didn't invest all his points in luck, because out of all the teams, he managed to end up in the first one. Apparently, their instructor was carrying the very same item that belonged to the first dungeon discoverer, a unique rank sage ring that increased speed, stamina, and magic power by 10 points. Taehyung had already realized that they had definitely ended up in Apocalypto, a top-tier double dungeon, and his predator was still sealed. The chances of survival were 0, and now he regretted being so reckless. In any case, he wanted to prevent the second level of this dungeon from being discovered. Meanwhile, the group moved on until they reached a fork in the cave. The children turned to the instructor and asked him what they should do. The dungeons often had many confusing passages, and while he suggested deciding everything by majority vote, Taehyung rushed past him without waiting for a general decision. Ignoring their bewildered cries, he ran into one of the tunnels. Even though it was dangerous to go alone, the boy did not listen to the instructor's instructions. Apparently, Taehyung wanted to influence the group's decision so that they wouldn't find the dungeon and act against them, although it seems it was worth waiting until they chose something. The guy ran forward desperately, jumping over a deep gorge into which he almost fell. After that, he jumped into the hole that led down, fearlessly sliding down the slope. The rest had no choice but to follow him. Taehyung was determined to prevent the plot from his past life, even if it was risky. It was a shame it all turned out to be pointless. He froze before the enormous, ominous portal that lay right in the cave, filling it with light. Fate was playing a cruel joke on him again. Taehyung, like no one else, knew what was in front of them, and was stunned with confusion. Even though the hero went around the main path, he still ended up in this place. Apparently, there was no other way out of the wormhole. One of the weak-minded and brave students decided that it would be a good idea to touch an unknown object in the dungeon. Taehyung screamed for everyone to stop, his voice breaking with excitement and terror. He called them to their senses, because they had entered the gate, and it was strange to find another one inside, completely unnatural. Such incidents had to be reported immediately, the hero declared and turned to the instructor. However, this mustachioed, bespectacled man was in no hurry to jump to conclusions. In general, he agreed with the guy. Such things really should have been reported to headquarters. But in the end, he suggested they go inside first, much to the hero's horror. It would be good to figure out whether it was possible to avoid going inside, and whether there was any certainty that once inside, they could come back out. Even though Taehyung called for common sense, no one listened to him. It was hard to argue with the instructor, who was a first-rank seeker. The magic inside this gate isn't as dangerous as the overconfident idiot seemed to claim. They were still in a 4th-tier dungeon. These gates were prepared by the association as a way to give them special recognition, so the instructor declared they would all receive top marks. Perhaps he was driven by a thirst for discovery, willing to neglect the safety of his students. Taehyung began to hotly object and argue. Such a risky step went against the principles of exploring the abyss. But his arguments and position seemed too weak, given that he himself had been acting alone the entire time, disregarding the team. This accusation was also manipulation, but the instructor skillfully exploited the situation to sway the students to his side. Taehyung was immediately subjected to a barrage of criticism, being called an arrogant braggart who argued with his seniors. Ultimately, they all wanted the top score much more than Taehyung, whose future was already guaranteed. Now the guy understood what led to the tragedy. These people had essentially signed their own death warrant, but he should have thought through his actions in advance and warned senior management about the presence of the gate here. Then the instructor would have been forced to act with caution. All the students sided with the one who was senior in rank and position, which gave him even more weight. Taehyung practically begged them to stop and think again about their actions. But the mustachioed instructor didn't listen to him and simply flicked his finger on the portal membrane, activating it. The cave was filled with a bright, blinding light, so Taehyung had to close his eyes. And then they found themselves inside, the portal sucking in everyone in front of it. Glasses froze, clearly not expecting to see what was inside. Even to the eyes of newbies, this dungeon did not look like a simple 4th-level dungeon. It was a long, straight hall, with a high colonnade on either side, and an ominous figure standing at the end of it, looking more like a boss's room. Looking closer, they saw a statue of an ancient warrior, with a huge sword in his hands, a spiked crown, and a mourning mask on his face. The students huddled fearfully around their teacher. They gradually began to realize their mistake and were now seeking protection. Taehyung stepped forward. He was the first to accept the inevitable, and ordered the others to stand still and keep a close eye. Some began to complain. But then the passage was covered with gray fog, and the hero said, "They are coming." 2 warriors slowly approached them, as if for a knightly duel. They were very similar in appearance to the statue at the end of the hall. Only the crystal in the place where the belly should have been showed that in front of them were undead creatures, but controlled puppets in armor. Death Knights were first-tier monsters, well known to everyone, so the worst fears were immediately confirmed. The instructor hesitated. He himself had already realized what a mess he had gotten himself into due to his own stupidity, but it was too late to regret it. He ordered his students to prepare for battle. At that moment, steel clanged and both knights attacked them simultaneously. The instructor shielded the students with his body, otherwise they would have definitely died. "Filthy monsters!" the mustachioed man shouted at them, as if that could offend anyone, and prepared to use magic. The ground beneath the knights' feet turned into hot magma, and this forced them to stop. The sorcerer then shaped the magma into spikes and impaled the knights on them, piercing them in several places. From under the lowered visors came some ancient, untranslatable curses. At the moment when the enemies were immobilized, the instructor ordered the students to attack them with all their might. First, they blocked their view with fire and flashes of light. With their combined efforts, they unleashed a heavy attack on the 2 knights with everything they had. The coordinated work yielded results. The twisted steel figures fell to the ground. Their armor was bent and pierced in several places, and the crystals were shattered. Thus, the squad managed to defeat very strong monsters, despite the fact that most of them were inexperienced and weak newcomers. They deserve credit for this. They did well, and they themselves could hardly believe that they managed to survive. Death literally hung by a thread. One student even managed to let out a triumphant cry to encourage the others. He still had no idea how cruel the abyss could be. Through the fog, the group heard the sound of steel boots hitting the stone floor, and with horror, they realized that this was not the end. Instead of 2 knights, there were 4, all with heavy weapons but without shields. While the others froze in horror, not knowing what to do, Taehyung quickly examined the broken armor of the previous knights and discovered something strange there. The battle continued. The tiny squad managed to destroy several waves of Death Knights, which lay like a pile of scrap metal now covering the entire floor of the hall. But each time, a new army, twice as large as the previous one, came to replace the defeated ones. And there was no end in sight. The detachment was already operating at the limit of its strength and capabilities. The students had done more than they should have. They could barely stand on their feet from fatigue and exhaustion. It was a miracle that they still held their formation and didn't run away in terror. Their morale had also long since fallen. After examining the empty shells, Taehyung noticed something strange about what was happening. The recent battle made the instructor look at this student with different eyes. The guy not only didn't look very tired, but he also recognized the danger of the gate from the very beginning. Moreover, they were all able to stand on their feet, strengthened by his skill, the heart of the monarch. Otherwise, they would not have survived until this moment. Now the bespectacled man was ready to pay much more attention to Taehyung's words. The guy made the assumption that these were not Death Knights at all, even though they looked like that. Even the thought of this horrified the instructor and the other students. It was unclear who they were fighting then, and this is exactly what the hero was about to find out. Picking up one of the heavy knightly claymores from the floor, gripping the sword with his stone glove, he rushed forward without looking back. The entire army of knights, clanking their armor and weapons, also moved towards him like a steel avalanche. Taehyung was quickly surrounded and attacked from all sides at once, but he dodged. Soaring above his opponent, he avoided all the blows and continued moving towards the end of the hall. The hero jumped over heads, easily pushing off the knights. All this time he held back his strength. Once he reached the statue, he threw a heavy claymore at it, and it flew like a projectile. The sword hit the stone and shattered it into many pieces. Immediately after this, all the knights who were chasing Taehyung burst into flames, and then scattered without a trace. Then the group of students realized that all this time they had been fighting only with an illusion, and had exhausted themselves completely in vain. An illusion trap, the hero explained to them. Similar ones are created in the abyss to weaken plunderers and other attackers. They imitate places and enemies. When the harsh reality dawned on them, the examinees began to loudly complain. And the instructor was amazed that the guy knew about such things, because he had never encountered Death Knights or anything like that before. "Who knows?" the hero answered him thoughtfully, his words tinged with steel, like retribution for his previous attitude. In any case, he proved that he was not as weak as people thought. With a proud look, the hero continued on his way until they were simply killed, and suggested that the others do the same. They then moved along the dark passage. The instructor lit the way, and Taehyung helped the wounded walk, supporting them on himself. Although they had shattered the illusion, their situation was hardly improved. The dungeon had completely changed and become unrecognizable. The squad had suffered severe injuries and could not simply stand still awaiting help. Their hope was to find the gate that led to the exit from the dungeon as quickly as possible. Wandering through long, dark passages, we eventually managed to find some kind of gate, but its monumental appearance and the ornamentation of skulls did not inspire confidence. For some time they stood at the entrance, not daring to enter. No one knew what awaited them on the other side. However, death awaited them in any case, even if they simply stood still, said the instructor, and opened the gate first. Behind them stood a Death Knight, just one, but a real one, his halo glowing dimly in the darkness. After fighting many such enemies, one opponent was perceived as a mockery. But soon they were no longer laughing. Another 10 halos began to light up in the darkness. Following this, torches were lit on the walls of the enormous tomb, all the walls of which were occupied by Death Knights standing one above the other. The entire army of the ancient commander had gathered here. Another regiment of heavy infantry stood just in front of the entrance to the gate. This place was clearly not designed for an easy walk, no matter who ended up here, so the unfortunate students were completely desperate. They had long since regretted their rash decision to enter here. The insignificant people who managed to get here were addressed to them by the ruler of this place, who sat on the throne, in a deathly voice. The Death Knight Lord, the boss of this level, greeted them, inviting them to begin the duel. Having struck the floor with their weapons at his command, the army began to move and reorganize. One of them separated from the group and pointed his sword towards the guests, silently challenging them to a fight. It was a demand for a one-on-one duel. Taehyung, who was still holding the injured student, was the first to understand. The students groaned pitifully about how they no longer had mana and that they could do nothing, still not realizing that they might be speaking for the last time in their lives. Taehyung told them to pull themselves together. Their goal was not to fight, but to escape, so they had to hold out until the end and look for an opportunity. But the idiots decided that by running away, they would increase their chances of survival after they had already entered the boss's room. Nobody wanted to die. They were all inexperienced greenhorns who had only been playing games and reading comics just yesterday, so their behavior was not surprising. Then the knight who had challenged them, unable to bear such an insult directed at him, moved sharply in their direction. The instructor and Taehyung, who was carrying the wounded woman, managed to dodge the attack. But the disheartened fugitives did not. Their torment was quickly ended. The scene was cruel and terrifying. The abyss did not spare anyone who dared to enter it. Taehyung shouted at the mustachioed instructor that he would buy him time, and therefore he should run to the exit. But instead, the teacher simply threw him and another student towards the exit, after which he blocked the passage with an earthen rampart, completely stunning the hero. The instructor shouted at him that the low-ranking brat should not even dare to argue with them. Taehyung listened to his words through the thick stone wall. All the instructor wanted was to become a top-ranked seeker. However, no matter how much he trained and put in the effort, he only moved further away from his goal. This was his opportunity, the instructor stated. He believed that if he sorted out this case, he would receive the highest rank from the leadership. And here is the result. The students died because of him, and a merciless Death Knight is rushing towards him. The instructor quickly hit him with some kind of green magic. One thing was clear. Kim Taehyung was different in that he had everything he needed, the instructor admitted, not without regret. That's why he hoped that the guy would run away, take the wounded with him, and get out of here as quickly as possible. He himself was going to personally stop the opponents, knowing full well that he would not leave here alive. That's the role of an instructor, said this man who tried to be a hero after he'd led everyone into impenetrable trouble as usual. Heroism is meant to cover up someone else's negligence. Taehyung turned towards the wounded, thinking what to do. And only then did I understand the bitter truth. There was no one left to save. At that very moment, the instructor's wall exploded with a crash, shattering into a hail of small fragments. The one who challenged the Death Knights fell victim to his own ambition and overconfidence, ultimately achieving nothing. The razor-sharp blade pointed at the hero again, challenging him. So Taehyung was left alone in the face of the strongest enemy. Everyone else was already dead. He saw a shiny object on the ground under his feet and immediately remembered the instructor's ring. When the knight began to attack, the boy grabbed him and rushed to the side. This was his only way to survive. Perhaps with the artifact, the sleeping predator would finally wake up. And as soon as the hero put on the ring, he felt the familiar sensation of power and strength. There was no need to hold back. He immediately activated the ability. A short flash and bloody tentacles instantly scattered everyone who stood nearby. Even the King of Knights was not indifferent to such a surge, and he asked the boy what kind of power it was. Thanks to the ring, all abilities were increased by 10 points. All conditions were met, the system said indifferently. The predator's seal was removed, and the hero's eyes filled with red light. Then it was a simple matter. Using his increased power, he quickly crushed all the iron pieces in the tomb. Still, their lord, as is the custom with all terrible bosses, sat in place and waited until his army was killed. A couple of knights jumped on the guy from above, but he noticed them in time. Each swing of his hand knocked over and crushed dozens of knights. However, absorbing each of them took about 10 seconds. And relying solely on the predator's strength was impossible, so Taehyung covered himself and his sword with stone skin. So his attacks became even stronger. While the predator dealt with one knight, he crushed another. He quickly realized that in order to survive this battle, he would have to use all the abilities and skills he had accumulated up to this point. Suddenly, someone very strong burst right into the thick of the battle with a deafening explosion. The heavy, gigantic spear almost tore Taehyung to pieces. It could even pierce an elephant through and through. The Tomb Lord decided to break from the genre's conventions and intervene in the battle before he was left without an army entirely. Enveloped in a sinister aura, he radiated unshakable power and caused awe. Taehyung cursed foully, one of the words he kept to himself for just such an occasion. After that, dozens of projectiles, swords, spears, arrows, everything that the other knights had flew at him. He needed to run away quickly, which the guy did, deftly dodging. Then he approached the Death Lord and tried to influence him with the predator. But as soon as the Lord swung his sword with lightning speed, the thorn tentacles were torn to shreds. Taehyung didn't expect such a trick at all. Before this, he thought that the predator's power was limitless. The Lord of the Dead acknowledged his strength and grinned with his skull, but the boy's strength was hardly enough to fight him. Soon the hero himself found himself under the heel of the King of the Dead. Before sending him to the next world, the dead man asked where he got this power from. Taehyung refused to speak, and the knight's steel boot pressed him harder into the ground. The resistance to this higher-level pressure was only partially successful, the system reported. The king already realized that the hero understood what he was talking about, unlike ordinary people, which was also not just a coincidence. Taehyung himself wanted to know the nature of his power. He once again felt himself standing before the irresistible might of Asmodeus, a triple highest-rank demon. The still, warm bodies of the other members of the examination team floated in the sea of blood at his feet, and then he felt in a vision the appearance of the Lord of the Knights behind him. Nothing had changed since the moment he died and was reborn. Taehyung did not know the nature of his power, nor its source, nor why he suddenly began to understand what the creatures of the abyss were saying. He simply gained power and abilities without knowing anything, and nothing has changed since then. The Lord of the Knight's sword was already raised above his neck, ready to end it all. And then in the vision, a god appeared, the very one woven from light who had endowed him with his gift. The reason he gave him his powers was simple. The Sun Face was impressed by his fortitude and tenacity. He didn't have to change anything. It was enough to just get closer to him, the Sun Face said. The vision suddenly ended. Taehyung returned to reality, where his rival no longer expected anything. But suddenly something awakened in the guy. The force that burst out knocked the sword out of the dead man's hands. The thorn vines became stronger and thicker, and all the knights they touched were cut down. Like the very embodiment of predation and greed, Taehyung rose to his feet again. Despite the limitations of his body, he was going to use all the power lurking in the depths. The mana continued to arrive, and the system issued several warnings in a row. The king accepted the challenge and rushed towards the guy to deal with him. One swing and the hero disappeared into a stream of purple plasma that split even stones. But the hero survived this raging hurricane thanks to damage absorption. Since the Lord of the Dead is so curious about the source of this power, he can try it on himself, the hero shouted. The system echoed, "The Predator's rank has been raised to second." The leap in development happened at the perfect time. This time, the crimson thorns pierced the dead man right through. They tossed the king high into the air, and Taehyung reached out to grab one of the swords that were lying around in abundance. Now, an equal fight broke out between them. They exchanged blows right in the air, knocking out sheaves of sparks and clanging weapons. The king was shocked. He could barely hold on and was extremely outraged by such disrespectful behavior towards his own person. Using his strength, he lifted many weapons that lay nearby and threw them all towards the hero. Then Taehyung gathered all his power into a fist, and it took the form of a beast's mouth, which he threw at the enemy. The predator easily swept away all the hovering blades and flew towards the stunned ruler without any respect. In the end, he was devoured. Like a pathetic fly caught in a monstrous mouth, Taehyung fell, watching as the power contained within his heart tore the king apart, leaving no trace. A new skill, King's Night Spirit, was registered. The system beeped. The exam was long over. All the other teams had completed the relatively simple test, and the victims had received assistance. Observers, including the Seeker Pack, watched with alarm as one of the gates emanated energy of the highest level. The order to evacuate had already been given, but it was delayed due to deformations inside the dungeon. A breakthrough was approaching, and it was unclear whether a support team would arrive in time. Seeker Pack himself understood perfectly well that those who ended up inside were most likely already dead. He was already preparing to go through the gate himself without waiting for reinforcements, when they suddenly glowed even brighter than before. Frankly, it's still unclear why the group continued inside the second gate, if they could have simply waited to be rescued after noticing the anomaly. Everyone was expecting the gates to be breached, and was already shouting for evacuation, when the light went out and Seeker Kim Taehyung appeared on the platform in front of the entrance. Once again, he had managed to escape the clutches of death, and he was simply glad about it. Thanks to Kim Taehyung's actions, the gate was not breached, and no one else was injured. The results of the second test were determined only on pre-evacuation grounds. The bodies of the victims were found and returned to their relatives, as befits them. Despite the fact that there are dead people in the case, the chairman managed to hide the name of the one who cleared the dungeon, otherwise too much would have fallen on Taehyung in his youth. Deputy Go and Seeker Pack agreed with the chief. There was nothing wrong with these actions. He chuckled and thanked them for their support, which he didn't really need, after which I asked them what they really thought about it. What level should Kim Taehyung, a seeker who cleared a top-tier dungeon alone, be? At the very least, such a person must have the highest rank, Pack immediately stated. But since the actual rank listed in the system was much lower, it was difficult to assess the horizons of this guy's potential, Deputy Go added. And that meant there was a high probability that this young man had already become a national force, the chairman said, and everyone fell silent meaningfully. Meanwhile, a black sun shone in the abyss. Under the shadow of a solar eclipse, an eclipse of the world was taking place, and a horde of monsters marched across the rocky wasteland. The monsters came in an irresistible wave, large and small, flying and crawling, of all shapes and colors. Taehyung looked in amazement at this stream, this living river that suddenly flooded the desert, and did not understand anything. He didn't remember when he fell into the abyss, but when he looked at the sky, he saw the sun-faced one there. It was as if he were a god, floating in the sky, and at the sight of him, the seething sea beneath his feet exploded with a roar of hatred. One wave of the hand, and they all turned to ashes, falling silent forever, and scattering into dust in the wind. It was a message to Taehyung. God was telling him what was waiting for him, but the guy vaguely understood what it meant. I need to go to the deepest part of the abyss, she thought, when she finally woke up. It was strange to find myself in a hospital bed, and it took me a while to piece together the chain of events in my head. The vision he saw before waking up was hardly a dream. It was too clear and strong. The Predator's power was too mysterious to ignore such messages. Even the highest-ranking monsters knew of it and feared it. The further they went, the more questions Taehyung had. There was no other way but to become stronger and go into the abyss in search of the light-faced king. The status changed. The Predator rank reached the second, surpassing the limit. The spirit of the king of the night of the second rank was able to strike enemies with agility. In terms of skill and characteristics, Taehyung had definitely reached the highest rank, and now he had become the owner of the power of the Lord of the Dead, which made him eat dust. The hero himself understood that with such abnormal growth rates, the national level was just around the corner. There was some noise coming from beneath his room. Someone was persistently trying to get inside. But in the end, Yu Aeon overcame all the bodyguards at the entrance and, as the leader of the spy guild, visited the sick man. She didn't even break a sweat, and her elegant appearance remained intact. Yu Aeon greeted him with a charming smile that made his heart skip a beat. And then the boy realized he'd seen similar facial features somewhere before. Later, this stunning woman expressed a desire to give the hero a ride, and she personally took the wheel, moving the driver to the back seat. The hero did not object to this kind of honor. After all, they were dictated by interest in his strength. That's why he decided to ask directly what the head of the searcher's intelligence needed from someone who had just recently passed the exam. Yu Aeon smiled and replied softly that she just wanted to look at the champion. There was no trace of the cold sarcasm that her sister possessed. However, Taehyung didn't believe such a weak excuse. There definitely had to be something else behind her visit. Lim Ayong praised the guy for his observation. It's good that he didn't turn out to be a simpleton. Then the conversation moved on to business. It turned out that there was still the third round of the exam ahead, the essence of which was paired duels in the arena in front of everyone. Lim Ayong considered it almost inevitable that the guy would reveal his abilities in the arena, and then everyone would understand who had cleared the highest-ranking dungeon alone, and they would want to get him into their ranks. That's why this sweet and seductive woman wanted to be the first to invite him to join their ranks. Be it money or fame, she was ready to give him whatever he desired. In this, Yua Young was the complete opposite of her sister, and the boy appreciated her zeal. For some time, he actually thought about her proposal and hesitated. By agreeing, he could gain significant support and connections, especially under the guidance of such a nice boss. However, maintaining the feigned indifference of a K-bol, or at least the heir to the throne, the guy responded with a curt refusal, without even bothering to explain his reasons. He understood perfectly well that because of his strength, they would still take him into account, so there was no need for extra politeness. The hero thanked them for giving him a ride home. He wanted to walk the rest of the way. Then Yu Aeong stopped hiding behind her mask and asked directly about the reasons for the refusal. Every person needed something, be it royalties, fame, power. Maybe he had other suggestions, or she misunderstood him. But Yu Aeon wasn't going to give up so easily, which even irritated the hero a little. Then the guy answered directly that there was no mistake, just as there were no agreements. He didn't care about the favorable conditions. Besides, could the Knight Tramps offer him anything exceptional? He asked. So he just didn't want to do something he didn't like? And he believed that no one could force him to do it. At this point, Taehyung thought that their dialogue was over and had already said goodbye to Yu Aeong, but he had significantly underestimated her self-esteem. No one dared refuse such a lady. She grabbed him tightly, clamping his mouth shut so that he wouldn't scream, and pressed him to herself. "Who is he to speak to the mistress like that?" she asked. A boy just trying to become a seeker suddenly turning down one of the top guilds for no good reason sounded like utter nonsense. But this time, the beautiful lady decided to spare him, loosening her grip and running her finger over his chest. But only because she liked him. Her driver tried to stop his boss, reminding her that the guy was essentially still a schoolboy. He also tried to reason with Kim Taehyung that it was a mistake not to appreciate the opportunity that was coming his way, because one day he would regret it. In one thing, he and his sister were worth each other, and that was because of their hopeless stubbornness. The hero answered them coldly and arrogantly. There was no hint of submission or fear in his eyes. Yu Aeon was amazed that he understood her relationship with Lim Aeon. "I simply understood this from her taken name," the hero quipped. And at that very moment, he was overwhelmed by a wave of power, the flash of which engulfed the city. Yu Aeon grabbed him by the throat like a puppy, and a thick green aura surrounded her. Like all seekers, she lived in another world for which other human norms were outdated. The fact is that at birth, she was named Lim Aeong. She was the illegitimate daughter of the CEO of a large corporation, and the girl was raised as a successor, until her second daughter was born, already in a legal marriage, and not only her status as an heir was taken away from her, but even her name. After this, Yu Aeon changed her name and became one of the youngest seekers. Few people could know about this fact in her relationship, although she kept her last name. One would have to be crazy to so openly provoke a high-ranking aspirant, and this powerful woman made it clear that she would not tolerate such ridicule. But she started this game of dominance, the guy declared, and easily removed her hand from himself. Resistance to the Amazon spirit was successful, the system declared. After this, the hero decided to test his recent acquisition and cast the spirit of the Night King on her, which forced Yu Ayong to recoil. Never before had she encountered such power, and she felt enormous pressure. Yet Taehyung also felt her pressure. He was not ready to withstand the power of a top-tier skill. Releasing the king's power, he approached Yu Ayong and perhaps became the first man who was able to pin her to the wall like that. The game of dominance can be played by two people, sister, the hero warned her in a peaceful voice. A wave of embarrassment and anger washed over the girl. She wanted to claw at his face, but she understood that there was no good reason for that. Her driver turned paler than chalk and melted from the tension of the drama as if he were made of wax. When you think of a fighting arena, 90% of people will think of the Roman Colosseum, and there's nothing you can do about it. But the building is beautiful, that's for sure. This is where the third round of the Seeker's exam was supposed to take place. Unlike the first two rounds, the third was designed to create a show and allow each participant to prove themselves. Families of future Seekers came here to support their loved ones, and representatives of guilds who were looking for the best candidates. Some guild representatives carefully disguised themselves to pass as ordinary spectators. Taehyung's uncle and aunt also came to support him, but now they were worried because the battles of the Awakened were especially brutal. But Hwang was full of optimism, and as the hero's first henchman, he had already put together a banner with his brother's face. He spoke and prepared to chants, like a seasoned fan club leader. This guy was immediately prepared for a fight for power. There were other little-known faces in the audience, like the female reporter who interviewed Taehyung before the first round of the exam. This time she wanted to find the perfect news because, as before, she was on the verge of being fired. Last time her work was rejected because Taehyung was only ranked third at the time, and the editor demanded fresh photos of the flyman from her. The girl didn't know what to do. She thought that Kim Taehyung must be no longer at the competition, but then her attention was drawn to the noise from the stands. There was a strange atmosphere around one participant. The others preferred to keep a respectful distance from him, as if they were afraid that he might attack them. Everyone looked at him with faces as if they had been suffering from constipation for a week. Even the promising awakened ones who made it through the first two rounds of the exam. The scene is very strange, but apparently it is meant to show how cool the hero is, because everyone stands around him frozen in silly poses. This surprised the reporter's girlfriend. None of the participants hid their aggression. The start of the third round was soon announced, and spectators were warned to watch their nerves during the brawl. Taehyung chuckled. He too was looking forward to the opportunity to show everyone his true level. At the signal, everyone directed their forces at the strongest player, hoping to get rid of him first to increase their chances of winning. Volleys of various magic and skills merged into one incessant glow. Encouraging each other, they called on the others to also join in destroying the dark horse that had destroyed two high-ranking awakened beings at once during the first trial. But their dreams were not destined to come true. Taehyung did not stand still, but in the blink of an eye broke through the cordon. The dummies of various levels shuddered in horror when they realized that they were the ones who had come. Their instincts told them to flock together, just like fish that flock together, because it's less likely that they'll eat you. But for the hero, this behavior only simplified the task. There was no need to run after each one individually, and it was possible to defeat them all at once. Having successfully broken through the encirclement, Taehyung stopped and immediately noticed how the ground under his feet was cracking. Thick, woody vines burst from the ground and grabbed the hero. One overconfident druid decided that he could prove himself by defeating the one who defeated two awakened of the highest rank. He called himself a genius of the first rank and was obviously very proud of himself. Unfortunately for this awakened one, who remained unknown to anyone, everything ended like for the others. He was buried deep in the ground, and all his pride was trampled underfoot. Taehyung chuckled and called out to the next one. The vines couldn't hold him back even for a moment. It soon became clear that the guy had become even stronger since the last round. But this did not stop the other participants. They still wanted to prove themselves and decided to continue the attack. They all hoped to exhaust the hero's stamina reserves and thus break him. Then Taehyung used the skill spirit of the Night King. In an instant, everyone who dared to approach him immediately fell prostrate under the colossal pressure of the Death Knight. They were so overcome with terror that they couldn't even move. His aura was so strong that it even engulfed the stands where ordinary people were sitting, including Yu Ah-yeon, who had mingled with the crowd. She couldn't believe the boy would use this skill in full view of everyone. Soon there was no one left in the arena near Taehyung who was able to continue the fight. "The first stage of the cleanup is already ready," said the hero, not even out of breath. Then he looked in the direction where there was still an awakened being who could withstand his power. Now the hero offered her a choice: to stop right now and surrender. Of course, he understood perfectly well that the proud girl would never admit defeat. "This means he will have to repeat what happened in the first round," the guy said, meaning that he ultimately defeated Lim Ayong. But perhaps the girl misunderstood him, because at that very moment she covered the arena with an impenetrable dome, just like last time, catching the guy in the area of effect of her magic. Taehyung didn't even try to escape in any way. Unlike their last fight, he wasn't at all exhausted from the battle. The desperate girl armed herself with an ice weapon and pointed the tip at him, her intentions speaking for themselves. "The past situation will not repeat itself," Lim Ayon declared, and her eyes began to glow brightly with an icy blue. Taehyung just smirked smugly. This was all nothing more than a funny game for him. The fight didn't last long. The hero barely moved from his spot, and none of Lim Ayong's most powerful attacks worked on him. As a result, the girl collapsed at his feet completely exhausted, which meant the end of their duel. A thin layer of frost covered his body, and this girl was still a very difficult opponent for him. With only one participant remaining in this royal match, it was officially over, and a stunned silence hung in the stands for a long time. Afterwards, Taehyung received an award and a certificate for completing the Seeker's exam with honors. He was immediately awarded the highest rank, and all the honors were given by the chairman of the Association of Seekers himself. He kept singing the hero's praises, because the exam ended so decisively, which was not surprising for someone who had single-handedly cleared a top-ranked dungeon. "Just luck," the hero answered modestly, which could easily be taken as a joke. Then the chairman, taking advantage of his position, got down to business and invited the guy to the main guild of the country. Taehyung feigned surprise, although he had expected something like this. After all, Yu Ayong was only the first. And after his speech, it is not surprising that the chairman also set his last sights on him. The hero thought about how quickly his position had changed. Just recently he had been rated very low, and then he had defeated two of the strongest contenders. Thanks to this, he acquired some connections, and the world gradually came to know the hero. Now the most powerful man in the country wanted to recruit him into his organization. However, as before, Taehyung refused. He still knew too little about the world to make any decision. Chairman Ji even jumped up from his seat after receiving the refusal and asked the guy about the reasons. Taehyung couldn't name anything special. He just believed that working alone was more effective. He had his own secrets, and he wanted to keep them as long as possible, and other guilds and superiors would limit his path. There would have been a lot of explaining to do, so the guy apologized for not being able to help the chairman in any way. For a moment, he was clearly surprised by the straightforward refusal, but eventually he burst out laughing. He was amused by the young man's self-confidence and the fact that even the best guild in the country could be refused. But the chairman had another proposal for the guy, instead of the usual introduction. He invited him to take part in the Asian-friendly tournament, but the chairman still didn't want to let the guy go just like that, and already knew how to use him for the good of the country. Horrible-looking mutants pounced on him from all sides, wanting to taste fresh meat. But in the end, they themselves became minced meat and food for the dominant predator. These were the last of the mindless monsters that inhabited this dungeon, and now they have all turned into piles of bodies. Even during the fight, Taehyung didn't stop thinking about the international tournament, an event in which all countries in a region elect 5 representatives from the guild association. Afterwards, the teams compete in hunting demons and monsters. But this is not as simple an event as it seems. The event allowed countries to test their strength without resorting to actual combat, and participants had the opportunity to assert themselves as national treasures. The chairman recommended Taehyung because he expected him to grow quickly and believed that he could reach that level. Now that the boy had finally received a seeker's license and could go into dungeons, he had to constantly hunt much stronger monsters to reach the level that most people took years to reach. However, even taking this into account, Taehyung's growth rate has slowed down significantly recently. Even though it was dangerous, he had to go to the depths of the abyss to become strong enough. At the same time, a black raven circled above the vampire's castle. This is what Chief Li's mansion looked like now. He himself was engaged in the education of his servants, teaching everyone obedience and good manners using the example of his bodyguard Saul. He desperately begged his master to calm down, but it was unlikely that the pleas had any effect now. The son and recognized heir of the Li clan's leader was still in the hospital, and the one who sent him there, depriving him of his future. had himself made a good career and was recognized as a seeker of the highest rank. It was hardly possible to remain calm after something like that. So someone had to become the punching bag for the angry clan leader. He was only stopped by the secretary, who announced the presence of the Villains Guild. He could only laugh at the fact that in the world of comics, villains call themselves that everywhere. Chief Lee also had a grudge against them, because they received money in advance, but never completed the order, failing to deal with some boy. He was already threatening to show them where the crayfish spend the winter, but then he noticed a strange visual anomaly in front of him. The space distorted, and a man entered the room without knocking. He immediately expressed his condolences about Lee John and suggested fixing that first. Moreover, the main goal of the Daesan group was not at all to take revenge on some schoolboy. The masked man struck a theatrical pose and introduced himself as the second-in-command of the Villains Guild. He also asked to be called Shadow. This suggested the entire guild was simply a bunch of attention-deficit teenagers. After Taehyung dealt with another dungeon, he climbed out through the portal, but they were already waiting for him there. The very strange man holding the piece of cardboard with Taehyung's name on it was definitely the one who met him at the airport. Pukliash loudly introduced himself as a first-rank seeker from the Alchemists Guild and said that he would accompany him to the auction. This fat guy's name was Pak Gon-wung, and apparently the corporate office culture had completely ruined him, so he was shouting as if he were at a reception for the Queen of Britain. Gonun declared that he became a fan of the hero after his performance at the exam, asked for an autograph, and deliberately acted in a very strange manner, as if he was dealing with a person of higher status and position. East Point was the best place for all kinds of shopping in the eastern region, so Taehyung came here. This trading place attracted many rich people from all over the world. Excellent products and the availability of automatic translation that erased language barriers made this place very attractive to the cream of society. But Taehyung was there for work. He'd been tasked with maintaining public order at today's auction. Gunwoon chose the spot for his signature himself, his forehead. He was a very strange man. In addition, the guild sent many more specialists who looked like twins. The coordinates were constantly changing, so not everyone could get to this place at the same time. Controlling the teleport was one of Gonun's abilities. He boasted that the auction's difficulty in getting there was probably why it hadn't been attacked in 10 years. And he had a point. The auction was the safest place. The key word here was, because today the auction would be attacked by a high-ranking demon, which Taehyung knew from his past. One could only marvel at the protagonist's memory, who remembered the exact date of events he hadn't personally participated in. Meanwhile, the day's top lot, the Phoenix Elixir, was up for auction. One sip of this potion increased stamina and magical power by 20 points. While inside, Taehyung hoped to wait for the attack, after which he would defeat the highest-ranking demon and thus earn social value, one of the conditions for entering the Asian Games. The problem was that he had very little information about the potential enemy and his plans. He knew that East Point's losses were enormous, and that Narendra Nehru, a demon of the highest rank, was believed to be the culprit of the attack. The hero was distracted from his thoughts by Gonun, who was running to get him some ice cream. Taehyung immediately asked him who was in charge of security because he wanted to find out who ultimately defeated the demon. Gonun was very surprised by this question, and the guy said that it was just curiosity. Before the escort could answer, they were called out from behind. The people stepped aside to let a group in white coats walk forward in formation. They were led by a leader, also in a white suit. He recognized Taehyung and apparently decided to say hello to the youngest seeker of the highest rank. Isaka Ryuhei, nicknamed Shaitan, was a high-ranking Japanese hunter and head of all East Point security forces. He was distinguished by a flat face, on which even his eyes were indistinguishable, and a sly, snake-like grin. Gonun told the hero who was in front of him. He, too, was surprised by such attention from the auction's head of security. However, he warned the hero to be careful with this man, as rumors circulated that Ryuhei had killed his colleagues for profit, earning him the nickname Shaitan. He was an excellent candidate for the post of head of security, and his reputation was impeccable. Ryuhei extended his hand to the hero. He had heard about the young talent, although he did not expect to meet him here. Taehyung was surprised that they extended their left hand to him, not their right one, but he still responded to the handshake, and immediately a shock of pain pierced him. Ryuhei, who was clearly enjoying his joke, laughed quietly, maintaining a mask of politeness and cordiality, but not for long because he was very pleased with the guy's reaction to pain, truly top-notch. Ryuhei admitted. Then Taehyung noticed that he wasn't the only one feeling unwell. Some of the people around him couldn't even stand upright. East Point had hired the best of the best, and the HR department needed a bonus immediately. Although Taehyung could withstand Ryuhei's influence, it was clearly not good for ordinary people. Having played enough, Ryuhei nevertheless loosened his grip, saying that he expected too much from a boy who had only recently received the highest rank. He brazenly leaned onto the hero's shoulder and got close to his ear. If it weren't for Taehyung's goals, he would have broken the scoundrel's jaw long ago for such antics. Not all higher ranks are equal, the scoundrel said instructively, maintaining a smug look. He suggested that Taehyung not do anything stupid and just quietly walk away. After this, he left as quickly as he had appeared, while his dummies in white kimonos lined up on both sides of the corridor. Gonan was so excited that even ice cream flowed down his hands. It would still be more difficult than he initially thought, the hero decided, looking after Ryuhei. Deep inside the building, a group of guards stood at an armored door, all of them armed and wearing bulletproof vests. Then another group of awakened ones came out to meet them, most of them wearing hoods and masks. Since guests weren't supposed to be on this level, the security chief became wary. The warp gate control room was behind this group, so any intruders were to be eliminated. The squad leader stated that he would take charge, and the rest would be dealt with by the other members of his squad. He felt confident since he had the first rank, but the enemy was far beyond the usual first rank, so the small guard detachment was instantly routed. They were destroyed by monsters under the control of Naraderu Neru, a high-ranking magician who walked everywhere in a high turban and without clothes, probably for convenience. When the first part of the evil plan was completed, his accomplices reported that an unknown variable had appeared in their case. Kim Taehyung, who had recently become a top ranker, was bothering them, so the villain sought advice from a magician. He angrily declared that all the other hunters were trash, and as long as he was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. At that very moment, the divine revelation, as Neru called it, began, and the auction building shook from the first explosion. Here we can again ask the main character why, knowing about the terrorist attack, he did not report it to the authorities. This could have saved many lives. Another explosion thundered and buried all the people who were in the trading hall under the rubble. Following these, another dozen thundered throughout all parts of the shopping center, which consisted of 2 tall towers on a lonely island. Gonun, horrified by what was happening, shouted at Taehyung that he needed to evacuate immediately. Taehyung himself was confused. He knew there would be a terrorist attack, but he didn't expect the omnidirectional explosion in the building. It was a miracle everything didn't collapse. It was completely unclear where the demons were hiding when the bomb was planted. Another explosion occurred right before the hero's eyes, and the death toll rose. People ran in panic, trying to save themselves, when gunfire was heard in the building. A group of terrorist bandits, threatening with weapons, ordered everyone to hand over jewelry and money. And they wanted to behead everyone who resisted, the masked scoundrel shouted menacingly about this. At that very moment, the criminal himself lost his head, along with his accomplices, from the hero's blade. There was no point in trying to capture anyone. Taehyung ordered Gunwoon to report the attack to the association, and he himself declared that he would deal with whoever orchestrated it with a pompous air. He deserves credit for this, of course, but it's hardly heroic, as all the casualties could have been avoided. Another group of guards fought bravely to protect the already sold lots, where another group of robbers arrived. There were more of them, and they behaved insolently and confidently, as if the situation was in their hands. A bloody and brutal fight began at close range and in a confined space. The loyal guards fought desperately, but were still defeated, and the masked villain took what he came for: the elixir of the Phoenix, the best artifact of the entire auction. Having taken it into his hands, the villain understood why the demon Neru had taken such risks to obtain this artifact. The potion emanated enormous power, and the criminal himself almost succumbed to the temptation to drink it. However, there was an unexpected jolt, and one of the accomplices fell dead, while the others turned around nervously. They became confused as they saw no one, and began to fall one after another, as if mown down. An unknown enemy destroyed the villains without any mercy, and they became afraid. And the last one managed to understand that the enemy had an invisibility skill, and that's all. A dagger flashed and tore the mask off the villain's face. At that moment, he cursed and used the chain skill on his opponent, which worked flawlessly, suspending Taehyung in the air. The criminal grinned, thinking that everything was over and he was once again in control of the situation. Taehyung really liked this skill that could track the target in stealth mode. He was perfect for using the predator on him, the hero said and grinned maliciously. Meanwhile, the terrorists gathered all the survivors and took them hostage, tying them all up. A whole horde of freaks, all hand-picked as if from a cabinet of curiosities, looked at the unfortunate people. Monsters and demons filled the assembly hall, and the people below, huddled together in terror, were like a buffet for them. Everything went smoothly, laughed the demon near, who had captured the gate control room and settled here with his henchmen. Now those who believe in God will be even more afraid of his existence, he said, and laughed again. To complete the plan, he only needed to get the Phoenix potion, and just then his henchman with a walkie-talkie hurried up. He reported that he had received a message from Dyke, the leader of the group, who was supposed to bring the potion, but judging by his tone, something went wrong. The radio crackled with static, and then the villains heard a completely different voice than they expected. Taehyung brazenly admitted that he had taken something important for the demon Neru, and was holding it in his hands right now. And he suggested that he come and pick up the potion himself if he needed it so much. Such an open challenge from a young brat angered the demon mage, so much so that he gnashed his black teeth. Taehyung didn't wait for the genius mage who staged the attack for the potion, but entrusted its transportation to others, to come here himself. He simply drank it, instantly receiving stat bonuses. It really was a unique potion. Taehyung had to run around the dungeons quite a bit, and all without results. And then there was an immediate sharp increase. But now he didn't have to worry about the potion falling into the hands of demons, since he had securely hidden it in the depths of his body. They sent the number 2 villain in their organization to deal with the impudent boy. Ryuhei was no longer smiling, and all his accomplices in white kimonos were also in cahoots with him. When they entered the warehouse, they saw the carnage that the hero had left behind, and hadn't even cleaned up after himself. Everyone was dead, the henchman quickly realized. They came here because this was the room from which Taehyung last communicated. Ryuhei's henchman already thought that the guy had simply run away with the precious potion, but the swordsman only laughed. With his yellow snake eyes, he clearly saw that the enemy was right in front of them, after which he invited the guy to come out of the darkness and show himself to everyone. Taehyung did just that. He wasn't disappointed at all by being discovered. The hero thought his skill was almost perfect, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Ryuhei asked the guy in a condescending tone what he was doing here. Having the highest rank, he could live happily, but the traitor himself was the head of security and a respected man. But in the end, he served terrorists and scoundrels. Ryuhei chuckled and replied that he was just looking for something. Taehyung realized that there wouldn't be any long conversations anyway, and reached for his belt, where he kept his blade. Clearly, with so many guards at East Point, it was impossible to smuggle and plant so many bombs, let alone bring in so many villains. This meant that Ryuhei lived up to his nickname of Shaitan, and was a traitor. The hero looked with contempt at all these people who huddled in a cowardly group around their master. Hearing such an accusation, Ryuhei chuckled and at that very moment simply disappeared. In a split second, he was next to the hero and almost cut him down with his sword, but he managed to block the blow. Ryuhei demanded that he return what he came for, and Taehyung sarcastically suggested that he take it himself. For a while they balanced, holding each other's blades, and then they began to move with such speed that they simply disappeared from the eyes of ordinary awakened ones. They clearly had nothing to do in a battle of the highest ranks. Moreover, they knew what their leader was called. If they carelessly interfered in his fight, they could lose their own heads. Taehyung and Ryuhei were jumping like blocks at supersonic speed, exchanging blows. Physics went out of the chat. What kind of overload do pilots have? Oxygen starvation of the brain? This is all for nerds. Still, Taehyung was having a hard time. He could barely keep up with his opponent. The enemy saw through his disguise and could catch up with him anywhere, even though Taehyung had drunk a special enhancing elixir. Ryuhei's next attack was quickly approaching his neck, and the boy froze in place. He didn't have time to dodge and received a chopping blow that tore off all his disguise. They both had similar skills, but the hero didn't think the difference would be so striking. Using a dagger, the guy stopped on the ceiling, parodying Peter Parker. After which he used the skill of the Spirit King Knight, suppressing all the other villains with his power. In horror, they rushed in all directions and lost their formation, pressed down by the spirit of the dead man. Taehyung turned around, looking for Ryuhei to see if the skill had any effect on him. He praised him for his decision, since any invisibility was vulnerable to area attacks. It was worth using this skill on himself if he wanted to find him, Ryuhei stated, who was right below Taehyung and jumped on him with a charged attack. At this time, 2 gang members were standing on the level above and guarding the passage. Or maybe they were simply shirking their duties, pretending to be working. But they should have chosen another place, because Ryuhei broke through the ceiling and dragged Taehyung through the hole. So they burned through several more levels, one after another, destroying the already long-suffering building. In the end, Ryuhei managed to take a pompous position on top and pinned him to the floor with his sword. But to his amazement, Ryuhei discovered that his sword was unable to touch the hero's body and was stopped by chains. Here, he cursed and abruptly pulled away from the guy, feeling vulnerable. That skill was needed not to find him, Ryuhei realized, but to limit his chances of escape. Taehyung grinned. He was not going to let his opponent go any longer. Even though Ryuhei cursed as much as he could, it didn't help him avoid the chain skill that quickly caught him. Covering his fist with stone and steel, Taehyung punched the bastard in the jaw with all his might, just as he had wanted from the very first minute of their meeting. Soon all the scoundrels were sitting together, chained together and with sad faces. Ryuhei, despite his situation, was still fluttering and trying to maintain his dignity. The hero grinned and asked him how he would explain his betrayal. But the villain had no intention of repenting or regretting anything. He believed that he was simply unlucky. A kick in the teeth was worth 1,000 words. Taehyung wasn't going to listen to nonsense from a killer. Ryuhei's lackeys turned to look at him uneasily, although they should have been more worried about themselves. Taehyung left them alive, only so that there would be someone to contact the demon Neru who started it all. In any case, the guilds of all countries should have already responded to the alarm signal, which means the terrorists don't have much time left. However, hearing these words, Ryuhei only laughed with his broken lips, because the guy didn't know anything yet. When all these events began, the chairman of the association was sitting in the conference room with Deputy Go. A bearded old man ran into the hall with clearly alarming news. So Sangik, the head of the Alchemist Guild, reported that something had happened to the East Point guards. Not only were there many valuable items from his guild at the auction, but there were also many important people among the buyers. It turned out that the deputy already knew about what had happened, and reassured the alchemist that measures had already been taken. A support squad of elite seekers led by Pak had already been assembled. However, Sangik did not understand why, in that case, they had not yet arrived at the place. The chairman explained with a heavy heart that they were not yet able to physically reach the island. Since the East Point office, which controlled the warp gate, had been captured, access was impossible. One could only marvel at the security measures and the lack of a backup route in such a case. So Sangik was horrified and was ready to run around in circles screaming, "Save me! Help me!" But Tevok said that everything would be fine. After all, there are 2 top-ranked seekers in the building, and one of them is Taehyung. They will definitely be able to defeat the demon Nur who controls the monsters. Tawuk hoped that the 2 would hold out long enough before reinforcements arrived, even more so since Taehyung could defeat the demon himself. But when Yu Aeyong entered the room, she declared from the doorway that this was impossible, since it was not a matter of an ordinary top rank. As always beautiful and powerful in her strict office suit, this girl did not lose her charm. Ryuhei decided to share their plans since he could do nothing else but gloat. He said that Nier's strongest skill is a contract with a demon. Demons could be summoned through sacrifices, their power depending on the quality and quantity of the victims. The world of the Awakened was extremely cruel. They quickly descended to the level of genocide. Taehyung realized the true horror of what was happening, because there were many civilians in the building who might not have been there if he had reported the terrorist attack in advance. The traitor saw the confusion on the hero's face and was glad. This was what he needed. Yu Aeyong also knew this dark feature of the demon Neru well. And now the chairman and the head of the alchemists understood how dangerous it was to wait and do nothing. The enemy had captured hundreds of hostages and already possessed an army of high-level monsters. Such a wondrous world, where such villains can roam free. Everyone understood the scale of the catastrophe that could happen, and all that was left was to guess about the motives that drove the villain. Taehyung realized the same thing. Right now, preparations were underway for a mass sacrifice. Only soulless brats could serve such a scoundrel, and Ryuhei understood this perfectly well. So he laughed right in Taehyung's face, saying that he would lose anyway. The hero had little choice but to watch indifferently as innocent hostages were sacrificed while they begged for mercy. Or fight in a battle in which he will definitely lose and die like a dog, the traitor sarcastically said, and laughed again. The crimson sun slowly rolled towards sunset, foreshadowing a night full of nightmares and horrors on the lonely island. All the survivors were gathered in the hall. Now the demon Nier's preparations were complete, although he did not receive the Phoenix potion. The useless servants from among the henchmen reported to him that Ryuhei had most likely been captured. Taehyung is most likely keeping the potion for himself and hiding somewhere, the idiot reported, and asked what they should do. Demon Neru already understood what the guy was counting on by avoiding battle. He was going to wait for the association's help. However, the enemy had hostages in his hands, with whom he could do whatever he wanted. Since the hero did not show himself, the demon decided to force the hero to do so by killing several hostages. "Let the festival of the gods' names begin," he whispered, smiling with a smile as black as his soul. Suddenly the light in the entire room disappeared and it became as dark as a cave. The villains were alarmed. They were waiting for another bomb to explode. In the darkness, they could not understand anything. At that moment, Nier, who was holding several victims in his arms, noticed that they were missing. Using invisibility and chains, the hero quickly found himself behind the villain. He crept up to him as quietly as he could and tried to strike him with a stone fist from invisibility. However, at the very last moment, the chains rattled and failed to catch the demon, demonstrating miracles of flexibility and speed in close combat. He dodged the attack that should have caught him. The turban on the villain's head became disheveled and predatory snakes emerged from underneath it, breaking the hero's chains. At the same time, fireballs created by his magic appeared before the demon. The flames of the fire almost engulfed him, and Taehyung had to quickly retreat back. Even in Neru's head there were monsters. The guy himself ended up below next to the other hostages, who thought that the hero had come to save them. Many of them were rich, so they even offered the hero special services and conditions for their salvation. Their chatter was really bothering him, so he sent them all into one of the portals using chain magic. The monsters sitting above and seeing their food being stolen were very upset and jumped on the hero to deal with such rudeness. All the monsters were of a fairly high level and looked dangerous, and their actions were coordinated. But Taehyung, even though he was tightly surrounded, managed to get out of it and turn all the monsters into meat platter. The hero jumped high into the air and decided to suppress all the monsters with the help of the spirit of the Lord skill, and the image of a dead man appeared above him. Feeling the familiar power, the monsters became despondent and pressed their heads to the floor. But the particularly furious ones only became more enraged and rushed at the guy from all sides. This time, he received a blow. There was a roar, and the hero himself was discouraged by the fact that the suppression did not work. The thing is that the monsters under the contract weren't ordinary, the sorcerer politely explained to the young and inexperienced one. These creatures had no morality because they obeyed the summoner directly and had no will of their own. Having absorbed the magic caster's power, these demons were much stronger than all the others. So Taehyung started having problems. The black-toothed magician considered himself a god and mocked anyone who dared to challenge him, a crooked grin dancing across his face. And now again, a crowd of monsters in a mad scramble surrounded the hero. Life had taught them nothing. Seeing the boy disappear, the hostages were horrified, thinking they had been abandoned. But one of the hostages objected that everything was not at all as it seemed, and urged everyone to look carefully. Both the monsters and the villains were completely distracted and completely forgot to keep an eye on the hostages, thinking they were tied up. Thus, it turned out that the guy's retreat was imaginary. He was only luring the enemies onto himself. Now they clearly saw that the hostages who had almost been sacrificed were hanging rescued to the side, swinging on chains. When people realized that he had actually come to save them, they even burst into tears, touched by his heroism, but only because they did not know the whole truth. Feeling guilty for their assumptions, the hostages began to encourage the hero and ask him for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Taehyung tried to tie a couple of monsters with chains to somehow slow them down. Having swung hard, the guy threw the monsters to the floor. He was quite distracted by the screams of the tied-up citizens, and he ordered them to shut up already. The hostages were just getting in the way. There was no end in sight to the monsters, and there was dirt all around. Taehyung was indignant. Demona Neru burst out laughing, thinking that the guy had given up hope and had finally decided to give up. But the guy didn't even intend to do such a thing, and gave a signal to his assistant Park Gunun. He just appeared at the entrance to the gate control office, surprising the villain quite a bit. The villain watched in bewilderment as some fat man prepared magic unknown to him. The preparations took quite a long time, so Park Gun-woong apologized to the hero for the delay. An hour earlier, Taehyung showed him the prisoners and called them supporters of demonic creatures. Park Gun-woon stared at the head of security in amazement and could not believe his eyes. They quickly realized that the gate control office was locked down, swarming with monsters and preventing reinforcements from arriving quickly. If it were just that, Taehyung would have easily dealt with them without looking back. But the demons won't sit idly by when they have a buffet of living hostages in front of them. Then how to free them and act? Manager Gonan asked anxiously. And then the hero said that his skill in manipulating space would be key in the rescue operation. Gonan immediately stated warningly that he did not know the exact point for constructing the gate back to the association, and this was fraught with distortions. The hero just grinned. He had already calculated everything, and stated that they did not require great precision. After all, the gate's target was supposed to be monsters. When the gate was activated, it began to pull Nier's monsters into itself. Due to the distortions of space, they were torn to pieces. So the snake-headed sorcerer was in a terrible rage, not understanding what was happening. A wormhole-like structure appeared in the hall, absorbing the summoner's entire army, depriving him of his main advantage. Gonun himself looked in amazement at the results of his work. When he first heard the whole plan, he thought that it was simply nonsense and that it wouldn't work. But now the enemy had lost all of his monsters. There was no need to worry about the hostages, and the path to him was open for the hero. Taehyung shouted at Gonwoon to run with everyone else. His job was done now, and they had to clear a space for him for the main battle. The ardent assistant began to object, because this time he wanted to join the battle on equal terms. However, Taehyung did not allow it, because the enemy had the highest rank. Just like himself, the weak would only get in the way and die without any meaning. Now the hero could fight at full strength without being distracted by the protection of vulnerable individuals, and the demon Neru no longer held back his rage. The air around him was on fire. So much did he want to incinerate Kim Taehyung, and the hero, striking with his fists, responded to the call of the dark sorcerer, confident in his abilities. After this, Pak Gonan no longer hesitated and began to lead the hostages to the exit, because they had little time. The hero turned towards them once again to make sure the people were safe. The next moment, the fight began. Nier threw dozens of fireballs at him, but the guy moved very quickly and therefore dodged. The grappling chains could be used not only on living objects, but also on inanimate ones. So the hero grabbed several heavy pieces of debris. He swung them as if from a sling towards the caster, thus creating a skill with a long-range attack. But the snakes on the demon's head reflected all the stones with their flaming heads. The spellcaster tore through the hail of debris without much effort, and then his flames took the form of a beast. The fiery dragon rose up in loops and attacked the hero, forcing him to retreat. This attack was very powerful and shook the entire building to its foundations, miraculously not causing everything to collapse. The spellcaster waved his hands, summoning new demons. He didn't care how many he had already lost. Taehyung leveled his back with the floor, feeling unwell after the hard landing. A new batch of freaks appeared before the director of this circus, who was still reveling in his power, instead of finishing what he had started. "The filthy infidel will be punished for his sins," said Nier, while the hero gathered his courage. "There is only one punishment for him. Death," declared the villain, and his eyes flashed like red coals. The monsters licked their lips greedily as they looked at the hero, so well that they wondered what had happened to their predecessors in the summoning queue. Taehyung stood up slowly and mockingly asked Narendra Neru what was that incoherent muttering coming from his mouth. "He will be the one who dies," declared the hero, opening the enormous mouth of a true predator to be at the top of the world's food chain. The power of decay crashed down on the astonished caster, red thorn vines digging into his body. The pitiful brat emanated such power that it made even the demon summoner himself shudder. But then he waved his arms freely, as if nothing threatened him. The caster closed his hands in a summoning ring. Now he recognized the boy as a worthy victim for the demons. However, he was not the only one who hid his power, Neru said, and Taehyung sensed something was wrong. The indifferent villains standing nearby who had not interfered with either the fight with the monsters or the rescue of the hostages suddenly fell. Right before our eyes, they were quickly decomposing, and it became clear why Nier had brought so many idlers with him. They were all his working assets for sacrifice. Once the power was gathered, Nier made his most powerful summoning. First, a huge skeletal head appeared from subspace, then clawed paws and wings that barely fit in the gate control room. The high-ranking bone dragon opened its monstrous mouth and prepared to throw green napalm. A minute earlier, the hostages had stumbled upon a terrorist patrol standing in the corridor, preventing their evacuation. Gonun had raised his fists and bravely shielded the civilians with his body. He was the real hero, without any cheats. The masked villains mocked the fat man and tried to figure out what was happening. Their organization was weak and their personnel inexperienced. But given their role as spare victims, this was not surprising. They had already decided to deal with all the fugitives, when suddenly an unknown force overwhelmed everyone and made them cough up blood. Right before the eyes of the citizens, they turned to ashes, surprising everyone, as it was completely unclear what to expect next. And not in vain, because at that very moment everyone again felt terrible tremors. From the second building, from where they ran here, debris of walls began to fall. A hole appeared in this building, and a huge dragon burst out of it. As if from a shell, it spread its wings and pursued Taehyung. The boy was falling rapidly, the dragon rushing after him in a steep dive, cutting through the air with a whistle. A storm-born spellcaster flew astride a dragon, laughing in revelry at his own power. The dragon was the most powerful creature in all the worlds, the ultimate trump card for which a high price was paid. Taehyung caught the chain on one of the walls and swung like a pendulum onto a solid foundation, interrupting his free flight. The guy was breathing heavily. He miraculously managed to survive, but there was no certainty that the miracle would continue to happen. The monster did not stop pursuing. The dragon changed course and headed straight for the building with its mouth open full of fire. Having rammed the skyscraper like an airplane, the monster again pushed the hero into freefall. Taehyung was falling along with a pile of rubble, with nothing to grab onto, and death was closer than ever. In order to somehow protect himself, the hero threw the predator straight at the dragon, but it was too big to absorb it, and spat back green flame with such force that the entire building was hidden in a green cloud of fire. The spellcaster, still sitting on the dragon, was amazed at the boy's resilience. Even after this explosion almost destroyed both buildings, the hero survived. The chains helped him cling to the walls again. Now Taehyung was barely holding on, hanging from the chains as if he had been crucified. He was breathing heavily and his situation was desperately dire. Taehyung barely managed to absorb the previous attack. His enemy was incredibly strong. It was hard to believe that they belonged to the same top rank. However, the hero knew that as long as the magic caster controlled such raging power, he himself was in danger. It was clear that Nier had also reached his limit. Taehyung thought that if he stalled for time, he could win this fight since his opponent would reach exhaustion first. But his enemy understood this too, and had no intention of giving the guy a chance to rest. Neru saw through all his plans, and had long since felt that the hero had no strength left to resist in open combat. "Such tricks won't work on him!" he screamed like a madman, his hair fluttering in the gusts of wind. The dragon turned its mouth away from Taehyung, who was no longer a threat to it. Instead, he targeted the last survivors who were trying to get down from the skyscraper under their own power. At the same time, a rescue squad from the association gathered in front of the warp gate. They finally managed to establish contact with East Point. Unfortunately, only their country managed to establish contact with the trading house, which means they will have to deal with the entire threat alone. But Park Sung-jin despised all fears and risks. He was ready to go to hell right now. The dispatcher admired his courage and didn't even know what to answer. When the connection was completely stable, the Seeker Pack led an elite squad and ordered them to destroy all the monsters. The unfortunate people lay heaped among the rubble of the building. Many were unconscious and showed no signs of life. Park Gun-woon raised his wounded head with difficulty and saw the glow of discharges in front of him, from which Taehyung's power separated them. With all his might, he was forced to protect the hostages and expose himself to a direct attack from the dragon. However, the dragon's breath did not weaken. A stormy stream of flame spread along the predator's invisible barrier. Neru was jubilant. His trick had succeeded, and it was not in vain that he had relied on the hero's sense of responsibility, who could not stand aside and watch people die. It was a battle of endurance. Taehyung could have won it if he had simply dodged the napalm instead of keeping his defense, but he had put himself in a losing position. Gonun shouted at the hero not to think about saving them, because if the guy died, the same fate would befall the hostages. There was truth in his words, and Taehyung understood it. but he still hoped to wait until the demon Neru's limits were reached and rely entirely on the power given to him by God. Purple veins appeared on the caster's arms. His body was also crumbling under the strain, but the pressure of the attack did not weaken. The boy desperately thought about how to save everyone, searching for a solution, but then the world before his eyes completely went dark. A voice behind him coldly declared that he could no longer remain a mere observer. Taehyung turned around sharply but saw only Gonin there, and did not feel that ominous presence. "The Predator's rank has been temporarily revised," the system said coldly, and a piercing pain gripped his hands. The limits of strength were increased, first to the first and then to the highest rank. But at the cost of this was an overload on the entire body. The red thorns also intensified, and the sorcerer felt that something had changed in the guy. The volley of green napalm died down, and the enemy seemed to have become much stronger instead of falling from exhaustion. The power kept growing until it reached a transcendental level, a triple highest rank. It couldn't be cancelled, the system rudely declared. Taehyung screamed, feeling his body being torn apart. What kind of voice was that? And what kind of power did the king give him? Taehyung wondered again when he saw the light-faced man before his eyes. The hero was already on the brink of death when he met Asmodeus, and now he felt the same. His life would end here, in a senseless battle. Until the very end, he refused to give up, even when his body was falling apart. Neru watched the guy closely, and thought that his own skill had killed him. However, the unusual energy did not disappear, but became even denser. The demon caster stopped understanding anything. He simply froze in flight and watched the guy. Seeing the boy pass out but his skill still active, Neru decided to act more confidently and end his life. He sent the dragon straight at the body of the defenseless hero, who refused to obey the gods until the very end. Suddenly a powerful wave cut off the dragon's wing and part of its paw, shattering its bones. And then it was as if the abyss itself opened up in the sky, and from there appeared the ancient beast Typhon, whose many heads roared terribly with their huge mouths open. Even the magic caster was deeply stunned by such overwhelming power. It was the might of a demon god. Then he saw Taehyung stand up, but suddenly speak in a voice that wasn't his own. This wasn't Kim Taehyung, but someone else. And for him, Neru, who pretended to be a deity, was nothing more than a mockery of nature. Taehyung's arm was recreated from his own power. The sorcerer asked him in horror who he was, but the god with red eyes did not want to answer the dead man. All it took was a wave of the hand, and at first it seemed like nothing had happened. But then a column of red flame erupted in the sky, brighter than the sun, and the formidable dragon and its caster were reduced to ashes. A new skill, a contract with the devil, had been discovered, the system announced coldly. Taehyung no longer knew where he was or what was happening. He stood alone in pitch darkness, in the middle of nowhere. He had just been fighting with Neru, and now he was caught in his own chains. Following this, boulders fell on him and knocked the hero to the ground. As if that was not enough, his body was paralyzed, and then he saw the face of the dead knight, who was suppressing his spirit. All the forces he had absorbed went berserk and tried to take over. Taehyung didn't understand why his skills were behaving this way. And then the voice from above laughed at the fact that the guy still considered these skills his own. After all, he had never been awakened, and this power had never belonged to him, the god reminded, and he'd better spit it all out if he'd already forgotten about it. Taehyung watched helplessly as the huge mouths descended on him. In horror, he tried to escape, and only then did he finally come to his senses, finding himself on the floor in a hospital room. The hero's body was covered in sweat, and he looked anxiously at his trembling hands. The vision was so realistic that he could hardly dismiss it as a mere dream. The wounds had healed, and the lost arm had been restored, the hero also noted. Then the Seeker Pack, from the elite squad of the association, unceremoniously entered his room. True, he brought some fish pies with him. They smelled delicious, and so the Seeker was immediately forgiven for the intrusion. Park Sung-joon explained to him that this apartment was organized for the guy by members of the Alchemist Guild, as a special thank you for saving most of their property. Thanks to Taehyung's efforts, the traitor Ryuhei was arrested, although he claimed to have been deceived by demons. However, no one had any illusions about this. The terrorist attack was horrific in its destruction, although many managed to survive. For this reason, Taehyung had many visitors who wanted to show him their favor while he was unconscious. The family, and even the association chairman himself, also tried to break into the apartment and visit the boy. Everyone was screaming and crying, according to Pak. According to preliminary tests, Taehyung was not expected to have any health problems, but Park remained to keep an eye on him in case the demons came for revenge or reporters broke in. Taehyung wasn't the only one who was curious about what happened there, because right in the middle of the fight with the demon Neru, he lost consciousness. Gonun, who saw everything from the outside, also noticed that Kim Taehyung had changed, as if he had ceased to be himself. It was a supernatural being that was overwhelming just by its presence. Even being near him was beyond the strength of an ordinary association employee, so he lost consciousness. Soon the surge of ominous power stopped. This was the limit for Taehyung's weak body. Then the hero passed out and collapsed on the floor, where he was discovered unconscious by Pak, who had arrived with an elite squad. Their assistance in this matter ultimately amounted to rescuing the victims. Most of the hostages targeted by the demon survived, but were simply unconscious. Their lives were not in danger, but the arriving seekers did not know what had happened to the demon Neru and his monsters. Pak cursed as he realized the scale of the destruction and the prevailing uncertainty. It turns out there were not 2 but 3 bathhouses on the island, and one of them was half demolished and now stuck out like a rotten tooth. When things had more or less calmed down, the Seeker Pack conducted a survey of all the survivors to understand the overall picture of what had happened. Everyone clearly remembered that Taehyung tried to stop the demon near, but nothing more specific. It was as if something had interfered with their minds and made them forget what had happened. So everything that happened was ultimately attributed to the machinations of the magician, after which Pak wished the guy a good recovery and left him. In case anything became clear, he promised to let the hero know, but this did not add to his peace of mind. Although Pak attributed everything to Nir's influence, it was impossible. Taehyung remembered very well how his arm was destroyed under the flow of unstoppable force, and it could not grow back on its own. Considering the devil contract skill had appeared in his status, the caster's fate was also certain. The skill's description stated that it could open a gate to the abyss, which somewhat surprised the hero, considering it required 200 mana, while he only had 180. Here, before leaving, Pak looked out of the corridor again and called the guy. He asked if another guest could come in and looked meaningfully at Taehyung. It was surprising that the bodyguard suddenly decided to let someone in after a long siege. But when Taehyung approached the exit, he saw a girl's face there that he didn't expect to see at all. Lim Ayong handed him a basket of fruit and said that she had come to visit him. As usual, she acted with feigned indifference. Like in Snow Queen, she may have come here under the pressure of guilt for her words during the exam, but then her mood changed dramatically, and the guy watched as the basket mercilessly crushed the remains of the fish cakes. The fish pieces scattered all over the table, and the girl coldly stated that she expected to see the patient dying, but the guy looked quite healthy. Taehyung was still dazed, but he agreed with her, and the test confirmed the same. Rumors had already reached Lim Ae-yun that the hero had saved many in that event. Besides, he had 2 high-ranking opponents at once. At these words, her hand that held the apple trembled. Taehyung didn't know what to answer, so he decided to just listen. The apple couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces as the girl clenched her fist. Her mask of cold vanished, and she declared that she would catch up with him in a flash, so he shouldn't relax. It became clear that the girl was brought here not by sympathy at all, but by a thirst for competition. Apparently, her complex of being the best student in everything, an excellent student, a class monitor, an athlete, and simply a beauty played a cruel joke on her. Taehyung asked her directly why she was there, and the girl sheepishly explained that she was just visiting a sick person. Of course, she came here expecting to see a wounded man in need of her care. It could be the beginning of an interesting story. But the scoundrel was completely healthy and was now putting her in a foolish position, or so Lim Ae-yun thought. What's worse, he emanated an incredibly powerful aura that could be felt even in casual conversation. Compared to their last fight, which ended in Lim Ae-yong's defeat, this guy has definitely become stronger. She wanted to tell him so much more, especially about the time his tongue had made a brazen, uninvited intrusion, under the guise of a military ruse. But the apartment door slammed, and someone entered and began pacing the hallway. As soon as the chief spy peeked around the corner, she realized she'd arrived just in time, but was extremely surprised to see her sister there. Lim Ayon was equally surprised and let out a loud cry. The girl immediately hissed like an enraged cat and aggressively asked her sister why she was there. And, more importantly, how she knew the password to the door. Yu Ayon didn't answer the last question, but only reminded that one shouldn't call her sister. Here, her attention again switched to the purpose of the visit. Yu Ayon grinned, looking at Taehyung, and then, just like in their last meeting, she decided to play the game of dominance again, finding herself behind his back. Since Lim Aong wanted to do the same but simply couldn't bring herself to do it, she became the loudest, indignant one. Yu Ayon approached the guy's ear and asked what kind of relationship they had, since two high-ranking seekers lived in the same house. Meanwhile, Lim was shouting that Taehyung was underage and therefore it was a crime to grab him like that. But it seemed like she was showing a little more fervor than she should have. Tired of these shouts and jokes, the guy sharply hit Yu Ayon on the hands and asked her to stop. The girl rubbed her hand in resentment. The hero made it clear again that he had no intention of joining her guild, and she would be better off stopping visiting him. Even so, he clearly went too far, said the brazen spy who broke into his house herself, after which she declared that she had only humanitarian intentions to visit the sick man. Besides, this time she didn't show up empty-handed, but with a gift to win his favor. That was more interesting, the hero thought. Lim Ayan already knew from Chairman Zhu that the guy would be competing in the Asian tournament, but despite his participation in the events at East Point, he still only took 30th place on the list of candidates. He still needed to achieve many more achievements to reach 5th place and represent the country. The cunning fox leaned close to the guy again and quietly whispered that she would give him the right to clear the double dungeon in the Fire Temple. A lone boat sailed through the waves around the island where East Point once stood, now only its ruins. The building stood for several hours after the events, then, unable to withstand the strain, collapsed under its own weight. Offadoro's location was still unknown, his henchmen informed the deputy of the villain guild. They suggested reporting this to their superiors, but Shadow refused. There was no longer any need for it. The goal had already been achieved, and in any case, the missing person was just a bag of money for the mercenaries. However, the villain's boat was tracked down by the island's coast guard, who ordered the sorcerers to surrender by radio. Only investigators were allowed in the area, and then they were to drop their weapons immediately, the captain said. However, the very next moment he was astonished to find himself and his subordinates floating head down in the water. The entire frigate sank rapidly into the sea depths like a shell. Under the influence of the magician's power, the sea's cruelty was selective, and their boat was not damaged. With a theatrical gesture, the magician with attention deficit disorder declared that he was very interested in that guy named Kim Tae-hyung. At this time, with the movement of his fingers, he controlled a huge black hole, whose power raised a storm at sea. A couple of days later, having recovered from all the shocks, Tae-hyung arrived at the headquarters of the Night Wanderers Guild. The guild members themselves welcomed the hero of East Point warmly, greeting him solemnly and shouting his name in chorus. The hero enjoyed such a loud ovation for the first time and was quite flattered. Yu Ah-yeon clearly had a reason for this, reminding him that they retained control over the award's distribution, while the boy was receiving prestige, achievement, and praise. But for him, even participating in the cleanup was a gift, so he didn't object. The Fire Temple was the second double dungeon, and was so named because the entrance was ablaze with fire. The Rogue Guild in Taehyung's past life succeeded in clearing them out, but it left them on the brink of destruction. Given the enormous risk, the increase in public value in the eyes of citizens must also have been significant. Perhaps because of the destroyed and newly restored arm, Taehyung's performance had dropped significantly, and he was even worried that he wouldn't be able to show himself in the dungeon. But he was not walking alone. Yu Ah-yeon herself and her entire cheerful team were with him. The very same ones who were now shouting his name, obviously on the instructions of their mistress. So now, Taehyung was confident that they couldn't lose when clearing the dungeon. About 300 people with banners and posters accompanied them to the very entrance of the Fire Temple. At the time, there were only 2 attackers, which was contrary to the boy's expectations, and he was already beginning to vaguely suspect Yu Ah-yeon's intentions and plans to throw him under the tanks and preserve the guild's manpower. Only 2 seekers had to sort everything out and risk their lives. Taehyung tried to object and find out why everything turned out this way, and then Mrs. Yu Ah-yeon coquettishly said that they were on a date, and she didn't want anyone to disturb them. So they went through the portal together. It would be stupid to retreat and abandon the whole idea. Besides, the fewer people, the more personal glory. When Yu Aeon looked inside, she let out an admiring cry. There was something to see here. An unknown energy flowed everywhere, its blue veins covering all the walls of the cave. Even the atmosphere inside was different from that in regular dungeons. Although the guy actually objected that everything looked the same as in the first dungeon he cleared. Yu Aeon looked closely at the gaping hole and wondered how they could get down, as there could be monsters and dangerous traps there. Before the hero could properly warn her, the girl was dragged away by slippery tentacles. Taehyung expected something like this, and then he rushed to her aid. He took out his trophy blade and set off in pursuit of the kidnapped seeker, but he quickly realized that all his worries were in vain. The hungry beast that had been waiting for random travelers for an eternity had already fallen to pieces. Yu Aeon's eyes flashed with strength. She couldn't hold back here, and found a great way to go down. Just fall down. She emanated such a crazy aura that even the hero was horrified, and changed his mind about taking such a wild girl into his harem. They fell straight towards other hungry monsters who were already moving their claws and tentacles in their direction. Then Yu Aeon showed everyone exactly how she became the guild leader, and smashed the monsters into mincemeat with a series of heavy blows. So wave after wave, level after level, she sank into a deep well. Its destructive power was great, and seemed to distort the space around it. The girl crushed even first-rank monsters with one blow, so the hero was once again amazed by her strength. Now he realized that last time she didn't show him all of her abilities. Even though Taehyung expected that Yu Aeon was among the best in the top rank, he didn't think it would be that much. Now he understood that she had good reasons for not taking anyone else into the gate, and he decided to make more efforts to keep up with the lively girl. The landing at the bottom of the well was soft, because there was already a mountain of killed monsters lying there. Yu Aeon even got a little out of breath. Now Taehyung didn't understand what had brought the Guild of Wanderers to the brink of destruction in his past life if their leader was so strong. Then she called him and threw some object, which the guy caught on the fly. Opening his fist, he saw a ring there, and easily recognized it as a warrior's ring, a unique rank that increased strength and endurance. With this item, the hero could restore the lost characteristics of his right hand. And Yu Aeon declared that this was her true order. She was clearly flaunting her influence and power before him, and he couldn't help but give her credit. Even standing in front of him in bloody clothes, she looked charming. And with a sweet smile, she promised to get more items for him if the guy joined the guild. Instead of the words of gratitude that the girl expected, the hero grumbled and asked why she hadn't given him the ring earlier, since it would have been easier to fight then. At this point, it was time to think that Taehyung was simply a sociopath, but the guy preferred to think of himself as a pragmatist. As he approached the edge of another cliff on the way to the second gate, he told her that from now on, they should be more careful. Below was an entire ziggurat, resembling an ancient temple, with an egg resting on top like a nest. This, the boy believed, was where the dungeon's master resided. Yu Aeon followed him, but carefully. You never knew what to expect from double dungeons, which were an anomaly in themselves. The egg looked very strange. Incredible power emanated from it, and it was unclear what kind of monster was sitting inside. There is clearly the owner of the double dungeon there, the guy warned his partner. He wanted to suggest that she first gather information and examine everything, as scouts should do. But it seemed that Yu Aeon was obtaining information through other methods, because she had already disappeared without a trace. That's right. Instead of boring surveillance and reconnaissance, this girl always preferred to go straight ahead, and now she simply attacked the nest. However, when she tried to deliver a powerful blow, it turned out that the egg was protected by an energy dome, which reflected the attack. Taehyung cursed because the girl was behaving as willfully as always and followed her, changing his plans on the fly. The first thing he asked was if she was okay when he approached her in the smoke. The partner struck a striking pose that only emphasized her slender and toned figure, and showed him the broken egg, clearly pleased with her success. In terms of strength, it was most likely a high-ranking monster, so her partner herself didn't expect to deal with it in one blow. But the hero was in no hurry to take her words on faith. Remembering the previous double dungeon, everything could not end so simply. Turning to the shell, they saw the activation of some kind of magic there, similar to a bright blue flash. The light grew stronger and stronger, and now it was impossible to even look in that direction. The cave was filled with a blue glow. Yu Aeon was confused because she thought she had already figured everything out. The puny humans managed to get to his true form, the unknown man growled, but only the hero could understand his words. Some winged creature flew into the air, obviously the boss of this place. He looked like a phoenix from Legends, and this firebird was surrounded by a fiery aura to match it. It seemed that he was entirely made of a raging clot of plasma. The creature was small in size, but judging by everything, it was made of very dense magic. These creatures were considered immortal due to their insane regenerative abilities and complete resistance to magic. Taehyung had heard something about these birds from the abyss, and this made him confused. At that moment, they were again blinded by a bright flash of blue flame, and then the guy remembered that this monster had mind control skills. Although he shouted to his partner, she no longer heard him. A powerful attack followed, and if not for the hero's reflexes, he might have been hurt. Now it became clear why so many people died here last time. In a way, it was good that they went only the two of them. That way, the guy had fewer enemies. Yu Ah-young attacked him with all her ferocity, as if she was facing a mortal enemy. Even her top-ranked resistance was no help against the Phoenix's hypnosis. Not knowing what to do, Taehyung tried to break the distance, but his partner stubbornly pursued him. Now the guy even regretted that he wasn't here alone, because the Seeker was exerting significant pressure. In order to somehow stop her, the hero called upon the Lord of the Dead for help. The spirit pressed Yu Ah-young to the ground with such force that her entire body was pressed into the ground. Taehyung tried to shout to his partner, but she still remained deaf to his words. As if that weren't enough, the fight entered its second phase, and Aeon clearly had a long-range attack in her hands. The cave hall was filled with a terrible roar and multiple echoes of the explosion that reflected off the walls. At the same time, the phoenix bird soared freely under the high vault of the cave, undisturbed by anyone. At the same time, the flaming monster also mocked people, feeling complete contempt for them. For a moment, Yu Ah-young lost sight of the guy, and then a steel chain grabbed her leg. After one, others jumped out of the ground, tightly tying up the girl, so their game of dominance also entered a second phase. Taehyung spoke up from the cloud of dust. Now he knew exactly who had destroyed the squad of night-roving men that had gone on a raid. Without a doubt, Yu Ah-young had to blame herself for such a failure, and it could ruin her life forever. Having escaped from the rubble, Taehyung intended to deal with her with the help of chains and stone skin. "This will hurt a little," the guy warned, and hit the girl in the stomach, hoping for her extraordinary strength of the highest rank. It worked, and Aeon suddenly became weak and quiet, stopping twitching in her chains. So Taehyung managed to put chains and paralysis on his partner, but these skills would not be able to restrain her for long. Another way was needed to bring her back to her senses. Then his gaze slid to the phoenix, who was sitting on the rubble, waiting for the hero to decide, and the guy had just decided to deal with this arrogant chicken while his partner slept. The fire rooster asked him if he enjoyed the entertainment. And although Taehyung hit his impudent partner not without pleasure, he hated all the arrogant chickens who played with people even more. In order not to think about the girl's safety, he tied her tightly with chains to his back. In response to this, the phoenix filled the entire cave with napalm, so that even with the best desire there was nowhere to hide. He still remained a formidable opponent, and continued to mock the people and their pathetic attempts. Taehyung made a lightning-fast throw and ended up even taller than the phoenix. After this, he tied his blade to a long chain and tried to attack the bird from a distance. The roasted rooster crowed too weakly, for it was made of fire and mere physical attacks couldn't harm it. The hero tried several more times to hack at the impudent hen. In response to this, the fiery crown around the phoenix increased in size several times, and the hero's chains, unable to withstand the heat, burst. The monster suddenly approached, scorching everything around with its wings, and declared that a pathetic man would never be able to defeat it, after which he breathed out a straight stream of napalm again. Since Taehyung was in the air, it was very difficult for him to dodge such an attack. And yet, thanks to the chains, he managed to do it. So the similarities with Peter Parker and his fighting style increased many times over. The enemy possessed unrivaled powers of regeneration, but even for a legendary bird this was too much. It had to be killed somehow. Besides, the blue talking chicken talked too much, and the hero dreamed of shutting her up as quickly as possible. Here, a suspicion crept into his head that he had encountered a great phoenix. Unlike ordinary monsters, mutants with exceptional strength sometimes appeared. And if it really was a grand rooster, then with his current skills, the guy could not overcome its regeneration. He needed a tiny chance, Remembering how the uncontrolled surge of power happened last time, the Predator should only be used in the final stage. At the same time, the undeniable fact was that without the Predator, he was an ordinary seeker with mediocre skills. For the first time, Taehyung didn't know what to do and felt helpless. Then Yoo Ah-yeon finally came to and jerked in fear, finding herself hanging under the cave's roof above a sea of fire. The girl panicked and asked him why she was all tied up in chains and why her stomach hurt so much. There were also questions about the phoenix, which had increased in size several times. The girl started to squirm and really bother Taehyung, so the guy shouted at her to sit quietly, since he was now the host. Could he trust someone who so easily gave up control of her mind and tried to attack him? Yoo Ah-yeon tried to justify it by claiming it was just a moment of weakness, but she herself couldn't remember how it all happened. In any case, she promised not to make trouble with her anymore, and therefore asked to let her go immediately. The blue rooster prevented them from reaching an agreement and destroyed the stalactite Taehyung was hanging from. He continued to boast about his strength. But the bragging rights didn't last long, because the team reunited again and hit the burning rooster with all their might. Taehyung shouted at her to make sure she didn't let him take control of her this time. The angry warrior maiden replied that there was no particular need for such reminders. The phoenix flared up again, even brighter and stronger than before, as if it wanted to devour the entire cave. He also continued to obligingly shout that their attacks were useless, and that they needed to try something else. Now Taehyung could activate the monarch's heart, which enhanced the skills of his allies. As he made sure that Yoo Ah-yeon was in control, she grinned and gathered her aura into a dense clot, like a spear. And then a heavy spear actually appeared in her hands. And she also managed to grow her hair with the help of magic. Such wonderful abilities. It is not clear how they are connected, but they are beautiful. Even the fried chicken realized that this girl was not to be trifled with, and Yoo Ah-yeon decided to take matters into her own hands. The power was bursting out of her, and a mana seal lit up on the girl's forehead. It was a skill called Amazon's Magnificence Berserker Mode. Activating all skills by releasing magical power was called a surge. Most adventurers avoided this method of skill application because it could cause damage to the body if not done carefully. But if it was possible to control this force for even a moment, then it was an inhuman force that literally ground the Firebird into dust. Time after time, Yoo Ah-yeon dealt such blows that the phoenix never had time to fully recover. Its structure, woven from pure magic, was torn apart. As a result, after several monstrous splashes, the pressure of the Firebird weakened greatly, and the previous arrogance also disappeared somewhere. However, such excessive efforts had to be paid for with a complete exhaustion of stamina, and the girl helplessly collapsed to the ground. At this time, the spirit of the phoenix began to recover again, and the rooster was already crowing maliciously. He again rushed at the helpless warrior, who did not even look in his direction. But then he was caught by steel chains, which immediately became red-hot from the heat. The hero's pride was slightly wounded, so he decided to at least deliver one final blow. Now that the phoenix was weakened, the bird could no longer escape, and its regenerative abilities were overwhelmed by brute force. All this time, the crowd of hamster extras waited with bated breath for their leader to do all the work. They were all worried and didn't know if two top-ranked seekers could handle it, especially since they didn't have any support. Although they were most worried about Taehyung because their mistress became too reckless when entering battle due to her overwhelming strength. Finally, after a long time, the gate lit up with fire and Taehyung came out of it. The useless guildmates, who could only worry in vain, immediately ran towards them. The boy carried their mistress in his arms like a princess. Both looked exhausted, and it became obvious that clearing the fire temple had not been so easy. This appearance later became the source of rumors online that Taehyung and Yoo Ah-yeon had a secret date right during the clearing of the double dungeon. There was nothing more romantic than that place, to say the least. However, Yoo Ah-yeon wasn't too happy about this popularity when she woke up from the hospital and checked the news. She looked angrily at the members of her guild and promised to quarter the entire PR department for allowing such a disgrace. Not only was the raid supposed to be carried out secretly so that no one knew about it, but such piquant details came to light. The dummies justified themselves by saying that clearing the dungeons was an important event, and it was very difficult to keep it secret. Moreover, they told only their closest friends, The seekers justified themselves. Realizing that their excuses sounded weak, they started shouting and began to talk about how they were offended by the lack of trust in their loyalty after so many years of service. "It's okay," Yu Ayong said, softening a little, and suggested that they all just die together in a sweet voice. Then Chairman Ji himself burst into the room without knocking. He wanted to know more details about the surge in abilities, and at the same time to find out how the girl was feeling. But he quickly stopped when he looked inside. The showdown with the spies who couldn't keep track of information was very stormy and quick. The question of Yu Ayong's health disappeared by itself. She was obviously completely fine. They left the hospital together, the girl not even bothering to change her hospital gown. Although the chairman was worried that she had entered berserk mode, according to Yu Ayon, she had trained hard enough to be able to endure that state for a minute. There was another question that was of great concern to the chairman. He wanted to know the girl's opinion about Taehyung's abilities, which they had both been thinking about for a long time. Unfortunately, she did not see the end of the battle, and only knows about it from the words of the guy who finished off the phoenix after the warrior fell exhausted. Moreover, only 2 days had passed since the end of the raid, and the guy was already preparing to go on a raid through the abyss. He still wanted to become stronger, so he didn't even bother with rewards. The chairman admitted that the boy's growth was simply amazing, but he was still troubled by doubts about whether it was good for their association as a whole. Yu Ayan thought about his words and looked at the chairman. It was difficult for both of them to understand the hero's thoughts, because even the best of the seekers, having reached certain heights, took a break to rest. But it didn't seem to concern Taehyung. Even after all his recent victories, he didn't think about taking a break. And on the contrary, he does everything to become stronger. The key question was, what Kim Taehyung was so afraid of that he desperately wanted to become stronger. Then the chairman said that he had some guesses on this matter. Yu Ayon stared at him in amazement, and then the chairman roared, declaring that the guy was simply full of patriotism. He was born in an era filled with terrible monsters and awakening evil, so this filled him with a strong desire to help his country and survive the era of turmoil. Although the chairman spoke with fervor, Yu Ayon could hardly find his arguments convincing. Somewhere in the depths of the abyss, there was a real vampire castle, a gloomy medieval fortress with pointed towers over which terrible creatures flew. Inside, there was a throne room, the path to which was lined with a red carpet, the color of blood, and a carpet of corpses of people who fell right there with weapons in their hands. The scene of the massacre was ominous. An entire group of seekers died a cruel death, without even being able to inflict any damage on their enemy. The ruler who sat on the throne smirked haughtily and accepted the blood oath from the one who knelt before him. He was a prince of the abyss, a vampire lord named Igmun, and he generally fit the unwritten canon of what an aristocratic vampire should look like. The newly appointed servant immediately and obsequiously thanked his master. "What is it like to gain the power of a clan?" Igmun asked the servant, who, removing his hood, complained that there are quite a few people with similar skills. "However, now he has become the strongest among them," said the Chinese fighter-seeker, Zhang Linfeng, and also grinned evilly to give you suspense, although we have no idea who he is. The gates that led into the abyss even had guards in suits with stupid faces. Taehyung passed through the portal and found himself in an abyss that he had not yet managed to forget over these months. A dehydrated desert, a black crimson sun, and the base camp of the Seekers. This was his first visit to the abyss since he regressed. But now he was here in a completely different role, the hero thought. On this side of the portal, they were already waiting for him. One Seeker came up and greeted the guy. He introduced himself as a member of the World Association of Seekers and said that he was responsible for Zone 22 in the depths of the abyss. The first-rank Seeker, Paul Becker, gave his name to a strange, bespectacled man who looked at the hero with an impermissibly self-confident look. Apparently, Paul thought that since Taehyung was in the abyss for the first time, he could ignore ranks and status. He warned the hero that he should hire experienced seekers as guides in the abyss and as guards. The World Organization monitors and maintains order in temporary camps located in convenient locations in the abyss, and it is safe there. However, the unexplored depths of the abyss are extremely dangerous. You never know where monsters might lurk, so even the hunter's zones around the camps aren't completely safe. Paul spoke to the hero as if he were a child, imparting truisms. So, he argued, even a high-ranking seeker needed accompanying guides and bodyguards. But Taehyung immediately rejected the useless parasites. As if to confirm Paul's words, a huge centipede jumped out from under a rocky cliff and set its sights on the hero's dinner. Paul only had time to scream at the boy to run quickly and avoid the monster. But before he could blink, the fight was over and the monster had turned into a pile of rubble. Taehyung smiled and said that he was just going for a short walk, so there was nothing to worry about. After that, he let Paul go so that he wouldn't be an eyesore, and he himself began to walk into the depths of the abyss, destroying the local fauna along the way. After absorbing the great phoenix in the fire temple, the hero felt great. Now he had reached the 200 mana requirement to use the devil contract skill. But the skill, instead of summoning a demon, like Nier's, offered him to open a gate in the abyss. Moreover, judging by the entry in the system, it could only be used once. Instead of lugging around a horde of useless monsters, it would be better to acquire one powerful beast, Taehyung thought, crushing several dense mana cores in his hand. These items temporarily boosted his mana capacity. Soon a gate appeared, with an original design of bones and skulls. Taehyung thought that it would be nice to decorate his house like that. The gate radiated incredible power, as if it had opened the entrance to some dungeon with a powerful monster. Confident of future success, the guy poked his head through the gates to quickly see what kind of exhibit awaited him on the other side. Then he found himself on the threshold of a luxurious ancient castle, to which a long staircase led, the most stupid way to arrange a route, because it is impossible to transport food along it, or conveniently bring in reinforcements. As Taehyung climbed the countless steps, he managed to see the pointed turrets of the castle and the strange aura emanating from the building. This place surprised the hero, and he became wary, not knowing what to expect next. Taehyung had never seen such a place in the abyss before, so it was something like a secret level for the especially gifted. Even though he had filled himself with mana stones, strengthening all his skills, he still didn't understand where it had taken him. All that remained was to find out for himself, thought the hero, not yet suspecting that 3 pairs of predatory eyes were watching him with interest. At that very moment, a crushing blow was heard that almost collapsed the stepped ascent to the castle. 3 ghouls in bathing suits hovered a couple of meters above the ground and mocked the hero with their entire appearance, especially the small size of his knife. Heroes used to carry big swords, not like now, the flyers complained. They were all high-ranking succubi demons. Taehyung knew these monsters that sucked out people's life force through mental attacks, illusions, and brainwashing. They say they came up with the idea of making cat videos using neural networks. Usually, succubi were no higher than second rank, so Taehyung had something to fear. He prudently waited to see what the 3 seductive girls would do, who were also appraising the man and wondering how tasty he would be. But since the guy came here to lasso someone, he should have said hello first for the sake of decency, and he suddenly jumped straight to the gatekeepers. The blade of the sword flashed like a flash of lightning, but it never managed to hit anyone. The winged succubi also turned out to be quite fast. They stuck together and defended themselves well, all the while mocking the hero. Then one of them snapped her finger. The demonesses were even amused by the fact that the man was strong and therefore desperately resisted. The blow struck the very heart of the lonely hero, and he almost fell into the net of the succubi's magic. "This is his end!" the girls rejoiced and laughed heartily. But the guy still didn't fall to his knees, and his spirit continued to fight. His rose was not blooming for such vulgar females. While the girls were rejoicing that he would never return to his true self, one of them was hit in the face with a knee. Taehyung liked this direct influence on the mind more, and he smiled when he managed to bury one of the impudent girls in the ground. Seeing what had happened to their dear sister, the other succubi screamed piercingly. Then Taehyung pinned them down with his Dead Knight spirit skill. The power of the ruler left them no chance, and the succubi lay flat in front of the hero. They were in great pain, as if they had suddenly found themselves under monstrous pressure. Not a trace remained of their former playfulness. The insignificant man not only resisted their brainwashing, but also captured them with his skill. The hero merely laughed at their efforts and declared that he had never been interested in monsters, even if they looked like beautiful girls with wings and tails. Thanks to the power of the predator, he managed to bypass their charm, deciding that these 3 girls were the monsters he was looking for. The guy was already thinking about signing a contract. There were 2 ways to make a contract with a monster. The first was to give it what it wanted, or simply subdue the monster by force. Feeling his superiority, the hero had no intention of bargaining with the girls. The opportunity to summon a monster of a higher rank to serve was not so bad, but then the system informed him of a refusal, and the guy was amazed. The demonesses were only gatekeepers, and were not suitable for summoning. Then a whole squadron of vulgarly dressed winged demonesses appeared in front of him. They had already realized that he was not an ordinary person and decided to show themselves. The most important of them declared that the guy would be an excellent gift for the mistress, and grinned cheekily, standing in front of the hero in some kind of tight-fitting torn rags. A long corridor led into the castle, the vault of which was supported by slender rows of columns, the upper part of which was densely overgrown with flowering rose vines. But the beauty of this place was not at all harmless. Thorny vines held the still living captives tightly. Even Her Majesty's maids were succubi of the highest rank, and obeyed her unquestioningly. The queen herself was on her bed, from the base of which thick vines also curled. Having received the report of a human intrusion into the castle, the lady licked her long and sharp tongue contentedly, anticipating the entertainment. The entire castle, floating on the heavenly island, shook from the roar of the battle that just one man had waged against them. Taehyung didn't fight everyone at once in the open, but instead entered the castle, where he could maneuver in the narrow corridors. The horned witches were outraged that he was not fighting fairly, and was running away from them instead of stopping and letting himself be defeated. As soon as the guy broke away from the pursuit, more winged succubi appeared in his path, flying in through the gallery windows. There were many of them, and they all wanted to grab the hero, but only with the help of his natural agility did he manage to slip between the legs of his pursuers. To somehow delay them, he again used the spirit of the dead knight, after which he dealt them such a blow that the succubi broke through the roof and found themselves outside the castle. Taehyung was finally able to catch his breath. All of his opponents were high-ranking monsters, and somewhere in the depths of the castle their more powerful ruler was surely hiding. The hero no longer doubted that the boss of this level would be a woman. He had already realized that none of the ordinary maids were monsters to be summoned. Thus, he fought his way into the depths of the chambers of the one whom even the highest succubi called queen. Another servant stood at the entrance to her bedroom, her wings meekly folded, as if completely unfazed by the intrusion. Moreover, bowing low, she invited the hero to quickly enter inside, because he was expected there. Hearing that the queen was waiting, the hero grinned contentedly and decided to quickly see her in person. The bedroom was decorated with roses that bloomed profusely under the ceiling, and thick vines twined towards the base of the covered bed. There was something exciting in this whole situation. Especially the naked captives who hung upside down were unable to make even a sound. It was Taehyung's first time in a woman's room, so he didn't really know how to behave. The queen herself welcomed him into her palace and introduced herself as the mother of all creatures in the castle. Her name was Rosaria, and according to the system, she was the being summoned for the contract. Taehyung couldn't even dream of such a thing, so he was very excited. When he called her name, Rosaria repeated it again, singing it syllable by syllable, and her voice sounded seductively sweet. Taehyung had not yet seen her face, because of the dark veil, but he immediately felt that the queen was beautiful. What surprised the hero even more was that the monster used human speech. But according to the queen, this was no more surprising than the fact that Taehyung himself understood the speech of monsters. It seemed that they were both endowed with an automatic translation system. But even so, Taehyung was amazed at how correctly and beautifully the queen spoke. She was by no means stupid. Having settled more comfortably on the bed, Rosaria asked the hero why he had come to her chambers. For wealth, or perhaps for fame. Perhaps it was the will of chance, or perhaps he wanted something more in his lonely bachelor life. But none of the above interested the hero. He firmly stated that he had come here to receive the oath of summoning. It sounded so insolent that the queen could not resist laughing out loud. She had never heard such impudence before. She praised the guy for his clever mind, but treated his words as if they were some kind of funny joke. Throwing back the curtains of her bed, Rosaria revealed herself to the hero. If you didn't count her wings and the tentacles protruding from who knows where, she could easily have been considered seductive. Everything has its limits, even jokes, the queen declared. Will he talk about the summoning when he himself becomes her toy, she asked. And immediately dozens of tentacles rushed towards the hero for obscenities. But this was exactly the move the guy was waiting for. The spirit of the dead man immediately came to his aid. Only thanks to the mana stones did the hero still not fall from exhaustion, having used his abilities so many times. At his command, all the raking tentacles were pressed to the ground without ever touching him. If the queen herself did not want to go to him, she had to be subdued by force, the guy said and grinned. Soon, a real battle broke out. Covering himself with stone skin and using the capture chains, Taehyung deftly dodged all of the queen's tentacles and chopped them with a dagger. He steadily approached her tent, although the owner herself did not even move. Taehyung aimed to end the fight with one quick strike, using his speed. But in an instant, all his skills were shattered. Both the stone skin and the chains with which the hero had bound himself for greater strength. The Queen of Rosaria arranged all this with just a snap of her finger. Her eyes sparkled like coals, and she even felt sorry for the guy. Completely defenseless and unarmed, he began to fall straight into her clutches. Suddenly the hall disappeared somewhere, and the hero realized that he was rushing towards the ground straight towards the city. Taehyung didn't understand how he ended up above the center of his hometown, and none of his skills were activated anymore. When he felt himself falling into the thickness of the water, he realized that he had fallen into the dense illusion of a succubus. Now the guy was in the middle of an endless sea, drowning, completely unaware of the moment at which he was taken under control. The queen sat in her box and again smiled contentedly in a haughty voice. After all, the hero fell into her net from the very beginning, and has long been lying with outstretched arms in the complete power of this lady with many tentacles. The genre of the work was rapidly changing, threatening to fail the age rating. Taehyung quietly moaned in his sleep. He felt himself slowly sinking into the water against his will. His arms and legs were getting heavier, and Taehyung couldn't do anything. He needed to quickly get out of the illusion before it swallowed him up completely. At that moment, he fell into a flashback where he was riding in the back seat of a car with his family. Taehyung saw himself as a small child next to him, but he was so disoriented by the vision that he didn't immediately understand what was happening. In those years, he was just a boy who, like everyone else, dreamed of waking up with a high rank and earning a lot of money. He imagined how he would feast when he became rich, how he would buy his parents goodies and everything. They were happy that they had such a son they could rely on. But at the same time, his loving mother wanted him to live a happy and healthy life. When you're a child, such things really do seem trivial and boring to death, but only when you get older do you understand their importance. Taehyung was very lucky with his parents. They put his happiness above achievements or commercial success, and wanted only a good life for him without asking anything in return. For a moment, Taehyung succumbed to the lulling atmosphere of peace, but it soon turned into a waking nightmare when their car was engulfed in flames. That's how everything he ever loved, everything that gave him a reason to live, burned up. The scene changed to another. His aunt and uncle pulled the boy from the burning car and were horrified by the tragedy. Of course, the details weren't quite right, but the vision conveyed the general meaning of those events. The uncle was Taehyung's mother's brother, and his wife accepted the boy as her own. Then the vision was replaced by another, this time during his school years, when Taehyung suffered humiliation because he never woke up. He was constantly beaten, and the difference in his abilities was so great that he could not fight back, and he had no friends to stand up for him. Thus, the vision showed him his own desperate life, in which there was no point in continuing the struggle. After school, he worked monotonously as a miserable porter for many years without straightening his back. Perhaps Rosaria herself wanted to understand his past in this way, penetrating into the deepest memories. Even in the abyss, where mortal danger awaited the seekers and everyone risked equally, Taehyung was an outcast. He was mocked. What was worse was that his new family did not believe that he could succeed. Of course, they were worried about him, and did not want him to die, as eventually happened. They could help him with his upkeep, and in general there were quite a few peaceful and useful professions for the unawakened. However, Taehyung most of all did not want to be a burden to those who extended a helping hand to him, especially since because of him the family was constantly having difficulties. His parents always wanted him to be happy, but could the hero himself be happy at the expense of others, sitting safely behind their backs? In order to become truly happy, he needed strength, which he hoped to obtain in the abyss, which was a cemetery of hopes for some and an El Dorado for others. Skill use detected, Queen's hypnosis detected, the system minted. The first attempt at resistance failed and his stats dropped, the indifferent voice said again. All of his skills except one were blocked, leaving only a predator whose power could not be suppressed. The pictures of his past were all gone, leaving only his last memory before regression. The Queen of Rosaria was puzzled by what she saw. She already understood that she had come across no ordinary guy. Looking into his mind, she clearly saw His Highness Asmodeus, and surviving an encounter with him was akin to a miracle. However, she immediately noticed the contradictory nature of the visions in which Taehyung had managed to live a long life. He looked much older there, while the guy who came here had only recently stopped being a child. Secondly, some memories of the same events seemed to be doubled, as if they were experienced twice, but with different outcomes. The queen directed another tentacle towards the guy, wanting to look deeper into his rich inner world. Then she had her last vision before her rebirth, when even Asmodeus froze into a limp figure. The demoness laughed contentedly, enjoying the hero's helplessness and anticipating a fun game. And then the sun-faced side appeared before her, in its shining splendor. The stunned queen suddenly realized what kind of creature was in front of her and was horrified. This was the one whom everyone called the ruler, god, and many other names. There was a cracking sound all around, and the world so securely woven by her illusion began to disintegrate with a grinding sound. The sharp vines dug into the lady's body, and she arched in pain, letting out a slight groan. At that very moment, a light prick of steel near her neck reminded the queen that it was not good to spy on other people's memories. Especially for her high rank, this is a disgusting hobby, the hero declared as soon as they switched roles. Then Taehyung again asked her to swear allegiance to him, subtly hinting with the blade of his dagger what would happen if she refused. However, this did not have a noticeable effect on the queen. Even though the guy had escaped from her mind net, he still remained a fool, she believed. A toothpick in his hands would hardly be able to kill her, she declared. And then the hero promised to definitely try it in practice. Bluff again, said Rosarin, smiling seductively. Up close, her refined porcelain face seemed even more attractive. In an instant, she wrapped her tentacles around him like a snake and pressed him against her soft body, nearly drowning him. This power had an even stronger effect on his mind than hypnosis. The queen ran a gentle finger over his face, and despite her complete power over the hero, accepted his contract. Her razor-sharp teeth sank into his neck in a searing kiss. The terms of the contract have been accepted, the devil summoning skill has been replaced by the queen's man, and the skill rank has been adjusted. The system announced indifferently at such a touching moment. Thus the hero was completely hypnotized, and his attractiveness increased. From an excess of feelings and fatigue, he again fainted at the queen's feet. The scarlet eyes now looked at him almost tenderly. Rosarin wished the king's chosen one sweet dreams and smiled sweetly. The hero was awakened by that same first-rank officer, Paul, who so arrogantly asked to be the newcomer's guide. Paul was clearly alarmed, but sighed with relief when he saw that the newcomer was safe and sound. Taehyung returned to the hunter's area near the camp when Paul was patrolling and found him unconscious there. So the guy realized that Rosaria had most likely sent him here when their contract was signed. As expected, what happened was not a dream because Taehyung received the skill of summoning the queen and full hypnosis, which meant he was already overgrown with cheats like a terry bush. With the summoning of this seductive demoness, he might be unable to overcome even the national powers he would face in the Asian tournament. And the power of Geas had endless uses, all hail Lelouch. This is what Taehyung was thinking about when he woke up, but what he couldn't understand was why the demoness witch changed her mind. He still remembered her words spoken as if in passing, sleep well, chosen one of the king. Here Paul got tired of waiting for the guy to come to his senses and called him again. This time he hoped that the hero would still take the experienced seeker as his guide. But Taehyung refused again, saying that he had already completed all his urgent matters. There was nothing else for him to do in the abyss, so he quickly went home. The city was drowning in the sun's rays and the morning bustle, as usual, not even suspecting what the seekers had to sacrifice for the sake of this peaceful life. At the same time, Yu Aeon was just leaving the hospital. She finally regained her full strength and passed all the tests. What she didn't expect was to be greeted, because the guild leader didn't like unnecessary attention. Deputy Chung Han-soo congratulated her on her discharge and smiled, causing the scar on her face to stretch even further. The lady, in her usual manner, asked how many more she had to beat to prove that she was okay and didn't need supervision. Han-soo chuckled nervously and quickly changed the subject, saying that he had news for the lady. Seeker Kim Taehyung returned from the depths of the abyss while she was resting in a sanatorium. The girl was surprised, because even for a genius like Kim Taehyung, exploring the abyss alone must have been difficult. Han-soo agreed with her, The Abyss was considered a graveyard for high-ranking newcomers. But the problem wasn't that he had returned. The question is, who will the hero meet? The deputy said mysteriously. And Yu Ayong thought for a moment that he was talking about who the guy had a close relationship with. Han Su immediately reported that Kim Tae-hyung wanted to meet with the leader of Indivisible, one of the 4 strongest guilds, the leader of which was Kang Hek, a mighty and fierce warrior. To match his strength, he had the same truly barbaric character and believed that brute force decides everything in the world, so he immediately offered the guy a fight. Without further ado, Kang Hyuk challenged the guy and moved menacingly towards him. The leader of one of the 4 guilds, a man called the best tank in South Korea. Rumors abound about him, about hours-long battles with monsters all alone. But the most famous trait of this barbarian is that he likes to include defeated opponents into his guild without asking their permission. Here, the girl who came with Kang Hyuk abruptly interrupted his advances and called on him to come to his senses. This left the guild boss somewhat taken aback, and it became clear that he had a soft spot for his secretary. Although she was an ordinary second-rank seeker, she was the only one who knew how to deal with the guild leader's violent temperament. She immediately reminded him that he had recently reported to the Human Rights Commission. If Kang Hyuk continues like this, he'll be banned from the Abyss again, said the sweet secretary. Taehyung watched the whole thing with great caution. Then Secretary Kim turned to Taehyung to calm him down a little. She admitted that her boss was surrounded by terrible rumors about forced recruitment. But this time, they were going to invite the guy officially and with full responsibility. If you agree, no duel is required, the secretary added. Then Taehyung asked if he would be forced if he refused. His suspicions of these people hadn't diminished. However, Secretary Kim didn't deny that if the boy refused, he would still be drawn into a duel, only clarifying that the offer was very lucrative. One could only marvel at their audacity and their ability to make such an absurdity seem legitimate. Moreover, Secretary Kim already knew that the guy was going to participate in the Asian tournament. Taehyung was surprised. He thought that only the chairman and Yu Aong should have known about this. But if 2 know, then everyone knows. The hero understood. The Guild of the Indivisible, more than others, specialized in exploring the Abyss. They maintain a busy schedule of raids and scientific missions. Collaboration with such an organization will certainly allow the guy to compensate for his lack of achievements, Secretary Kim firmly stated. Here, Kang Hyun himself stopped his secretary, seeing that her words were not at all conducive to advancing the matter. Since this guy doesn't respond to benefits, it's worth going another way, the guild leader said and grinned wildly. But then Taehyung unexpectedly showed rare compliance and announced that he had changed his mind. Secretary Kim was also encouraged, taking credit for this diplomatic victory. Then Kang Hyuk asked the boy if this meant he would be joining the Indivisible Guild. But the hero responded to this with a mocking refusal. He brazenly approached Kang Hyuk and declared that he agreed to act according to his method. The winner takes all. Taehyung knew well this barbaric but effective method of sorting out relationships between the higher ranks. The big guy chuckled contentedly, and he immediately became excited, anticipating an interesting match with the impudent youngster. Almost the entire guild gathered to watch this fateful match. They had an arena for such events. There were also journalists there who immediately began to bombard the hero with questions, because there were rumors about his connection with Yu Aeon, the leader of the Night Wanderers, and now everyone was excited about his upcoming battle with Kang Hyuk. Even though the guy was a rising star, his opponent was still the best tank in the country, and few people would willingly challenge him. Taehyung could barely restrain himself from squashing all the annoying flies with the help of the spirit of the dead. But then he heard a familiar voice in the crowd and turned around in surprise. One persistent girl tried in vain to push her way through the crowd to interview the hero. Otherwise, she would have been fired. Taehyung grabbed her hand like a lifeline. He recognized the girl he had interviewed right before the Seeker exam. The guy smiled and, without letting go of her hand, greeted her, reminding her of their last meeting. The excited reporter immediately blushed and was completely at a loss. Since they met, Taehyung had gone from being an unknown, awakened being to becoming a rising star among the top-ranked seekers, so now everyone was interested in her identity as well. The girl was amazed that the hero was such a delightful person that he remembered her after just one meeting. She was very touched by such attention, completely unaware of her true intentions. It soon became clear that Taehyung had simply chosen a familiar face to answer all questions through her. effectively appointing her as his press secretary. After this, he left her alone, not understanding anything, to be torn apart by a curious crowd of idlers. The guy walked into the arena, where the head of the Indivisible Guild was already impatiently waiting for him. He already had a warlike aura around him, and he greeted the brat by praising him for his bravery. Taehyung was clearly hurt by the fact that he was considered a coward and a weakling, so he immediately made it clear what he intended to do to Kang Hyuk, and his body became covered in stone skin. The crowd sat in the stands and watched the upcoming fight through protective screens. The conditions of this duel were quite simple. One of the participants had to surrender or lose the ability to fight. The commentator got so carried away that he announced the start of the 120th forced recruitment, but then remembered that this was an ordinary duel. Both opponents clearly had no intention of holding back, and the atmosphere between them was heating up. The first thing Taehyung decided to do was to show off his power with the help of the dead king and suppress the enemy with his spirit. This skill, when used to its full potential, could suppress a high-ranking monster, so the hero was eager to test it on the enemy. Even the head of the Indivisible Guild should have a hard time resisting such a skill, the hero thought. But Kang Hyun not only endured it, but also laughed at the light tickling the guy gave him. He stood firmly on his feet, as if under a cool shower, unpleasant but nothing more. Swift as a cheetah, Kang Hyuk leaped toward the guy and landed behind him. Oh, those manga maneuvers with no logic at all. How do they do that when the opponent is looking straight at you and can simply turn their body in the direction of their movement? Only after this ridiculous and unnecessary maneuver did Kang Hyuk decide to attack with his fist. The blow had a bear-like strength to it, causing Taehyung to immediately fly back. The opponent had used some special skills to strengthen him. Taehyung then called upon the chains to help him, wanting to tie up his opponent. At once, a dozen golden fetters rushed towards Kang Hyuk, who was keeping up with the guy. He was surrounded by a dense red aura, and the barbarian believed that the binding technique would not take him. He continued to charge forward like an enraged buffalo, and tore all the chains as if they were a thin web. Taehyung felt real trouble when the enemy, like an elephant, decided to trample him and jumped up with a kick. There was a loud roar, and the long-suffering arena was torn to pieces. When the smoke and dust cleared a little, Taehyung became visible, still standing on his feet. Kang Hyuk laughed. The boy was good at running away, but with such skills he could hardly defeat him. The guy responded in kind. He was still standing on his feet, and if the head of the guild couldn't do anything else, he would hardly be able to bring him to his knees. Kang Hyuk dismissed this as the usual youthful boasting, the way boys who know nothing about the world speak, and moved closer to Taehyung. Then he showed him his true power and strength, his aura taking the form of a long-extinct predator, the largest that had ever existed on land. Seeing such power, the crowd screamed, anticipating the imminent end of the fight, since the leader pulled out his final trump card. But there were also those who were just waiting to see how it would all end, because when it came to the hero, nothing could be known for sure. Yoo Ae-yeon watched the match with pleasure. In fact, she also wanted to see how the impudent guy would be defeated. There had to be a limit to his strength and self-esteem. If Kim Taehyung loses, she will join the Indivisible Guild, she said. And then her deputy realized that it was worth preventing this duel altogether. After all, Kang Hyuk had a special skill, the blessing of wild animals. In battle, he imitated various animals and demonstrated enormous power. Even Taehyung didn't stand a chance in close combat, the deputy concluded. However, Yoo Ae-yeon immediately told him not to worry too much about this, and smiled with the corners of her lips. Having watched Taehyung for so long, she had long realized that this guy always had a trump card up his sleeve. And now everyone was tensely awaiting the outcome of the battle and how it would all end. The head of the Night Wanderers, unlike everyone else, remained completely calm. And then a gasp of astonishment swept through the stands, causing everyone to freeze in place. Even the presenter screamed in surprise, unable to contain himself. Only a moment passed, and the head of the Indivisible Guild himself fell to his knees. He was as amazed as everyone else. And Kim Taehyung snatched victory from his grasp, even though nothing seemed to foreshadow it. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Secretary Kim desperately tried to explain to the Human Rights Commission that the duel was voluntary. The arena's protective field weakened. The fight was over and there was no longer any need for it. The guild members who had gotten into it through beatings couldn't believe their eyes. They thought their leader was invincible, but in reality, he had only beaten weaklings whom he could defeat. Many immediately began looking for excuses. Perhaps there had been a violation of the rules or fraud, because the head of the guild, who had gone through hundreds of dungeons, simply could not, in their opinion, lose like that. There were demands to annul the result and continue the battle without tricks. Taehyung sighed heavily. He understood their indignation and distrust of his strength. No one had seen him do anything special. But what could he do? He had to do it, because the enemy had driven him into a corner with his superior close combat skills, the best in the country. Right at the moment of the last attack, the hero used Rosaria's full hypnosis skill, which he had only recently acquired, and it worked as intended. After this, he ordered the abyssal veteran to kneel, and he complied. Naturally, everyone considered this cheating or dishonest. But it was hardly to be expected that, given the diversity of skills, strength would always and everywhere be the deciding factor. The head of the Indivisible Guild was still trying to regain control of his body and mind, and was desperately resisting. He had absolutely no understanding of how he had lost, and how he had been taken out of action, not remembering the last moments of the attack. Then his angry scream echoed throughout the arena, and Kang Hyuk ordered everyone to shut up immediately. He still didn't understand how he had been defeated, but as a noble barbarian and a true warrior, he knew how to admit defeat. And so he himself declared that he took full responsibility for what had happened. All members of the Indivisible Guild must accept this outcome, since this is how they became members of their organization. He suggested that those who were dissatisfied come to a private conversation. In the end, there was nothing left to do but accept the results. Ah-Yun smiled. She liked both possible outcomes, and the fact that the arrogant and uncouth Kang Hyuk lost and was now furious was great news. This outcome was unexpected, but it meant only one thing. The guy named Kim Taehyung still had some hidden aces up his sleeve, Yu Ayong concluded. He never ceased to amaze her, and she eagerly awaited what else this impudent fellow would show her. At this time, such a strange manic expression wandered across her face that even the deputy began to worry. When the hypnosis wore off, Kang Hyun immediately approached the guy who defeated him. Defeat did not break the proud warrior. The hero extended his hand in a conciliatory manner. There was no need to boast about the vanquished. They had had an excellent fight. However, Kang Hyuk still wanted to know if the insolent man had planned to defeat him in this way from the very beginning. To some extent, that was true. The hero agreed with him meaningfully. This upset the barbarian, although he showed no signs of loss of spirit. But afterward, they shook hands anyway. A promise is a promise, said this leader, and offered to pay with money or a special item. These were very generous gifts, but Taehyung did not strive for material goods, which he himself could have received. This surprised the barbarian, and he asked what the hero wanted, just 2 words. But they made Kang Hyuk tremble, so much so that his expression changed. The Labyrinth of the Minotaur. Squeezing his huge palm, the boy firmly stated that he wanted to go on a raid to that place. Deputy Go reported to the head of the Seekers Association that this was the initial dungeon in the abyss. The labyrinth, as its name suggested, was a complex space with numerous traps and required a guide with detection skills. Although it was located at the very beginning of the abyss, many, even the highest-ranking Seekers, failed in their attempts to navigate it. The Indivisibles had now been given the right to make another attempt, and were preparing for the raid in complete secrecy, making it all the more surprising that Taehyung was able to find out about it. Even the head of the association didn't know what might happen in the abyss, or predict the outcome of the raid, so they were worried about the top-ranking newcomer. The only thing they could do was believe in the luck of the searchers, said the chairman. They couldn't do the work themselves. They already had plenty of things to do, like rearranging papers on the table. He used to be on a path of adventure, but then he got his eye shot out, the chairman said, deep in thought. But what worried him much more than clearing the dungeon was not its danger, but a certain human factor. Then someone contacted him through the system channel, and the chairman was distracted from his thoughts. They had some very urgent matter there, and everyone was standing there with worried faces, and that's what secondary characters were good at, conveying anxiety. They were only contacted by the Japanese Searchers Association, and everyone had these faces as if the apocalypse had happened. No one expected urgent calls, since the issues with the raid on the auction house had long been resolved. The whole point is that the saint sent an official invitation to the seeker Kim Taehyung, thereby committing an overt act of diplomatic aggression. Oh, horror! At the same time, Kang Hyun lined up his men in front of the gate and prepared to go on a raid. Secretary Kim quickly took the roll call and began counting everyone one by one. The cardboard people all stood there with faces of complete seriousness, building up the suspense. However, they didn't have cheats or a second life, so it's not surprising that they were nervous. 100 people were in perfect order and ready to move out, the secretary reported briskly. Kang Hyuk waved his hand like a true leader and led his warrior squad behind him to show the monsters where the crayfish spend the winter. Upon arrival, they were given a warm welcome, and a fierce battle immediately ensued. The gatekeeper's bulls were strong and numerous. Taehyung fought on his own. He didn't need any special cover, and he systematically destroyed his enemies. Using a dagger in his dexterous hands, he butchered the bulls one by one. All of them made excellent barbecue cuts, ready to eat at any time. He has excellent dexterity. The hero heard words of praise and turned around. Kang Hyuk clearly wanted something, because he didn't even look at his people who were stubbornly fighting the monsters. He asked the guy how he liked the weapon he received as a gift and grinned. The dagger was actually quite good, especially since the hero's old weapon was being repaired. This knife was called Aslan, and Kang Hyuk had originally intended to give it to the boy after joining the guild. But since they were going on a joint raid that would be beneficial to both of them, the chieftain decided it was a good idea to reward the hero. The boy, however, was worried about further progress in the labyrinth. For 30 years, this labyrinth had been the death place of many seekers, and it was obvious that emergency measures were needed to overcome it, but Secretary Kim told the guy not to worry. After all the participants in this raid were veterans of the second rank and higher. They knew their business well, the girl stated. Even in the conditions of the expedition, she did not change her office skirt. At this moment, these warriors were not only successfully defending themselves, so it was impossible to push them back. In addition, the deputy head, who had detection skills, allowed him to neutralize all the traps along the way. Although he looked quiet, he knew his business. Moreover, a few months ago they managed to find the key to passing the dungeon, the secretary added. And then the leader joined the conversation. He said that they had discovered the corpse of a monster in the depths of the labyrinth. The huge minotaur had tattoos with symbols that were found throughout the labyrinth, and when Kang Hyuk touched the minotaur, his entire body except for his horn crumbled to dust. Then, using tracking, they planned to follow the tracks of this monster and find the path that leads to the exit from the labyrinth, the hero realized. The logic behind the labyrinth's design was completely unclear, but Kang Hyuk was confident of his victory. Having gathered together, the searchers set out on a dangerous journey, led by a guide with a lantern in his hand. Thanks to the fact that they followed the secret boar trails, there were no incidents. Signs on the wall indicated that they had chosen the right path. At times, the passages were so narrow that we had to literally crawl, and it was unclear how the giant with horns got through. And so the guide in the hat, for whom the author did not want to invent a face, informed the group that they had arrived at their destination. They entered a round, spacious hall, where a minotaur with a broken horn stood kneeling. The center of the labyrinth was its end. The statue of a monster that could be the boss impressed everyone with its size. Obviously, the horn they brought with them had to be attached to this statue. The secretary immediately pulled out a cart with a huge horn from the unknown annals, as ordered by the boss. Taehyung watched silently as everything unfolded exactly as he had expected. According to his past life knowledge, the raiding party, using the horn, reached the center of the labyrinth. I wonder if there are stories of reincarnated people who truly know little about the world beyond their own lives, like ordinary people. Kang Hyuk didn't wait long, picked up the horn, and with a satisfied face full of excitement began to attach it to the minotaur's head. The horn snapped into place, and immediately there was an electrical crackling sound, as if a short circuit had occurred. For some reason, all of the participants of the raid decided that this was the end of their journey, and were already celebrating their victory over the labyrinth that no one had been able to pass for 30 years. Kang Hyuk smugly called out to the master of the labyrinth to show himself, and laughed louder than anyone else. And then he froze in place because the minotaur also began to disintegrate right before his eyes. The strange ripples of texture changes in the level affected not only the main statue, but the entire hall. Gradually, the statue turned into a pile of bones, which immediately scattered throughout the hall. Then the hall disappeared, and instead, everyone found themselves in a snowy wasteland, separated by a powerful blizzard that hid the groups of seekers from each other. Some of them got caught in the raging current and were carried downstream. Others found themselves in a very similar place, right at the foot of an erupting volcano. As expected, Things couldn't be that easy, since no team in previous years had managed to complete this dungeon. Now everything didn't look so rosy for the searchers, who were used to working as a team, covering each other's weaknesses. They all fell into a spatial trap and were separated randomly, which brought a certain amount of confusion into their battle formations. Meanwhile, a villainous villain with attention deficit disorder who calls himself Shadow instead of his normal name received a report about Kim Tae-hyung, who was participating in the raid. This confused the villain's plans, and now they didn't know what to do, so a decision was required from their organization's deputy. However, Shadow wasn't worried about this at all. They were planning something bad, and they had sent 20 of their members, from first to highest rank, to the raiding party, so these forces should still be enough. No matter how strong Kim Tae-hyung and Kang Hyuk are, they still have their limits. After the adventurers exhaust themselves in the labyrinth, how will they deal with the threat in their rear? This is precisely what the villainous villain was counting on, impatiently idling instead of working. Tae-hyung found himself in a place with a group of 4 searchers, one of whom suggested that they introduce themselves to each other first. The girl in the squad called herself Miranda. She was a second-rank seeker, but the hero quickly tore the mask of pretense from her face with a kick. He already realized that these were cultists and traitors in front of him. In fact, her name was Milena, a triple wizard of the highest rank. From the very beginning, the villains had many questions about Tae-hyung, whether he was a hero who fought like the leader Kang Hyuk on the front lines and was a shield for the people, or he was one of those who are ready to sacrifice themselves to save people, as was the case in East Point, judging by the rumors. Be that as it may, for ordinary second-rank seekers, Tae-hyung was an example and a pinnacle that one could only dream of. And just now, without further explanation, the noble hero, in front of the other seekers, kicked one of them. They looked in horror at the one they knew as Miranda and could not understand what was happening. Park Sung-hoo, a second-rank seeker with magic bullet skills, screamed after coming to his senses. The hero just showed everyone a thumbs up and told them not to worry and not to thank them for eliminating the spy. But Park Sung-hoo considered these actions hostile and opened fire on the hero himself. He had no doubt, and fired a whole line of magic bullets that flew towards Tae-hyung in curved trajectories. Then the hero simply tilted his body slightly, and all the projectiles flew past. The bespectacled man realized what a mess he was in, but he wasn't even going to stop, thinking that Tae-hyung was just crazy. After all, how could Miranda, who was his precious comrade and companion in the abyss, be a cultist? Pictures of their shared adventures flashed before the bespectacled man's eyes. He leaned over Miranda and tried to shout to her, so that she would come to her senses sooner and help them escape from the abnormal hero. The bespectacled man promised to protect her without fail, although the cultist hardly heard him. But the guy tried, perhaps because he was in love with the spy. At that moment, his screams woke her up, and instead of gratitude, Park Sung-hoo received a fist to the jaw. Apparently, Miranda has decided not to hide her true nature from anyone anymore, and as soon as the dirty pig dared to touch her, the spy was indignant. But she could have continued to use the gullible seekers. Here the remaining 2 seekers also rushed at Tae-hyung, and one could only marvel at his luck, since 3 of the 4 people who had accidentally been thrown with him turned out to be enemies. As usual, the enemies used an area of effect attack, which immediately raised a cloud of dust, giving the hero a chance to dodge and suddenly attack for greater drama. Where did he disappear to? That's what the idiots thought, staring stupidly at the hole where the hero had just stood, when they could have simply changed their position for safety reasons. However, Tae-hyung also had no intention of immediately taking advantage of his tactical advantage. He spoke up while standing behind the spies. It was a stroke of luck that all the enemies immediately revealed themselves, because the hero only knew the faces of the biggest villains. Milena had already recovered from the blow, and was also ready to join the fight. She was surprised that after so many years of service in the rear of the Indivisibles, no one could suspect her. But some guy from the side immediately recognized them as spies. On the spy's shoulder was a skull with a lightning bolt. The hero smiled and asked the woman not to worry, because it wasn't her acting that had let her down. It was just that he knew the future. Milena smiled wryly, thinking that the impudent boy was simply making fun of them. She decided that it must be because of his special relationship with Yue Yeon and the Night Hounds that he had managed to sniff something out. However, it didn't matter, because everyone already understood that they would fight to the death here. Milena revealed her luxurious manicure and, despite her specialization as a magician, rushed into close combat along with the others. It's hard to understand what they were hoping for, knowing Taehyung's track record, who also defeated the head of the Indivisible Guild. The villains attacked him from all sides and hoped to pin the guy down, but he fought back skillfully. Neither fast nor powerful attacks could simply hit him, and the hero openly toyed with his opponents. It was time for the chains, and he immediately caught 2 of the 3 villains. The guy landed abruptly, while the prisoners, on the contrary, found themselves on top, although it was absolutely impossible to understand the physics of this maneuver. After this, Milena pounced on him, wanting to help her allies free themselves, but her claws were again useless, only scratching the hero's blade. Of course they knew the hero was strong, but they still significantly underestimated this guy, and now they were paying for it. The Witch's Claw, a spy skill that caused nausea, paralysis, and hallucinations, spreading its poison from the moment it touched. Even the highest-ranked seekers were no exception to this skill. Yet Taehyung didn't show even a sign of weakness. Milena even managed to leave a light scratch on the guy's face. That should have been enough. But in the end, she felt like she was losing the fight. The hero broke the distance and summoned the spirit of the dead knight to suppress them all at once. Thanks to the absorption of the predator, something like poison or paralysis could not affect the boy. And since the spy had no other aces up her sleeve except for her one and only skill, she was powerless against the guy with cheats. There was an explosion that raised a cloud of dust and tore all the leaves from the nearby trees. A deep crater had formed in the place where the spy stood, and the bespectacled pack carefully approached its edge. Nearby, he saw an unharmed Taehyung, who had tightly bound the helpless villain with chains. She demanded that she be released immediately and made senseless threats to tear the guy to pieces. Then Taehyung grabbed the spy by the hair and lifted her face to him. He had no time to play with villains. His voice sounded cold and indifferent, which made Milena even more afraid. "It's time to tell the whole truth," Taehyung declared, and used Rosaria's hypnosis skill on the spy. He wanted to know how many spies were in the raiding party and what their main objective was. 20 people, 5 of them high-ranking. 1/5 of the raiders were traitors. A simply insane number. Blood splashed onto the white flowers, and Secretary Kim was dumbfounded by the terrible scene she had just witnessed. The traitors' goal was to kill Kang Hyuk, and they immediately began to carry out the task as soon as the guild leader was left alone. Soon the cultist became silent and showed no further signs of life. 5 high-ranking spies were a strong threat. Before the reincarnation, there were no more than 3 of them in the raid, Taehyung remembered. As with the gate breaking, the future was changing slightly, and he himself was the cause of it, having an ever-increasing impact on the world. Now that the conspirators' goal was clear to him, the hero decided to first protect the head of the guild. Seeker Park walked with his head bowed, never imagining that the one who had endured so many trials with him in the abyss had turned out to be a traitorous spy. What was also astonishing was that Taehyung had known about this from the very beginning, although one wondered why he hadn't informed everyone of the betrayal beforehand. Meanwhile, the hero was pondering how to escape this place. By his reckoning, it would be easy as pie. Although the forest around them looked like the real thing, it was actually a small room, part of a labyrinth. So they soon found doors leading to a corridor that connected different parts of the tangled space. They were connected by a chain, so you just had to go in a straight line and go through all the vast rooms with different terrain. Before the boy stepped through the door, Seeker Pack shouted at him. He wanted to ask just one question. Why didn't the hero reveal the entire truth he knew before the raid began? Which seemed like a reasonable decision. Pack apologized for his suspicions about the hero, but still believed that if the hero had told him about the spies, many losses could have been avoided. In general, he stood with an offended and serious face, and demanded some kind of moral response from the hero, who, in principle, could not answer to anyone. However, Taehyung deigned to answer. Park could believe him or not in this case. But in fact, the hero had long ago warned the head of the guild about a possible conspiracy. So when Kang Hyuk was surrounded by a group of his own seekers, he was not very surprised. He was wounded, but it was not deep. There were only enemies left around, and there was no one loyal to the guild leader nearby. Kang Hyuk pressed his hand to the wound and laughed quietly. The jokes had gone too far, he said, since even the guild's deputy, thanks to whom they had come this far, turned out to be a traitor. His only faithful companion was Secretary Kim, who bravely ran straight to the head. But it was a rash decision because she was immediately attacked by her former ally. As a result, The country's best tank had to take a hit and receive another wound in order to protect the girl. She let out another alarmed cry. This blow was quite painful, the head of Khan admitted. Moreover, the enemies did not think to give them a break and immediately attacked, taking advantage of the fact that the guild leader was weakened. Then Kang Hyuk threw Secretary Kim aside, and leaving her in the rear, he himself went after the villains. He caught them in the air with the strength of a T-Rex, throwing them back like gnats. The fact that the guild leader started with ultimate skills right away indicated that things were bad for them. Realizing this, the girl shouted at her boss not to protect her, because she would also fight. But the leader understood perfectly well that he was facing an enemy who was beyond the capabilities of a secretary whose place was in the office at the boss's desk, and not on the battlefield. The flames flared up, and the unharmed villains emerged straight from the fire. The former deputy agreed with the girl. Now was not the time for the leader to think about anyone but himself. All this time, the man with the lantern and the hat hid his power. He and the other conspirators must have been infiltrating the organization for years. The chain he held his lantern on lengthened, and a huge fiery skull appeared at the end of it. The villain, who was too lazy to draw a face, grinned and declared that there were 4 top-ranked seekers gathered here, and the rest had first place. Elite guild members gathered here to kill the leader of Khan. The battlefield was surrounded by a wall of fire and smoke, and experienced assassins stood on all sides. Kang Hyuk could only lament his failed personnel policy. He thought he was a good judge of character, but ended up with so many traitors. The Hatter told him not to blame himself so much for what had happened. He almost sympathized with his boss, but at the same time he was already anticipating his triumph. He boasted of the cunning and treachery of their plan, which they had been preparing for many years, gradually raising the level of their members within the indivisible guild. Now Kang Hyuk was finally convinced that the guy who had long ago figured out all the spies as soon as he saw the raid participants was right. Now it was the turn of the traitors to be surprised. They did not think that Kim Tae-hyung could interfere with their plans. But what was more important was that despite the news of the betrayal, Headcan still did not take any action. The noble barbarian immediately replied that he had dismissed the warning outright because it cast a shadow on his dear comrades. That was the kind of man he was, with a nobility bordering on stupidity. Even his deputy was so stunned by this nonsense for first graders that he didn't know what to answer. The other traitors also couldn't believe that they had worked for such a fool for so many years. It left a strong aftertaste. Secretary Kim was the most indignant about this, calling her boss an irresponsible idiot for not even bothering to take precautions and verify important information. Then the fiery mace in the shape of a skull on a chain began to move. The traitors got tired of waiting and attacked first. The faceless deputy praised his former boss for his excellent mental work, thanks to which the conspiracy, even on the verge of being exposed, ultimately worked. He swung his fiery skull towards Kang Hyuk again, wanting to finish what he started. At the same time, the noble barbarian did not even flinch as he saw himself being attacked without any respect. His aura suddenly took on monstrous forms that no one had ever seen before. A real last trump card that the leader did not show even during the battle with Tae-hyung. He dealt such a crushing blow to his former deputy that he lost his teeth and his hat too, and now it became clear that his face was bored. Kang Hyuk took the form of a dragon, even though he didn't want to suspect his comrades and lose themselves in guesses about who the traitor was, but he also didn't intend to simply expose his chest to attack. Meanwhile, the Seeker Khan was also deeply perplexed by the complete inaction of the head of his guild, and the hero suggested that he personally ask the boss about it. It happened in one of the labyrinth tunnels when they were alone. Tae-hyung didn't understand why Boss Kang wanted to put himself in harm's way. Even knowing about the betrayal, he should have acted more carefully. But the boy's words stung the noble barbarian, so he asked the boy if he really thought he had seen all his strength. So, for someone who was absolutely confident of his victory, there was nothing strange in letting the conspirators' plan come to fruition. This way, it was possible to deal with all the enemies within the Indivisibles at once, rather than looking for each one separately. Soon, Tae-hyung and Seeker Park entered the room where Chief Kang was fighting. He received first aid from his faithful secretary. Bandaging the wounds helped stop the bleeding. Both were glad to see the hero. Kang Hyuk even began to grumble about Tae-hyung's long delay, because he was supposed to meet someone from the raid squad on the way and arrive faster. Many of them needed help, but the hero, having set his priorities, rushed to the rescue of the guild leader. although he had already sorted everything out perfectly well. The chief was once again amazed by the heartlessness of the guy, who did not think long about such dilemmas. Now, under the current circumstances, with the raiding party significantly weakened by the actions of the traitors, Kang Hyuk planned to retreat home. There could still be spies among them, and even after reaching the center of the labyrinth, they still did not find the owner of this place. Even though the barbarian was loath to retreat from the battlefield, he was responsible for his men and had to think through a retreat plan. He even apologized to the boy for not trusting him right away. However, the hero did not focus much attention on this. The main thing was that Kang Hyuk realized his mistake, but in the future he should be more careful. This was said in such a mentoring tone from the elder that Kang Hyuk instantly exploded, and only with Secretary Kim's gentle hand did he manage to avoid another squabble. In truth, the hero also regretted failing to achieve the achievement, but he understood that it was the best decision for everyone. Even though he warned Kang Hyuk about the betrayal, he ended up facing more villains than he should have, and ended up getting seriously injured. In fact, the hero's data on clearing this dungeon was fragmentary, and his participation in the raid only further confused all the cards. The moment Secretary Kim asked Seeker Park if there were any other traps and monsters on the way here, Taehyung felt a bad feeling. And indeed, even though they were scattered across different zones, there were no traps or monsters inside. So Pak thought that they would be able to return from the labyrinth without difficulty. But such circumstances were uncharacteristic in the Abyss, and even more so in one of the most difficult levels. Since they were thrown into different pockets of space, there should have been traps and monsters there, but all these places were empty and did not pose a threat to the Seekers. All this was a big mystery for Taehyung. He did not understand how in his past life Kang Hyuk dealt with the owner of the labyrinth in his past life. And then they saw something that made them fall silent in awe at the enormous size of the boss that appeared right in front of them. Foam flowed from the six-eyed bull's mouth, as if he were enraged at being disturbed. The mistress of the Minotaur Labyrinth, a great queen of the highest rank, had arrived to speak her mind. No doubt it was the boss of this place, cow or not, but it appeared suddenly and scared everyone. In each of the Minotaur's four paws was a heavy weapon, which he began to thrash about in all directions, so that soon the searchers had to run away quickly. Taehyung managed to grab Secretary Kim with a chain, but unfortunately the level boss destroyed the escape routes, making it impossible to send the most vulnerable members of the raid there. In the end, both of the strongest fighters decided to accept the challenge of the huge cow and turn to meet her. Kang Hyuk didn't spare any effort and immediately took the form of a dragon. Seeing that he was being attacked, the Minotaur took a defensive stance and covered himself with all his limbs, so that he did not have many vulnerable spots. An epic and completely unimaginable duel ensued between a giant and two mosquitoes. But the mosquitoes were nimble and quick, so it wasn't easy for the big monster to hit them. Together, they managed to delay the Minotaur's advance and draw him towards themselves. But then they saw that the boss was preparing a magical attack. As if its enormous size and ferocious power weren't enough, this monster also possessed magic. Under its influence, the skeletons of other giants became covered in a thick layer of flesh, rising from the dead. Thus, the previous king of the Tau Bulls, also of the highest rank, was resurrected. Now for every top-ranking fighter, there was a monster of his own rank, and there was no one to help them in this battle. To make matters worse, two more resurrected bulls were approaching Secretary Kim and Seeker Pak, targeting the weakest. The bulls surrounded them and cut off their escape route, putting the team in a very unfavorable position where they had to not only fight but also defend. Both of the strongest warriors rushed to save their comrades, leaving the main cow behind. She just growled arrogantly that she would show everyone who entered the labyrinth what a mistake they made, and continued casting magic. Under this influence, all the resurrected bulls went into a frenzy and began to rage. One by one, a whole army of monsters was resurrected, and the pitiful bullets of the Pack Seeker could hardly do anything to them. Then they saw how, having gathered all their strength into a fist, the best tank in the country broke through the ring of enemies, from the blow of which all the bulls turned into mincemeat. The hero, moving quickly in the style of Peter Parker on his chains, immediately burst into the resulting gap. In the blink of an eye, he tied the bulls with chains to open the way for Kang Hyuk to strike. The bulls were also recovering from the heavy blows with the queen's strength. To interrupt their regeneration, the noble barbarian spat fiery breath at them. It worked, and the room filled with the smell of roast beef causing both men's stomachs to rumble. But this time, too, the regeneration proved stronger than the damage inflicted. The bulls did not fall into a pile of charred bones, even when there was no flesh left on them. The searchers were momentarily at a loss. They needed to do something urgently, but no solution came to mind. Kang Hyuk tried his luck again and smashed a couple of bull skulls to pieces, but even the most powerful blows were not enough to break the recovery cycles, which showed no signs of exhaustion. The battle of endurance was clearly not in the favor of the Seekers, the strongest of whom was also wounded. Until they destroyed the main cow, they would not be able to kill the rest. But getting to the main goal was quite a challenge, especially since the Queen of the Bulls could stand up for herself. And all this in a disadvantageous position where it was constantly necessary to protect the vulnerable rear. Even the fact that it was possible to destroy a bull with one blow did not make the task any easier. Undoubtedly, both warriors will soon reach the limit of their endurance, and it's time for the coolest and ultimate skills. It was then that Kang Hyuk remembered a rather unpleasant conversation with the association chairman, who kept grumbling about his methods of adding new members to the Indivisible Guild. He told him that people should be accepted into the guild not only based on their skills and personal abilities, but also on their personal qualities. But Kang Hyuk responded in his noble, barbaric manner, saying he wasn't one to suspect others. The chairman knew about such quirks, bordering on feeble-mindedness, and still tried to bring the strong man to his senses. The chairman knew what he was talking about, because in the past he himself had been a seeker and had seen a lot, and then his eye had been gouged out. There were times when one mistake forced him to lose everything he had, and he had to sacrifice something to protect what was left. Not everything in this world can be solved by force. Awareness of one's betrayal is very important for achieving ultimate goals, the head of the association insisted. These are all qualities that make a seeker outstanding, he claimed. But Kang Hyuk listened to him indifferently. It's all because he's too weak and old, Kang Hyuk said sarcastically and laughed openly. Now he understood what the chairman had told him, and he realized that he had made a mistake by not listening to him and allowing his self-confidence as an invincible warrior to get the better of him. Right now, no matter what choice Kang Hyuk made, his loyal comrades could still die. But filled with fighting spirit and determination, the noble barbarian could not simply stand and watch this. With the next blow, he blew off half the body of the nearest bull, after which he broke through to Taehyung and asked him how he was still holding up. The plan came to fruition. If they were pushed against the wall, they needed to fight back. Kang Hyuk was going to tear to shreds all the bulls that were running after them and interfering with their lives. Taehyung didn't quite understand what kind of madness the barbarian was up to, but he liked his attitude, and he expressed his suspicions to him that there was still a way to destroy the Queen of the Minotaurs. While they were standing there, a whole crowd of immortal bulls approached them and surrounded them from all sides. Kang Hyuk listened to the guy's words, but he was still unsure about his plan. There was always the possibility of error. Together, they made their way straight to the Bull Queen, who seemed to be waiting for their decision. The main cow swung her staff again, and another wave of resurrected ones rushed towards the two warriors. Like a dragon, Kang Hyuk treated them to an avalanche of fire, turning the entire hall into a barbecue room. While the main cow boasted about her inexhaustible life force, Taehyung broke straight towards her, through the wall of flame. The first thing he did was to summon the spirit of the dead king to shackle the sacred cow. This allowed him to knock the queen down and finally interrupt her magic cast. The undead knight, who had once also been a dungeon boss, grabbed the monster by the throat and squeezed with force. Eventually, they managed to break through the sphere that cut them off from the rest of the labyrinth. What is this method? Kang Hyuk asked before they started. According to Taehyung, the space they were fighting in was also connected to other parts of the labyrinth, and the Bull Queen was covering the gap so they couldn't escape. In this place where they were, under the influence of the magic of the main cow, the bulls could endlessly return to life. So if you drive the Bull Queen out of this space, the rest of the Minotaurs will simply disappear, Taehyung suggested. This plan sounded daring and very risky, because if the guy made a mistake, they would all simply die in this place, adding to the list of victims. Then Taehyung also chuckled and answered Leader Khan that in any case, their current situation was no better, which meant it was worth the risk. And they took the risk. Those who watched this epic battle of the Titans from the sidelines could only watch silently with bated breath. Right before their eyes, the bulls returned to the dust from which they had been created. Meanwhile, the spirit of the dead man held the sacred cow tightly and did not allow it to move. But the level boss still resisted and struck, one of which hit the Death Knight in the jaw. Here, a threat was created for Taehyung himself when he came under one of these sweeping blows. A powerful explosion separated them with the flash of 1,000 suns, and the air instantly heated to the limit. The Bull Queen landed on a pile of bones full of human skulls. Taehyung also fell there, on a terrible bed of human remains. This place was a crypt. However, the worst of all was for Kang Hyuk. He paid for his rescue with his own hand, and now blood was gushing from his wound. But the battle was not over yet, so the barbarian roared through the pain and ordered the hero to come to his senses. The two wounded and completely exhausted fighters stood shoulder to shoulder, and the monster was already approaching them. The sacred cow was in perfect order and could deliver a crushing blow. Hand-to-hand combat ensued again, as it had at the very beginning, with both fighters attacking with the remainder of their forces. But they were thrown back by a powerful shockwave, never managing to get close to the enemy. Kang Hyuk was once again sprawled on the ground, unable to rise to his feet, while the sacred cow mocked them, feeling completely superior. After all, the power that could not be used to resurrect the Bull Kings, she directed to finishing off the exhausted fighters. 4 heavy weapons immediately fell on the place where Taehyung stood, and a terrible roar was heard. Dust and bone fragments flew everywhere. The gap in skills was too great. The hero couldn't hold on and was also thrown back, saved only by his stone skin. To defeat such a monster, it was necessary to use a predator, but it was only good as a last resort, due to the fact that it could get out of control. Taehyung only had one strike if he didn't want what happened last time to happen again. At that moment, he remembered his conversation with Yu Ah-yeon after clearing the fire temple when she was admitted to the hospital, and she told him about the method of practical application. The description of the skill in the system was rather sparse, and the girl agreed to satisfy his curiosity. Each skill type varied greatly depending on how it was handled, and the mana cost also changed when adjusting its power. The only use of Aeon's immense power was the skill of Amazon Magnificence, but she was able to use this energy to strengthen her body and create magic bullets. In fact, there have already been cases where Taehyung himself mixed skills before using them. He used the same stealth skill only on his rings, and, stretching out comfortably on the couch, she added that one unstable skill can be wrapped around another, or around a weapon. Smiling charmingly, Yu Ah-yeon assured the boy that he would definitely be able to handle such a creative application of skills. A surge of new power stopped the sacred cow, blood-red lightning bolts striking in all directions. Ultimately, the hero realized that Ah-yeon was right. The predator could take on different forms at will, meaning it could be used like any other skill. Another blast of power simply shattered the sacred cow's skull. Although the hero did not know the nature of his power, he strove to squeeze the maximum out of it for himself, and he succeeded. The predator devoured the body of the minotaur, and it quickly turned to dust, while at the same time the illusory space collapsed. And all who were imprisoned in it returned to the main hall of the entire labyrinth. The searchers were stunned by what happened. For them, it all ended quickly, although there were also quite a few casualties. Then they saw the hero carrying their wounded guild leader, whom everyone considered invulnerable. But fortunately, Kang Hyuk was alive. And that's the main thing. Considering all the risks, losing his arm wasn't such a big problem. When everyone finally realized that the battle was over, they rushed to the warriors to congratulate them on their victory and rejoiced with joy. After the battle, the raiding party discovered a mound of gold and silver, although in reality it was only possible to raise 1,000. However, the biggest reward was an elixir that, when drunk, could significantly increase one's stats. It was called the Fountain of Endurance, not to be confused with a potency remedy. Since the number was limited, this reward was split between Taehyung and Kang Hyuk, but they still made the biggest contribution to the raid by defeating the cow boss. True, due to the loss of his arm, the noble barbarian lost most of his stats, which he was able to replenish, so the elixir could be considered a consolation prize. All the cultist spies were identified and arrested for their treason, in disgrace. After this, the Indivisible Guild focused on treating the victims, giving preventative injections and enemas. Taehyung managed to fortunately avoid this and left the hospital after examination, together with his family. Thus, the eventful raid with bulls and cows came to an end, and on this occasion, the noble barbarian gave a press conference when he felt better. When he made the announcement, it caused shock and awe among all the journalists present at the conference. After all, The great warrior declared that he wanted to finish his work as a seeker and was retiring. True, he immediately corrected himself that this was a vacation for recovery and not a complete retirement from business. This also meant that he might not be able to take part in the Asian tournament that was supposed to take place soon. However, on this account, the noble barbarian said not to worry. He was still the best tank in the country. But there was also someone to replace him. And at that very moment, Taehyung came up to the podium, which was not surprising at all. His candidacy raised many questions among journalists about whether he was qualified enough for such a tournament, since he was still in school just a year ago. For his raid into the labyrinth, he was awarded 5th place on the achievement list, so all formalities were met, and the boy was eligible to participate in the tournament. Moreover, rumors circulated that, having consumed the Fountain of Endurance, the hero had already reached the national level of strength. Of course, not everyone was ready to believe that some guy, even a newbie, possessed such power. National strength level meant exceptional ability, even among the highest ranks. A class above all classes, and the boy was clearly far from that level. While the debate about him was raging, the hero did not hesitate or doubt himself at all. He went up to the podium and introduced himself. He understood all the debate and anxiety surrounding his candidacy. It wasn't a clear-cut one. Taehyung also understood the responsibility he had to the people. He didn't deny that he was a newcomer and lacked experience. It was difficult to say whether he would be able to perform as well as previous members of the team, but he had already attracted the attention of many important spectators and his future opponents. Taehyung modestly noted that he could not yet clearly demonstrate his level of strength. He himself could hardly confidently say that he had already reached this level, because it was not so simple. The hero was pulling the cow by the tail. But then he added that the Asian tournament would be the place where he would prove everything to everyone, and he said this with a ton of heroic pathos. Then, in his opinion, everyone will understand that among the high mountains, there are even higher ones. At the same time, one spy managed to escape, and she was kneeling before the shadow, apparently begging for mercy, but the outcome was expected. It would have been better for her to simply pretend to die on the battlefield and run away than to try to return. "Might is law," said the villainous villain over her body. Another cliché from his stock of words for this occasion. Her death would serve as a good example to others. Shadow ordered the place to be burned along with the body before the association came on the trail of the fugitive. But the deputy himself was still angry, as he had been responsible for the entire operation. This time, more resources had been invested to avoid what had happened at the auction house. And even so, the assassination attempt on Kang Hyuk had failed. Even so, no one expected the raid to clear the labyrinth. Kim Taehyung clearly knew how to entertain, Shadow thought. This year's Asian tournament would be fun. He left, not looking at the mansion burning brightly. Later, the hero showed up at the meeting, where he was already expected, as the security guard at the entrance informed him. The best searchers in the country gathered behind this door, some of which the guy should already know. When he entered, he was introduced to the others, as befits a hero. The chairman himself sat directly in front of him, with Deputy Go standing next to him, and the 4 other tournament participants from their country sitting on either side. Chang Jin-soo was the first to make a skeptical remark, and looked sternly at the shaggy guy, who was ranked 7th in terms of achievements. On the other side sat Seo Han-gil, another guy with the 8th grader syndrome. He came to the meeting wearing a mask and glasses, showing no respect. He hinted that the boy was still too young, and that the Child Welfare Association might demand an explanation. Kwak Xian, a pretty sorceress with stars in her eyes, asked them not to push the newcomer so hard. She was ranked 4th. The last to comment was the seeker Park Sung-jin, the one who administered the exam and ranked 3rd in the achievement rankings. Park had expected the boy to join them one day, but he didn't think it would happen so soon. Now everyone was assembled, Chairman Ju stated, while the guy hesitated at the entrance, waiting to see what would happen next. Then he was asked to take his place, and the meeting regarding strategy for this tournament could already begin. Go Tavuk decided to start with general questions about what the tournament was and showed them the stand. In those years, when monsters filled the planet, and villains and cultists began to appear at every turn, the world plunged into chaos, and then punishers from different countries united for joint operations, laying the foundation for a friendly tournament. Currently, the tournament is run in such a way that participants are given 7 days to destroy monsters. each of which is assigned a rating and points. Thus, the usual hunt for monsters and villains turned into a well-publicized popular show and served the purpose of reassuring citizens around the world. And although we are talking about a competition, in essence, it is a small war. The tournament is a means of demonstrating the military power and potential of the country. All this becomes a means of propaganda and glorifies the country and the seekers. Everyone will inevitably face competition, as the winning country will receive colossal prizes, unique items, and access to dungeons. Considering the level of the event and the possible rewards, Taehyung had no doubt that he had made the right choice in deciding to participate. The succubus queen of Rosaria, whom he managed to bind to himself with a contract, knew about the king and his power, but he shouldn't expect her to obediently tell him everything. In order to ask questions on an equal footing, the hero needed to become stronger again. That's why the Asian tournament was so important for him, because here he could compete with strong opponents and win awards. However, their team had problems in this regard, Deputy Go said. Since the strongest adventurers like Kang Hyuk and Yu Ah-yeon were unable to participate this year, there was no one to take first place on the team, and their fighting power was significantly weakened. Here, Seeker Pack objected that the problem with power should have been solved, since a talented newcomer had joined them. This statement from the strongest member of the team caused everyone to silently question, and the other members stared at him. And then they turned their gaze to the guy, still very much doubting that he had a national level of strength. Taehyung immediately stated that all of this was just rumors and not true at all. "Nothing has been proven yet, and it's too early to talk about it," the guy mumbled, so the group was immediately disappointed. It was still too early to reveal their trump cards, and so the group thought about what to do, not to look for a new team member. The chairman slammed the table and took matters into his own hands. Even though they didn't have the rank of a nation yet, the tournament wasn't a full-fledged war anyway, so they could perform well, since the key was hunting monsters and villains. If everyone remains calm, there will definitely be a chance of winning. Seekers Park Song, Sorceress Kwak Xian, and Song Han Gil, as the more experienced ones, were to be in charge of hunting monsters. The rest were supposed to participate in the elimination of the discovered cultists. Once everything was decided, the chairman said that he expected good results from them next week. When it was time for the competition, the participants lined up at the World Association of Explorers Stadium. Teams from all over the continent, from all the countries of the East, gathered here. The main contenders for victory were teams from China and Japan, both of whom had national-level challengers. Shinji Nakato was known as an invincible swordsman. China even fielded 3 national-level seekers: Liu Feng, the Bloody Sword, Kai Mingming, and a certain god of great power, Shaishan. On the other hand, many great seekers withdrew from participating this year. Taehyung's family watched the competition on TV, and his aunt was more concerned about him returning home safely than winning. But their restless son Hwang, on the contrary, was full of fanatical enthusiasm. It's good that there's no need to look for a jester in the hero's retinue. He behaved extremely strangely and told his parents to root for Taehyung, who had become their benefactor, and to believe in his victory. Even their house was bought by the hero as a sign of gratitude for all these years, and he also supported the whole family with money. Of course, Hwang had a selfish motive. The more victories Taehyung achieved, the richer he became, and the more his favor flowed. The expression on his son's face caused his parents great concern, and they realized they'd taken a wrong turn in his upbringing, since he was so obsessed with money. After that, Hwang continued shouting at the TV for his brother Taehyung to show everyone there how to be a cool hero. During the opening of the tournament, a woman approached the hero and greeted him. She was dressed in a long, luxurious dress and was very sweet, and she also said that she was grateful to him for what happened at East Point. Saint Yoshikawa Sarara smiled seductively and expressed regret that she could not arrive at the scene sooner. It was she who resolved all the issues with the demon Neru in Taehyung's past life. Given her abilities, he understood why such a crisis was quickly resolved then. She spoke quietly and without hesitation, with a deep sense of self-confidence. And then the saint asked him why he had not accepted her invitation to Japan, where she could better express her gratitude. Taehyung understood what they were talking about and immediately remembered the end of the meeting, when the others had already left for their important business. The hero also wanted to go and rest already, and was the last to get up from the table. But he was specifically asked to stay, and the head of Ju informed him of the invitation from the saint. The saint possessed super regenerative abilities, and her skills could, in theory, restore Kang Hyuk's arm, which would, in theory, strengthen the country's defense, the chairman stated. It would be nice to build bridges and meet her before the tournament, since she herself invites us, they suggested to the hero. However, the guy in his usual abrupt manner refused. Deputy Go immediately tried to reason with the boy, claiming that Kang Hyuk had suffered while defending him, even though the saint hadn't yet made any real promises. Then the chairman stopped him. First, he wanted to hear the hero's reasons and patiently asked what was the matter. The reason was extremely complex, but the guy couldn't give a full answer. The whole point is that the just hero knew what an ugly reality was hidden under the title of saint, and he told Yoshikawa exactly the same thing to her face. Then her mask of composure cracked and her face twisted into a strange grin. As expected, the reason for the refusal was not at all simple, Yoshikawa realized. That guy obviously knew something about her, and this made the swordsman on his team wary. He suggested that they immediately bleed the hero by cutting off his head, but Yoshikawa quickly corrected herself that this was not what she had in mind. Everyone else was concerned about the boy's explosive growth and the limits of his strength and abilities, while the saint was puzzled by the boy's level of knowledge. The guy had made too many moves that couldn't be resolved by relying on strength alone, and in particular, the saint didn't understand how the hero knew about her true nature. However, she was very eager to make this guy hers, and she licked her lips greedily, as if there was a delicious steak in front of her. The announcer began the countdown. The tournament was soon to officially begin. "It's finally starting," Yoshikawa said, clearly plotting something against the hero. The tension was mounting, and some of the seekers were already thinking about starting the tournament with a couple of kills right there in the stadium. The Korean team stuck together. They had a plan, and they stuck to it. However, when Captain Pak inspected his team, he found one member missing. The searchers looked at each other and finally confirmed that Taehyung was nowhere to be found. The announcer finished his report and announced the start of the festival with a smile on his face, but at that moment his voice broke off mid-sentence. Seeker Taehyung made his move, which looked like utter madness, and blew off the poor guy's head. A heavy sigh of horror and incomprehension of the true motives of the just hero who eliminates only the bad guys hung in the stands. At the same time, some kind of skirmish began. The Seekers attacked each other as if it were a real war. Everyone rushed at the hero's team using their best means. As a result, instead of fireworks, the Seekers almost destroyed the entire arena, along with those who came to see the unforgettable show. In the ensuing chaos, people couldn't make out anything, and panic arose. Everyone saw how the presenter's head was cut off. The Korean team surrounded Taehyung and covered him from the attacks of other searchers, and judging by their appearance, things weren't going well for them. The sorceress from the team was quickly using up her strength. Even though Taehyung acted completely recklessly, they still didn't abandon him. Here, the strongest warrior from the Chinese team was already approaching them. He was amused by the idea they had arranged, so he hurried to join in the fun. He didn't care about excuses or explanations at all. Since all the Korean team's searchers supported Taehyung, they were guilty and subject to destruction. At the same time, Captain Pak confronted the saint and her swordsman bodyguard, alone against the strongest in the world. Yoshikawa smugly ordered the devil sword to kill everyone except Taehyung. Her eyes flashed greedily with a poisonous light at the thought of who the witch already considered her property. However, no massacres took place. The tournament organizers intervened and ordered everyone to remain in place. The Singapore Searchers chairwoman, Haley Tan, walked alongside Chairwoman Ju and stated that she would handle the matter herself, as it was their searcher who had been killed. Chief Ju desperately tried to convince her that his people would definitely not have done such a thing without a reason, and therefore what had happened was clearly a misunderstanding. However, in Haley's opinion, it was all pretty obvious. A murder had taken place before their eyes. Here, Taehyung finally spoke up. He stated that only so that the cultist Wang Zai, who brutally killed and tortured to death many people on a cruise ship several years ago, would be eliminated. A reward of 30 billion tugriks was offered for him, but the criminal himself disappeared, having managed to profit from the information he obtained under torture. However, Haley still didn't understand what was going on, and rudely said that it had nothing to do with them. Then the hero kicked the scoundrel's severed head, and everyone saw that his face had changed. His ability allowed him to change appearance, which is how the killer managed to hide in the past. This meant that the murdered presenter was definitely not who he claimed to be, and one can only applaud his tyranny for participating in the large-scale organization of a tournament, in full view of everyone. Taehyung asked to thank the Nightwalkers Guild for providing the information.